Good afternoon and welcome right around Australia on the SBS network to the Sandown 6 Hour here in Melbourne. Today we present a motorsport marathon, 6 hours of action in what is a relatively new category of motorsport racing. The cars you'll see going around today are not too far removed from those you see on the road every day. The difference being they go a lot quicker. Behind the wheel, some of the biggest names in Australian motorsport. Wayne Gardner, the former 500cc world champion, again in a Honda, this time on 4 wheels instead of 2. And touring car legend Dick Johnson, again in a Ford, this time with a little bit of help from the family. To bring you all the action, SBS has the team that so successfully broadcast the Sandown 500 last year. Leading the commentary, the voice of motorsport on SBS for so many years, Will Hagan.
Thank you, Carl. This really is shaping as a fascinating race because, as we saw there in the credits, or in the titles, we've got last year's king of Group E production touring car racing, the Mazda RX-7s that won so convincingly at Bathurst, now being challenged by two supercars, the Honda NSX from Japan and the Porsche 968 CS, the club sport from Germany, both of them making their world racing debut here today at Sandown. And on top of that, all the small car classes as usual, an enormous variety of cars, very different in fact, Howard Marsden, the sort of cars that you were managing back in your heyday of race team management.
Very much so, Will, and again, good afternoon. Today is an opportunity for the manufacturers of Australia and the world to show their wares. The cars are at a very low level of modification, so if you have a similar car and you can drive well and buy yourself a set of racing tyres, you could be competitive here today. We'll bring you the whole of the program. The race will unfold technically and tactically, and on the technical side of the business, let's go down to John Smales and talk to him in the pits.
Brakes could be the deciding factor in this Sandown 6 Hour. The Mazda is fitted with 11-inch diameter brakes, one of the best in the production car industry. But brakes nonetheless have proved to be the Achilles heel of the Mazda in production car racing to date. Now, by comparison, this brake is off the Porsche 968. It's 12.5 inches in diameter, it's ventilated all the way through, and the caliper is so huge it looks like it's come straight off a Group A car. This brake could get through the entire 6 hours without a brake pad change, and that could be the deciding factor in a very close fought race. Tyres, however, could be the other deciding factor. Ian Campbell.
John, the interesting point about the tyres is if it goes straight through with a dry day, they're coming in for 2 tyre changes. They have 2 sets of these and they expect to use them today. However, if it does go wet, it'll be a different story. They'll be going to wets. If the weather is intermittent, it'll be tyre change after tyre change. The weather pattern here in Melbourne has been absolutely weird over 3 days. On Friday, a hot northerly, 40+ degree ambient temperature here at the track. Yesterday, the total opposite, where they had an absolute deluge for the qualifying session. Today the weather forecast is for 19 degrees and really fine weather. So far so good, but there is a chance of showers this afternoon. Let's go back to central commentary.
That's today's challenge, the 3.1 kilometres around Sandown, using the outside flowing section of the circuit in the top right of the corner, not coming into that tight, squiggly infield section, but rather running down the outside of the track, that very fast section over the top, down to Dandenong Road. So it's just 3.1 kilometres around as opposed to the 3.9 kilometres of the International Grand Prix track layout. And this is the field facing the starter. Just 23 cars, but an enormous array of quality, and as I said before, 2 cars making their world racing debut, but preceded in qualifying yesterday by the cars that went so fast at Bathurst last year in the James Hardy 12 Hour. Greg Hansford this time the fastest of all those drivers, taking pole position, just 7/100ths of a second faster than last year's Bathurst winner, John Bowe. So he sits beside Hansford on the front row of the grid, second row of the grid. Wayne Gardner trying very hard in the $167,000 Honda NSX owned by Ross Palmer, who's driving with his brother Ian. And Gardner yesterday, as I say, trying very hard, and one of 5 drivers and cars to be under Peter Fitzgerald's Toyota Supra lap record of 1:27.97. Fourth, sharing the second row of the grid, John Smith will start in the car he shares with Kevin Waldock, one of the first of the 2 Porsche 968 CS's lightweight versions of the standard Porsche 968, $120,000 worth. Starting up the third row of the grid is the second of those Porsches. That's Peter Fitzgerald, team boss and owner. He'll be starting off in that car. And then sharing that row with him, a remarkable effort on a 26.19. Now, the pole position of Hansford's was a 25.06, and Fitzgerald in the $120,000 Porsche did 26.13. Now, the second Porsche, 26.19, then Trimble and Cook, a 31.41 in a car that was actually crashed yesterday, went off the track coming round towards the pits, but mainly body damage, no real mechanical suspension damage, so okay to start. Then the Burton Vorst Gibbs Falcon EBSS. This is the 6-cylinder Falcon, faster than the XR8 that takes 8th grid position with Baird, Lamore and Kent Youlden. 9th grid position, starting the 5th row of the grid. Dick Johnson, his son Stephen and Cameron McConville, the 19-year-old star of Formula Ford racing in a similar car to the GSR Lancer, Ford Laser 4-wheel drive and turbo. Very good cars, just $31,000 list price and tremendous in the wet. Nissan Pulsar of Murray Carter. People can't work out quite how this 2-litre front-wheel drive car goes so fast. Heading off, the son of Jim Richards, Stephen Richards and Melinda Price, who went so well at Winton last year, to take 2nd place there. And then another of the Lancer GSRs, Ray Ryan from Western Australia with his crew that have got out of a Nissan NX that we'll see further down in the field, coming to 13th grid position. We see another of the Lancers, and this is Thompson, and one of 2 Salas in the field. This, in fact, Graham Sala, and a different car, and no relation to the Brian Sala, young Brian, that's driving further down in the field. The Suzuki Swift has done tremendously well with just 1.3 litres, 2-wheel front-wheel drive. Henry Draper and Mark Brame that won the Winton 6-hour last year so well. Citroën BX 16-valve, very interesting car with adjustable height suspension. Peter McLeod from Wollongong with his regular co-driver Clark. And then the Toyota MR2, 2-litre sports car out of that class where there are only 2 cars. 17th grid position sees us with Renato and Muscat, the best of 2 Hyundai Lantras from Korea. Then in 18th grid position, the Nissan NX Coupe that was formerly owned by Ray Ryan from Western Australia, who's moved on to a Pulsar. The Toyota Corolla, the best of a couple of those. And then another Suzuki Swift, well down obviously on the Brame Henry Draper car that went so well to lead the class, and indeed lead many of the cars from the bigger engine class above it. Second of the Suzuki Swifts, Danny Bogut and Howard and Crombie. And then finally, rear end of the grid, 2 Hyundai Australia employees, David Stone and Steve Hardman in the 2nd Hyundai Lantra. So there, the 2 Mazdas lined up on the front row of the grid. It was car 7 that won Bathurst last year, but this year car 1 that's pipped it for pole position. And Howard Marsden, we were discussing earlier, what a good job Greg Hansford's done, albeit by only 7/100ths of a second, to be faster than John Bowe, who's driving regularly and very much seen as one of the gun drivers these days in touring car racing. Just 10 seconds to the start. And a great start by Bell, almost jumping the start. There's Boggs down. Hansford's got it clean. So's Wayne Gardner in the Honda. He's blasting away. He's trying to get to the lead, forging up to the side of the Mazda and going into the lead. They expect that the Mazda will be the hare early on in the race, but indeed it is Honda NSX from the Mazda, then the Porsche 968, another of the 968, and the Mazda 5th, trying to come up to 4th, and then the little GSR coming into 6th place, and one of the GSRs there, car number 6, going wide. That's one of the slower ones. That's the Thompson Sala car, but a great start by Wayne Gardner. Mazda bogged down, as you saw, off the line. There's the Falcon V8 that, although qualifying slower than its 6-cylinder rival, has got away better in the jump from the start, and that's to be expected to a degree. But Wayne Gardner now in an area where the other drivers say he is sensationally quick, and a man who can do what he's done on 2 wheels would be expected to be, as he soars over the top there. And Greg Hansford, another motorcycle ace, of course, tucks in neatly and tidily behind him, and you can see the field breaking into, that's the 3rd clump of cars, 5 of them, and then the laser of Dick Johnson that's being piloted by him at the moment, leading the next bunch there. But this is Gardner, mid-engine car, So the engine in behind the driver, the V6 3-litre, and driving the rear wheels, so a different mechanical layout to most of the other cars. The Toyota MR2 is the one that shares that particular layout. 3.1 kilometres completed, 1 minute 32 seconds, so a long way to go in this Sandown 6 hour. Wiggling through the old pit area here at Sandown comes Gardner up onto the curbs that brought him unstuck just mildly yesterday. He got onto one of those curbs further back in coming into that infield area, and it was muddy, spun him round and just banged the rear bumper. Mazda's now 1 and 3, Porsche's 4 and 5. And in car number 5's John Smith. He did the time, and in car 4 behind him the Porsche is Peter Fitzgerald. But Gardner leads the field, and you can see him there working very hard. About a second margin on Hansford, and then Walden, and then John Smith and Peter Fitzgerald. Those Porsches by far the most specialised car of the 5 in the first 5 places. The Mazdas running, for instance, with their central locking system, their electric window winders, their electric adjustments for mirrors, CD system, an enormous sound system, Bose speaker, reverb system through the car and so on, whereas the Porsche is very light and very much lowered to come in as a specialist club sport race car. But they can go a long time on one tank, probably longer than this slightly higher revving Honda NSX, the V6 that develops maximum power at 7,100 revs. The Mazda a fairly high revving and thirsty car too, but these cars, 4 cylinders, 3 litres, very torquey engine, pretty comparable on power to the Mazda, very similar power and torque, and very good fuel consumption. It'll make it a very different race, tactically, and in pit stops, Howard Marsden.
Yes, the Porsche people are out here for the first time racing in the world. They've got a lot to learn. They're obviously here to learn and to get themselves organised for the big Bathurst race. But what's important here, to have a look at this NSX. The NSX is a car that's designed for a high-quality competitor to the Ferrari as an image vehicle. It's not a motor racing vehicle, despite its great technological advancements. Whereas both the Mazda and the Porsche have got development programs from the company. So will technology in its purest form go up against technology as it is developed for motor racing?
The face of Wayne Gardner, unusually with a roof over him. Did it at Bathurst, of course, last year, and he's doing it at Sydney Speedway at Granville Showground, Parramatta City Raceway, next Friday night in a sprint car. Very different car to this, a much hairier car. In fact, the Honda running an absolutely standard exhaust system and very quiet by comparison with the reasonably raucous Mazdas, which are changing place. So the Hansford's going back to 3rd place. And Gardner, you can see, assessing in the rear vision mirror what's going on behind him. What have I got to do? They've sorted out the pad change situation. Now the Mazdas behind have a year of racing behind them. Only one event, but that 12 hours at Bathurst and all the development that was involved and all the qualifying and testing up there, practice, has given them some valuable experience. The Porsches, by comparison, also debuting here today, so probably with things to learn, but with enormous, very specialised brakes, throwing out most of the weight in the car that they can. They've got to gone to manual window winders, and about the only electric motors in the car, in fact, are the starter motor and the windscreen wiper.
It's interesting to watch the Mazdas and the Porsches behind them actually grouping up. They're obviously running within a set plan for this long-distance racing, tending to be happy to let the NSX go, but very early days.
Well, not only happy, but probably not a lot they can do about it. A 26.3 fall from Wayne Gardner, just 0.2 of a second off his qualifying time. But let's have a look at the car that almost had a Bathurst disaster on their hands last Easter. They dropped back to 22nd and 43rd place in the race, but recovered from that to come 1st and 5th. Now, twin chamber, rotary Wankel engine. It's only counted with swept volume as 1308 cc's, but it's really generally regarded, because of the way they work, as about 2.2 litre. On top of that, twin turbo, so it all comes out to 176 kilowatts of power. Very low frontal area, as you can see. Not a particularly light car, about sort of comparable for the class. It's lighter than the Honda. It's about 60 kilos heavier, and it's 10 kilos lighter than the Porsche. Good-sized fuel tank, and in that ranking there too, that's power to weight ratio. In other words, the weight divided by the power in kilowatts actually comes out for the Mazda at 7.44, the second best of all the cars in the race. But despite Gardner's lap time, 2.5 seconds gap between first and second, and Walden in the second car here, as you can see, breaking away from Hansford and starting to catch. Now, Howard Marsden, do we see a race tactic forming here? Hansford saying, I know the sort of race pace I want to run, and Hansford's a very controlled driver. Walden being sent out as the hare to keep the Honda in sight?
Yes, I think so, and also keep the pressure on the Porsche. You'll notice that Walden's actually bumping the car a little bit off the curbs at the moment, so I think Hansford said, yeah, fine, I'll let the younger boy go and I'll look after my job. They are professional drivers, they're driving well within themselves, they've got to preserve these cars, they've got to learn as much as they can to win this race and to move forward to Bathurst.
And by comparison with that, Ken Douglas, who you've raced so often against people like Peter Fitzgerald there in car number 4, but in this Group E series production category, Porsche seem happy to run together and to the sort of pace that Peter Fitzgerald really computer calculates to win events.
Peter's been very sensible at the moment. You realise the thing, they're running at a very steady pace. It is a 6-hour race. He has to get the cars to the finish in one piece, so they're running to a very defined plan. The only criticism I have at the moment, hearing this commentary.
So there, Peter Fitzgerald in the car that he's sharing with Brett Peters, and really the king of Group E series production touring car drivers. Nobody more experienced or more successful at that sort of thing than Peter Fitzgerald, at least.
Also, what's interesting here, Will, is that we expect the Porsches to be able to go further on a tank of fuel than the Mazdas. So the Mazdas must get a break between themselves and the Porsches so they can make up lost time in the pits over 6 hours.
Yes, the Porsche is a really interesting car here because it reminds us that where Unos, for instance, have a 1.8 litre V6, that you can also retain 4 cylinders and have a very smooth car and a very powerful and economical one with as big as 3 litres. It's almost a sort of forgotten concept, but it really makes a beautifully drivable, flexible engine and a gloriously balanced chassis. The difference between that car and the Mazdas in front is that the transmission's in a drive unit in the rear, so the engine's up front, but then the gearbox and rear axle are all together down the rear, and it really does come out as a gloriously balanced car. By comparison, the Mazda is a real rocket ship, lighted up, and it just takes off. Ken Douglas looking at Peter Fitzgerald. He really is a tremendous strategist and experienced driver in this sort of racing.
Peter knows probably more than anyone else just how fast to drive these cars.
So fourth and fifth place being held currently by John Smith in car 5 and Peter Fitzgerald in car 4.
As a team manager, I've talked to those boys about not running quite as close to one another. Lose one, lose two, that's not a clever trick.
Porsche, have a look here. This is the specifications of a car just released on this market. A little bbit contentious. Some of the other competitors, they feel the car's too specialised to be allowed into what is really road-going type racing, and this is not the 968 that many people have already bought in Australia. It's the Club Sport variant of it. Vario Cam means that, like the Honda NSX with its VTEC engine, that it has variable valve timing, making it a more torquey engine down low and developing still very strong peak power at high revs. You can see very similar power to the Mazda, a little bit more torque, 10 kilograms more weight, and it all comes out to a power to weight rating of 3rd in the field, the Honda being best, the Mazda being next best, and the Porsche being the 3rd of them. And again, with a 74 litre fuel tank like the Mazda, I think it's 76 litres, the very economical 4-cylinder engine will take them, they hope, past the 2-hour mark, and therefore just 2 stops in this 6-hour race. Ken Douglas, those cars really sensibly to be driven very differently to the more sprint-oriented Mazdas in front of them.
You can see the car ahead at the moment is trying to keep the car nicely balanced, keep it flowing at a nice smooth speed. It's very important to get to the end of the 6 hours without wearing the car out. As Howard commented, I would agree, you don't want to have the two cars running that close together. One incident will take the whole team out, and it's a bit too much of a risk to take.
Nobody knows more either about how to run long-distance races and look after his car than Peter Fitzgerald.
Peter's probably won most of the long-distance races there are. Of course, he won the Bathurst 12-hour in 1991 in the Toyota Supra, and he's put together this team of Porsches with a team of very experienced drivers, and certainly looking good.
And, sorry Ken, but Wayne Gardner here with possibly the greatest problem facing somebody converting from being a stunningly good two-wheel racer to a four-wheel racer, and that is that it's very much harder to overtake. To get the width of a car past another car is very different to slipping by one when you're racing on a motorbike.
Well, you can just see what happened there. The driver in the little Nissan NX saw Wayne coming and gave him room, but Wayne wasn't familiar enough with him to be able to trust him. He lost some time doing it, but it was the more prudent course of action. You don't want to have a misunderstanding that will take the car out this early in the race.
Gardner with a tremendous touch. I mean, anybody who can do what he's done on two wheels should find something like a Honda NSX an absolute delight. Not quite boring, but certainly very much simpler than not much less power on his 500cc, his half-litre Grand Prix Honda than he's got in this car. And of course, with just a fraction of the weight. His Honda weighed just 120 kilos for a lot of his race time, 130 kilos last year, when finally he retired as one of the best motorcycle racers in the world. We can hear Wayne Gardner querying his pits as to whether they want him to back off, but down in the pits with the hot news is what's happening down there is John Smales.
And lying in 8th place, Will, in the race was John Trimble in the Lancer GSR until he made a lightning pit stop, lost only 12 seconds, but he's now being lapped by the leaders. And co-driver Rowan Cook, what happened?
John complained of petrol smell in the car. With the full tank, we had problems with the breather leaking fuel out. When he came in, by the time he came in, the fuel had... He'd used that amount of fuel, and the car seems to be all right now, not a problem.
But you've lost a full lap on the leaders. It must be disappointing.
Oh, it is disappointing, but we didn't fall too far back behind where we thought we were going to be. We knew we were going to lose laps on the leaders. We couldn't maintain their pace, or we couldn't keep up with them at full stop. But it's a long race. We'll be there. Car's good.
That's Rowan Cook, son of Gary Cook, a racer for a long time, sharing car 41 with John Trimble. Now, they qualified 6th, the best by far of all the turbo little four-wheel drive cars. They're now lying 17th. And Wayne Gardner threading his way through the field, and Gary Walden closing right up on him. Greg Hansford sitting back a little bit more patiently. Wayne Gardner at high speed in the past was fairly hard, spending most of his life on just two wheels. 1.7 seconds now ahead of Gary Walden in the Honda, in the Mazda, and Gardner looking in the rear vision mirror, wondering whether he should chase more revs, wondering if he should push the brakes and the tyres just a little bit harder. And now 9/10 of a second only as the Mazda goes chasing. And indeed, this is what, Howard Marsden, they did expect in the Porsche pit and in the Honda pit. They did expect the Mazda to be the hare in the race, at least one of them.
Yeah, so they're here to learn, as we said before. They don't know how hard they can push these cars against the Porsches. So there's no point in just sitting back and waiting for the Porsches to come to them. They've got to go out, dominate the race, find out what their problems are, but leave one of the cars back as a safety margin in case the Porsches do get them over the long distance.
One of the things they did discover in the James Hardy 12-hour last year was that they could have gone harder.
Exactly. Because
John Bowe ultimately gave the car a real rev in trying to recover from 43rd position and coming back up to 5th, and it did no harm at all. It just ran with the punishment meted out to it, so a change of lead now as they complete 11 laps now.
Thank you.
Going out on their 12th. It is Mazda leading Gary Walden from Wayne Gardner in the Honda NSX. $73,000, leads 167. And that $73,000 coupe that's now leading the race, the RX-7, is a very high performance package indeed. Very much, it's wrong to say it's a race car on the road, but it's more oriented to being suited to very high performance race track type driving in terms of its ride and handling. It's much more oriented to handling than it is to comfortable ride.
I think also you've got to look at why Mazda have done it as a marketing objective. They're coming out of Japan, they're moving more and more up market, and they're anxious to take away from the Europeans, particularly the Germans, their image in the upmarket area. So Mazda are deliberately here trying to say to the world, we're building a better two-seater sports car on the road than our Porsche. And Porsche are back to say that's wrong.
Porsche, on the other hand, say, well, no, the Mazda's not a competitor to us. The main competitor to us is boats and holiday homes and things like that.
And the economy of the world. But that's obviously the objective of this Mazda car, is to go out there and say to the world, and isn't it wonderful that here in Australia we have the answer and have these two people out here. Don't be fooled by what you're seeing at the moment. We're into the first hour of a 6-hour race, and the results are not going to be as you're seeing them at the moment. This race is going to change as it evolves.
Gary Walden, who actually won a car years ago and raced RX-7s back in the original shape, and has now done a 27.72. So pace is coming back a little bit. But Ken Douglas, Gary Walden, like Greg Hansford, doesn't get a lot of outings these days, but is very much a Group E race specialist.
Gary's one of those rare people that can have a fair old layoff and come back into a car, do good times with not a lot of practice. It was interesting to see when Wayne Gardner let Gary pass that time. Wayne's been very sensible. He doesn't want to, he knows what the Mazda team are trying to do. They're trying to suck him into running the Honda harder than they want to, and he's just let them go and run at their own pace. So it was a good move, that.
This exercise with the Honda is a fascinating one. Gardner talking to the pit crew there, and Ross Palmer, who, since his involvement in a modest way with Dick Johnson back in about 1981, about 11 years ago, and Palmer Tube Mills on the side of Dick's Falcon at that stage, that was a $3 million a year business. Now Palmer Tube Mills is a $200 million a year business. A very strong operation running in America. They have this dog bone product that we'll tell you more about later in the day, and a public company floated in 1986 that's probably worth something like $185 million in terms of its market value. It's been a remarkable exercise by a guy who set the business up with his father, now runs it on his own, and younger brother Ian co-driving with him. But Ross Palmer, in fact, who'll drive the car later in the day, ran in the celebrity race at Adelaide just a year ago, and he discovered this was terrific, and is in fact running a BMW in America. He's trying to spend about 6 months of his year in America and 6 months here in Australia, mainly based in Brisbane. Good battle, Ken Douglas, the Falcon battle, because a lot of competition between the V8 and the inline 6.
That's right, and at the moment it's being led by the 6-cylinder Falcon.
As we look at sorry, we'll come back to that, but as we look at the Hyundai there, then the Daily Planet Trimble Cook car, and the Suzuki of Bogut, and a nice mix of cars down there at NGK Corner. This is the Nissan NX Coupe that Ray Ryan had, is sold on to a group of HQ Holden drivers, and then a pile of Suzukis, then this battle that we were just referring to, Ken Douglas.
Kevin Burton's driving the black Falcon at the moment, which coincidentally happens to be my old Falcon. But they're doing a good job with it at the moment, just ahead of the V8 behind it. You wouldn't expect that 6-cylinder should be able to beat a V8, but the XR6 based Falcon that is an excellent six-cylinder, I've got to tell you.
It's a fantastic car, actually. The development that's gone into the six-cylinder Falcon engine, particularly Holden V6, slightly lesser extent, has been remarkable, such that these days, if I were buying a Falcon, and I'd be very happy to buy one, quite honestly, or a Commodore, because they really are good, I can't see an enormous number of reasons to buy a V8 ahead of a 6. I shouldn't say that to you, Howard Marsden, consulting as you are to Tickford Engineering, that's done the XR6 modification on this car.
Indeed, that is correct. Also, do remember that the six-cylinder is only 4 litres and the V8 is a 5 litre. So there's the XR6 program. The price, as you see, very low price vehicle, an engine with better breathing at the top end of the normal six-cylinder. In fact, talking with Ken Eulden, before, he was saying that one of the things in the V8 Falcon that he's in at the moment is he cannot rev beyond 5,000 RPM, whereas the six-cylinder will go beyond the 6.
There's only 4 kilowatts less power in the 6 than the V8. The V8 has 165, but it has 388 Newton meters of torque. So a bit more torque, but a lot less weight. And all in all, that is a very, very good package. Acceleration times, Wheels magazine said 7.2 seconds, 0 to 100 kilometers an hour.
Very quick, and that weight you mentioned, Will, is very important because it's less weight over the front end. So the six-cylinder turns in better, it's kinder to the tyres, it'll be easier on the brakes as well. That XR6, which Ken was saying before was his old car, has had more race development than the V8. So an interesting battle of a car with development, smaller engine, against a car with a larger V8 engine, but it's still being shown the way. We'll watch that during the day.
So probably about an hour and a half in front of Wayne Gardner in this car. And remember too that while he's won 18 World Championship 500cc Grand Prix, he's also won the Suzuka 8-hour race in Japan. So with all the noise and violence that goes on going fast on two wheels, he's able to plan long-distance race strategy just in the same way as he'll need to do it in this one. Gardner down past the pits again.
Gardner cleverly using all the road, looking after the car and not giving anything a hard time. Again, they don't have race experience, they don't know what's going to break. So the whole idea is to keep this car going as long as possible to surprise people.
It's unlikely in their experience and the road experience of the car that anything will. It's a beautifully made piece of machinery. Mid-engine, as I said earlier, the little V6 engine, transverse across the car, tucked in behind the driver with that VTEC, so variable valve timing, that gives it flexibility over a very wide range. A very exotic car that nevertheless is very drivable. Claimed top speeds about 270 kilometres an hour. Wheels magazine in a recent high-speed test of a lot of cars in Australia found it at about 260, but Wayne Gardner, like me, I had a test of one of those in Germany some years ago and saw within a whisker of 270 indicated. And I said to Wayne Gardner recently, who owns one privately, keeps it in his Monaco garage, what's the top speed of an NSX? And he blushed slightly. He said, about 270, I think.
Hopefully not round Monaco.
No, not round Monaco, but he does love it.
Yes.
And using it in a very different environment today. And while Ross Palmer, the owner of the car, is sort of, oh gee, it's $167,000, to Wayne Gardner it's just a piece of machinery to be used in the proper way to try and win the motor race. And it doesn't matter what it's worth or what happens to it, you just do your best. When he came in yesterday and he banged the back of the car, he said, my fault, just an error, I'm sorry, and so on.
To see the way that he took a much tighter line on the Falcon there, how much easier it is for him to be able to get in and get out.
So Gary Walden, then the Honda, then you see Porsche third, Porsche fourth, Mazda now Greg Hansford fifth. So things changing substantially here. Ken Douglas?
Greg Hansford's been dropping off the pace substantially in the last lap or so. It seems to be more than just traffic because he hasn't come up on any. He's been passed first by John Smith, then by Peter Fitzgerald in very short order. He's dropped back about an extra second or so, so that I think is significant at this point.
And up with us at the moment, a relief driver from the Mazda team, Terry Lewis, who's in fact the Australian series production champion for 1992. Congratulations on that, Terry, and welcome to the commentary box. What's the tactics involved here in leading the race and having a second car running fifth?
they do want to have one Mazda running with the front part of the pack. The other Mazda wants to look after its brakes, so that's why it's dropping back. It's not actually in any sort of a problem. It's just trying to nurse its brakes.
And do you know what the extra wear on the brakes will be by the car that's running up at the front? As we see Peter Fitzgerald now has brought one of those two Porsches up ahead of Greg Hansford, pushing the second Mazda back to fifth.
Our brake wear is not that great. It's something. It is a track that is not quite good on brakes, but we haven't found any problems with the Mazdas with brakes. The brake wear is quite low actually, and I don't think that there will be a problem with it.
On the other hand, nothing is better equipped with brakes than those two Porsches.
The Porsches have got huge brakes. The Porsches actually flown in from Germany a week or so ago. The Porsches, they have a slightly smaller fuel tank, but they will last another 2 hours. The turbocharged car is a bit heavy on fuel, and once again, by nursing one of the cars, we feel that one of the cars will be better at the end.
So you're trying to get a better fuel consumption as well as brake wear thing out of that car back in fifth place.
That's right, Will.
And you've driven the car on both Friday and Saturday here. How do you find them round here suited to this track? Perhaps not quite as well as they were to Bathurst?
I never drove the car at Bathurst. The car around here, it's a great handling car. I can't fault the car really. It is a missile, and
it is a missile.
It is a missile.
And does everything really nicely, doesn't it? I mean, it's a bit like the Porsche in one sense. It's very well locked down, and if you get it sideways, there's no sort of roll oversteer or anything, is there? You know, it's a very taut car, very responsive, tells the driver a lot about what it's doing.
Well, the springs, we wouldn't want some springs on the car. We were actually allowed to have springs for this race, but we felt that if we started to do some
When you talk about springs, you're saying modified springs, which at Bathurst must be standard, but here are allowed to be different.
That's right, Will. With the springs that you were not allowed for Bathurst, you'll find that with these rules today, we were actually allowed to change the springs, but we left the springs as is. In preparation for Bathurst.
So the Mazda's running very much in Bathurst trim. Well, a lot of testing would have been required, a lot of time and money to get them properly set up into the different rule configuration that was allowed here at Sandown. So the decision taken by Alan Horsley to run with what you know and to make sure you do that right and have that set up properly. And Ken Douglas, the complexion changing a little bit yet again.
The Porsches are maintaining their pace pretty much, but Wayne Gardner's dropped off a little bit more speed in the Honda and is now only about 1.1 seconds ahead of the two Porsches running together. Significant. I'm not quite sure why Wayne ran it so hard in the first few laps and then to settle it back, but he's obviously running at a pace that he's comfortable at and certainly isn't working the car.
What will have happened there, Ken, is that they'll have let the adrenaline run, let him go, get the publicity of that first bit of a run, then talk to him and pull him back to what they feel they should be running on fuel consumption and car durability. So they're human out there.
Murray Carter leading the 1601cc Class B in his Triple S Pulsar number 18 that's in 9th place outright, and Class A up to 1600 cc's is being led by the car that was fastest in qualifying, Mark Brave in the Suzuki Swift, qualified in 14th position, running 16th at the moment, but this the car that's leading and doing a great job. And using a little bit more revs as well as a bit harder braking, Terry Lewis?
I think the way the first Mazda's running is basically to its plan.
But by comparison with the other car, he'd be using just a little bit more revs.
That's right.
And this, Terry, take us round here as we look at it from above in the chopper, round Sandown, going down to Dandenong Road corner.
Back to second gear. Moving quite along there, into third gear.
So fairly busy with gear changing and brakes?
No, not quite, not really. Once again, we're into third gear, coming onto the straight, still in third gear, about 4,500 revs.
Really good torque from the turbos.
Very good torque from the turbos.
Because they're sequential turbos, aren't they? There's one little turbo looks after the lower end of the range, another boosts it up high.
That's right. Into fifth gear.
And the Porsches behind them Behind this
back to
car has
fourth.
a 6-speed gearbox. This is a
Back to
5-speed.
Back to third.
Just using the curb there as a berm.
That's right. Still in third gear. Back to second gear. But if you're trying to go for economy, you'd still be in third gear. So there's not a lot of gear changes.
And how does it get out of that slow corner, for instance, by comparison to the Porsches? The Porsche got a slightly better second gear for that corner?
They actually pull, the Porsches do actually pull a little bit better than the Mazdas coming out of the corner, but the Mazdas pick up more on the top end.
Fascinating car, these, Ken Douglas, the Dick Johnson, Stephen Johnson car, and Father Dick has made an error, yes?
Well, I don't think that was the way the stylists at Ford originally intended the laser to be. It seems to have copped a bit of a hit in the front panel. It's very easy to get tangled up with another car when you're lapping them around this place, especially when a lot of the drivers don't know each other and their particular habits and foibles.
This car competing in the turbo class against the two RX-7 Mazdas, which are lying first and fifth, and Dick Johnson in car 17 is lying 8th and therefore third in class. Behind him 10th, 11th and 12th. A car 23, Ray Ryan in the GSR Lancer, so Ford TX3, the lesser powered and very fractionally cheaper of those two fairly similar cars, is leading the GSR Lancer. The Trimble Cook car, of course, having had a problem. Car 6 is in 11th place, that's the Thompson Sala GSR Lancer, and car 41 then, which is the Trimble Cook car, is in 12th place, so he's made a couple of placings.
Dickie enjoying himself there, Will?
Yes.
Having a good throw of the car, and why shouldn't he enjoy a little car? He hasn't got the power. He'll be saying up and down the straights, what am I doing here, where the sandwiches? So we'll enjoy it through the corners.
Had a real problem with the car through Friday and Saturday. Fuel pickup in what he said was a fairly complex system. They just gave it one pickup and simplified the whole thing, went back to almost a standard type of tank. He said we haven't had a problem since. The car, of course, that came second at Bathurst in the inaugural James Hardy 12 hour in 91, led it at one stage last year, but then disappointingly retired in the 12th or the 11th hour of the race, just coming up towards the finish. But remarkable little cars. Now Dick's in this car and doing this race really to help Cameron McConville and his son Stephen, 18 years old Stephen, out of karting for a few years. Dick will do the first stint, but then hand over to them.
I was watching yesterday Father Dick talking to son and having to look up and wave his finger at him. The boy's much bigger than Dickie is.
And John Smales will have to look up to him too, I'd imagine.
And Stephen Johnson, in fact, as you rightly pointed out, Will, is learning a lot about motor racing today. The cans around his ears at the moment are connected to his dad in the car, and Stephen, your father's talking around the track, even as he drives now.
Yes, he's basically telling Cameron and I the best way to save the car and the quickest way around to keep the car going to the end.
So he's actually giving you instructions as he races the car right now?
Yes, he's basically telling us where we should be braking and which gears we should be using through the corners, which is a lot different in a race to qualifying.
Do you expect the same voice in your ear as you're racing out there?
Yes, he'll be talking to me while I'm driving around, hopefully telling me what I'm doing wrong, if he knows anything, yes.
So there you go, Dick Johnson's Motor Racing School in action.
I don't know if son Stephen was meant to say of father, 5-time Australian touring car champion, if he knows anything. He probably meant relevant to the particular situation at the time.
I think the other thing is that watching that car being thrown around at the moment, there's no way in the world that the young bucks are going to be faster than the old bucks today.
No, he's gone very well indeed. Ken Douglas, that car is a car that you can use very nearly that hard, perhaps not quite that hard all the time, because of this four-wheel drive setup. It gives them a real advantage.
The car itself is an excellent car. It's just about absolutely bulletproof. Dick probably realises that they're not in a tyre wear situation today where that will become a problem. So he's extracting everything he can in the corners and perhaps backing down a little bit under brakes and down the straights.
Should be a great contest between them and the GSR Lancer, but have a look at this one. Wayne Gardner busy with John Smith. Honda NSX, mid-engine car, 3-litre V6 with two 3-litre 4-cylinder Porsches hot on his tail and making life hard. But that doesn't matter. Wayne Rainey, Eddie Lawson and other people have sometimes got past Gardner, have sometimes made life difficult. But one of the... and a very cheeky follow through there. by Peter Fitzgerald in car 4, following John Smith in car 5. We'll be talking to John Smith later. Gardner's talking to the pits and saying, well, we've lost a couple of places, but I was going to say that one of the things Gardner is, and one of his enormous fortes, is the real tiger that the guy's got. And if this were a different race, he'd be saying, you can't get away with that, and here I come back at you. But it obviously suits, do you think, Howard Marsden, the race strategy, just at this stage, to say, all right, you do your thing and I'll do mine?
Exactly. The smile on his face as he was taken by those two Porsches, the one hand on the steering wheel. He's not sweating too much out there. I don't think he's going to lose a lot of weight today. He's doing exactly what he's told to do. Great sign of a true professional.
Very quiet car, and very civilised one actually for one of those fancy sort of supercars. As I say, very easy to drive, very tractable, smooth engine and so on. Terry Lewis, is this the way you expected to see the race shaping, in the way that teams sit back and work out what everybody else is going to do and what you'll have to do to counter it?
Certainly the Porsches look like they're going to their plan. The NSX is doing something similar. The Mazdas, I think they need to gain at least a second lap to try and stay in front, because the fuel economy of the RX-7 is a little bit. It has to stop every hour and 15 minutes, whereas a Porsche can possibly go for an hour, for 2 hours to 2.5 hours. So we need to gain that little bit extra per lap to stay in front.
So how do you justify then Greg Hansford running back there in 5th?
Once again, the fuel economy. We want to be able to have one car in one position, another car in a different position, and to be able to judge them for Bathurst.
A very much more comfortable day, as we see that the leading Mazda, Walden, has 12.7 seconds on John Smith, now lying second there in the Porsche. Much more comfortable weather for everybody, for drivers, but particularly cars and the turbo Mazdas, than Friday's searing heat.
Yeah, the Mazdas are actually in the heat. They basically lose 20 horsepower, and once again in the heat, they just don't like the heat.
Consumption, the turbo car, very much indeed. And so again, we've got an interesting battle here. The technology is different between the two cars. The efficiencies of the cars, turbocharger versus large capacity 4-cylinder engine, and fuel economy is going to be very important, as Terry was saying, from that side.
You have the worst of two worlds. You lose power and you increase fuel consumption. Looking at car 18 here in 19th place, and this is dear old Murray Carter. And Howard, goodness me, when you were running Falcons at Bathurst in the 70s, I don't imagine that you thought, if you'd thought ahead, that the same guy, Murray Carter, would be still soldiering on in the 1990s.
Great respect for Murray. I used to think that he was old in the 70s, so I really think that he's obviously getting younger. Can be the only way.
Leading Class B, as we said earlier, and has a car that he seems really to have taken to. He ran a Sierra and he's run other things, not so very quickly on occasions. This thing's a bit of a rocket ship and he's had a lot of success in it.
Right, Murray and his offsider Warren have got a lot of experience in running the Nissan front-wheel drive vehicles. They really know how to keep the front of the car down, keep both wheels and tyres in touch with the road, drive it accordingly, and they found a lot of speed in the car. They've worked very hard, and I think it's great that Murray's still able to hold a technological advantage against the youngsters as well as a driving opportunity.
The interesting thing, as we see him tuck in there behind the Gary Walden car, the race leader, is that that's an ex-Nissan development car that did a lot of outback testing, so it cannot be sold, and indeed when Murray's finished with it, it must be destroyed. It is in fact a very high mileage engineering test vehicle.
That's right, not allowed to be registered, a vehicle that owes nobody anything. It's earned its money as that amount of sheet metal.
And still doing a tremendous job. And Ken Douglas, you were saying that even with 4 litres of Falcon engine, you're a bit pressed to get past it on occasions.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing actually. You think you've got a nice big runny Falcon and you have to rely on the corners to get past the small cars, but that's just the way it is these days.
Mountain Straight at Bathurst, it was just as quick as the Falcon?
Yeah, I got an excellent run up on him going up Mountain Straight, couldn't catch him. Got him under brakes, no problems, but couldn't catch him up the straight.
This is Wood, Craig and Jansen in their Nissan NX that they bought from Ray Ryan in Western Australia.
Yeah, the first time out in this car. They're planning on running it under the Bathurst specs with regards to springs, so that they can all get a good feel for how the car is, use it as a development exercise and trying to get a result on the board.
Looking at the NX behind, that's an interesting thing, because the Pulsar, 2 litre, so is the NX. It's basically the same engine, but it doesn't have the anti-lock brakes. It's optional in that model, or it's in the top model of the NX, and this isn't the top model, albeit that it's got a lovely Targa roof, and fairly small front discs, and really the pace that car's doing is very much governed by looking after the brakes rather than the potential of the engine.
Yes, and you can see the way in which Murray Carter's better developed car is handling. It allows Murray to turn in better, not use the brakes quite as much, but allow the tyres to have a bit of a scrub, catch the car and come through, whereas this car's having to be in, brake, a little bit of a lock-up. You can see the weight transfer I was talking about, the weight going to the front of the car, weight off the back end, rear brakes lock up. He's having to drive that car very much more carefully, and he is going to have to watch his brakes as he goes through the race.
Peter Fitzgerald now in second place in Porsche number 4 from John Smith. In third place, Porsche number 5, and they, with the Gary Walden Mazda number 7 in front, are the cars that presently, I was going to say sandwich the NX, but now slip past as they go up over the top. An exciting section of circuit, Terry Lewis.
It certainly is.
Is that where good drivers can really pick up time on lesser mortals?
Well, I noticed with the production car, that's where a lot of the time was coming down that hill, going through those 2S's. It's quite a scary hill, actually.
Because these production cars, if you get throttle off, can step out a bit, can't they?
That's right, yes.
We're having the first bit of tactical racing going on here at the moment. The gap between the Mazda and the Porsche is very important. Porsche will be now watching Mazda to see whether they can get the gap to get that fuel consumption problem fixed. The Porsches are obviously not going to push themselves, but just stay close enough to the Mazdas that when the Mazda have the extra fuel stops, they can get through. In other words, the Porsches are not splitting themselves and going hare and tortoise. They're both in there and they're both on game plan at the moment.
Peter Fitzgerald, a pretty forceful guy, and we've seen that several times, Ken Douglas, in the way that he slipped into gaps. He did it on Wayne Gardner, and he did it a corner earlier there on Murray Carter. If there's half a gap, he pokes the nose in, doesn't he?
Well, he takes an opportunity. I think when he passed Wayne Gardner, he'd already seen by Wayne's body language that he was not throwing out any sort of threat to John Smith when he passed him, and therefore there was half a gap, and he thought he'd stick his nose in it, and he was correct in his judgment. Wayne just let him through. At the moment, he's trying to catch up with Gary Walden in the leading Mazda. The gap's currently 14.1 seconds, but I think Peter will be able to pull it down, because I don't think the Mazda can maintain that sort of pace ongoing, and it will also have to pit earlier.
And Howard, didn't they look nice, very neutral as they went over the top there?
They really did, and they're obviously well within themselves, well on their plan. It's interesting to look at the track surface. We're already starting to get that roll of rubber, used racing rubber, starting to get onto the circuit. We're going to start to end up having a line where the cars are running, and that will be nice and safe. Offline will get more and more slippery, and the drivers are going to have to understand as they go down this race that keeping the car on the racing line is going to be important. One other thing that we were expecting today, in fact, was showers here at Sandown, but we're lucky at the moment. Looking out into the distance, there are rain clouds over the Dandenongs. Doesn't look as though we're going to get it here today. So there have been a lot of people very worried about tyres, about handling. Even the Mazda, which has got a very clever rear steering mechanism at the back suspension of the Mazda, were a little bit concerned if rain was going to come down. It looks as though we're going to get a clear run today. That's good. People can then set their plans and stay with them.
Just working things out. They've done in just under 3/4 of an hour, 30 laps. They're on their 31st. That had come out to 40 laps an hour, and 240 laps in the 6 hours. That's 744 kilometres, 124 kilometres an hour average, which is fairly honking along, isn't it, when you consider that Victoria has just gamely, adventurously stuck its speed limit on freeways back up to 110 kilometres an hour on roads. They're engineered for about 200.
There's no two ways about it. This type of car that you're seeing, which is a very expensive vehicle on the road, cannot be used in Australia anymore. And I think we may find more and more people buying these sorts of vehicles and going racing on the roads. And that's what circuit racing can do in the future. buy a car, drive it around by all means, but let your hair down on the race circuit.
Yeah, you said racing on the roads, and I don't think you meant to say that.
Quite right. I meant to say exactly the opposite. But I think it's one of the futures that CAMS and motorsport can offer the Australian public who do still want to explore the limits, and motorsport is one of the ways of doing it.
What people don't realise, and I think it's appropriate to say it, is that these cars are sensationally good. At 160, cruising along a motorway, they are a very relaxed, very safe car, quiet, smooth, easy to steer, and really those sorts of speeds are not horrifying in these sorts of cars these days, albeit that they are illegal.
That's right. I think what's important that you're talking about your German type of experience, of which you've done a fair amount of that, where the whole of the nation understands that speed is something that is a responsibility, and the training of the drivers in Germany are such that everybody pays attention to their mirrors, and it's an art form. In this country, we tend to see motoring to some extent as a form of transport, and so the mixture of the enthusiast and the ordinary driver is difficult. I still think it's an area where motorsport can help in the future.
I find it amazing that almost everybody can get a license. I mean, I don't know how you could be serious about road safety when you almost as a right give a license to everybody in the community.
Well, most certainly the one statistic you can't get away with is more than 95% of all accidents are caused by people.
And the cars have become safer and safer, both in their ability to avoid accidents and also then to look after the occupants if they do have an accident. And this is the sort of car from the country that's very much to the forefront of high-speed car development, Germany.
A good example there of a man using his mirrors, being overtaken, pulling to one side, indicating where to go. Safety is important on the racetrack as well as it is on the road.
Interesting thing here, Ken Douglas, that we see Peter Fitzgerald trying to work on that 14-second deficit, certainly making ground on Gardner there in the Honda, as you can see him back in 4th place, but trying to make some ground on that deficit to Gary Walden, but they're sticking together as they do so.
Yeah, I said it before, I'll say it again. I just don't think it's terribly clever in a 6-hour race to run 2 cars from the same team that close together. Howard made the same comment beforehand, and I couldn't endorse it more. Peter's having trouble at the moment trying to catch up with that 14-second gap, but I think he's quite happy just to leave it sit there for the moment, knowing that the pit stops are going to be coming earlier for the Mazdas.
This is an interesting one, where we've got Whittaker and Gardner in the MR2, in fact getting tangled up at the moment with the Falcon V8 of Baird. But tucked in behind it too, it was Mark Braham's Suzuki Swift number 42. That's running still 16th outright, but leading Class A, and in fact headed the 2-litre sports car class in its 2-vehicle entirety in qualifying, as well as many of the cars from Class B with 2-litre engines.
Significant passing manoeuvre just coming up ahead. Peter Fitzgerald's about to put a lap on Kent Youlden in the V8 Falcon. Normally that wouldn't be done without a lot of blood bled.
Look at this. The John Smith Porsche there knew that Mark Braham was one person there in Ford car 42 who wouldn't let him by. He's a very hard young charger. He's got a very well sorted car. Porsche's just split temporarily there, as Braham quite rightly claimed his line into the corner. That's a new car from Atico. Did such a good job in his old car, winning the Winton 6-hour late last year, that the Yokohama Winton 6-hour, to give it its correct title, that Braham got this new car from Atico Suzuki, and very much the setup that he had on the previous car, using it as spares. But Howard Marsden, doesn't he get some performance out of this thing? It's astonishing.
Isn't it wonderful to see a little 1300cc car like that giving the 2-litre mid-engine Toyota behind it a hard time? Coming back to what we were saying before, when you've got a race car and you've got people who know how to sort out the vehicle, they can get some quite remarkable performances out of something that you really wouldn't expect was possible. So on the road, the MR2 Toyota, a much better vehicle than the little Suzuki. On the track, miracles can be worked.
Terry Lewis, you're looking keenly out there through the window at the front car situation. How do you see it?
I'm just having a look at the distances between the two Mazdas as we see one Mazda go past the front of the tower now.
That's the second one of Hansford.
That's right. I think everything's going to plan.
Well, one of the things is that these cars are incredibly reliable. As we were saying earlier, they're very safe. The other thing is they're beautifully engineered these days. There's no trick in making a car these days. It hangs together. Incidentally, there Gary Walden has a number of people have set a new lap record. Goodness me, 2, 4, 5 cars, but the fastest of them, Gary Walden, at a 25.3 by comparison with Peter Fitzgerald, turbocharged 3-litre Toyota Supra at a 27.97. Things change, Howard Marsden.
Things develop. We're back to that same theme. You give enough mechanics, enough time and money, and they will improve the product, and that's what's happening.
So there's the situation at the moment. You see Gary Walden in that Mazda that very soon after the start forged onto the lead. The Porsches that have moved into second and third place, Peter Fitzgerald from John Smith, Wayne Gardner easing back to fourth place after that exciting time up in the lead, and Greg Hansford playing a very canny waiting game and still very much a potential race winner, but in fifth at the moment. Cars evolving already, and in behind the 4-wheel drive turbo cars, in among the front wheel drive 2-litre 1600 and 1300 cc cars, all bundled together. V8 Falcon pulling out there with the 6-cylinder Falcon just in front of it, but up the front of the field some very fast, very high performance, beautifully engineered cars indeed, heading the field in what will be a really interesting race, because different fuel consumption, different pit stops, rates of brake pad wear and so on will break things up enormously. So this is the way things got away in the very early laps of the race, around the 3.1 kilometres of Sandown track, 25 k's to the south west of Melbourne. Wayne Gardner leading early from Greg Hansford, then Gary Walden, and John Smith leading Peter Fitzgerald early on. Now all of that was to change within the first hour. Gardner making very good use of this car owned by Ross Palmer, the businessman from Brisbane in the steel business who took BHP to court and won, and with his new dog bone product, and indeed the new product that's advertising dog bone, the Honda NSX making its world motor racing debut here. Porsche 968 in the CS version. Club Sport, very light, very bare car, no rear seats, none of the fancy accoutrement, air conditioning an extra, car radio an extra, but lowered suspension, bigger brakes, enormous rear wheels, and all in all, the most specialised car for this task. 6 hours in production cars around Sandown as we come back live now, and they're very live, and into the pits comes the first Mazda and the race leader, and it's Gary Walden, and in perhaps a couple of minutes early. Expected to go an hour and 5, he's gone just short of an hour and 3. But Terry Lewis, they get fuel surge and know when they have to come in.
Yes, certainly. Basically, you get a fuel. You'll get one fuel surge under the Dunlop Bridge, and as soon as that happens, you have to come straight in. Our petrol tanks pick up quite to the last litre.
And in a 30-second stop, plus the coming in and out of the pits, the technique for you people is no driver change at this stage.
Right. We plan to go 3 hours. The driver change actually takes quite a long time, so we just plan to do the 3 hours and do a 1 driver change. With that driver change, we may do 1 brake change, and it all depends on how hard we are on the brakes.
Do you then have to come in before the 3 hours to stick with the sup-regs in terms of time at the wheel for 1 stint?
I think so.
And down at the pits, John Smales.
25.17 seconds the stop, John Bow. That was about 5 seconds more than you'd anticipated to dump fuel.
Well, yeah, it didn't go in quite as quick as we thought, but it was a pretty good stop. Gary's doing a really good job, and you know, he's saving the brakes, which is you know, one of the Achilles heels of the car, only because the pad's not very thick, not because it gets too hot. So you know, he's doing a fine job. I hope he can hang in there. Like, he's now got to work for another hour to try and get in front of the Porsches again.
You stopped, in fact, 3 minutes over the hour. Does that give you any hope for Hansford hanging out longer?
Well, Hansford's running a different plan, and I would imagine he'll go a little longer, but basically we wanted to stop to see how much fuel the car took.
And And yourself in the car when, John?
Well, we're going to try and divide the race in half so we don't get all tangled up. So if it all goes to plan, I'll be in at 3 hours and finish the race.
So Greg Hansford in car 1 now comes up to 4th place, and the race leader, Gary Walden, in car 7 goes back to 5th, 6.75 seconds behind him. So he's dropped only 4 placings, but quite a bit on the car that now leads, Peter Fitzgerald in the Porsche 968, car number 4. Former race leader, 1st to 5th, car number 7. And as I say, up at the front of the field now is Porsche and Howard Marsden. That's a nice planned debut, typical one, I suppose, of a German company that specialises in club racing cars and making its standard cars very quick.
The calculators will be running both in Mazda and in the Porsche pits at the moment, looking at how much fuel they took, how long they took, and starting to work out the next 5 hours of this 6-hour plan. So it's important now to see when the second Mazda comes in, and they'll be able to split the difference. Mazda can then readjust their plan. Porsche can say we're on or off the way that we're going. So we're just starting to see the picture unfolding, Will.
Well, we are, because the Porsche coming up to the finishing line now, we get a gap back to the Mazdas. In fact, between the two Porsches there's 3.7 seconds, but it will make a pit stop very close, within a few minutes, if it goes according to plan, of when the Mazda makes its next stop. Now 10.3 seconds back to Greg Hansford. He's due for a stop, so the really significant time is that it's 6.7, so 17.23, about 25 seconds the Porsche's advantage at the moment. So that time has to be made up to get the Mazdas back on level pegging with the Porsche's expected first stop.
Exactly, and having to do it at the moment, we think, on a ratio of 2 to 1, 1 hour against 2 hours. The other one to watch in the middle there is, in fact, the NSX Honda, which is being cleverly run at the moment, and they think they're going to get about a 1 hour 40 run out of their fuel. So there's somebody in the middle between the two, what we might call works teams, to really make this interesting.
And how do you see it now, Terry Lewis? The Mazda's got to make that time up, hasn't it? It has no option but to go and chase.
Once again, it's got to do a 25-second lap dash in 1 hour, as opposed to the Porsche. I can't see the Porsche doing a fuel run of 2.5 hours. I'd really be interested just 2 hours. I really can't see that for a car with exactly the same power to weight ratio as a Mazda RX-7, how they can use that small amount of fuel.
Yes, it's interesting, because in actual fact, people often think that fuel consumption is related mainly to engine capacity or number of cylinders. It's related most specifically to the work the engine does. In other words, how fast it's going. There's Greg Hansford in, 1 hour and 7 minutes, so only an extra 4 minutes for running at that slower pace. Just a quick top up of the oil. People say my car doesn't use oil. Every car uses oil.
BP oil.
It's there's no way that you can recycle all the oil that goes into the cylinders and get it all back out again after, as well as it lubricating the engine. So a slightly longer stop for Greg Hansford, I think.
Yes, again, the oil's gone in just as a precaution. They're running the cars differently. So nothing to be written in that.
And of course that was BP oil.
So car 1 will retain 5th place. So the leading 5 have all completed 46 laps. 6th place, car number 50 of Kevin Burton, Peter Vorst, Mark Gibbs, the Falcon 6-cylinder. 6th place has done 44 laps. Down in the pits, John Smales.
33 seconds was the pit stop for Greg Hansford, Barry Jones, crew chief. Why was it slow?
Oh, we had to add a bit of oil to that one, and we're checking the brake pad wear. We just want to make sure that everything's all right. We've still got a fair way to go. It's only 3 seconds, it's not that bad.
Walden's very much turned out to be your hair of the two cars.
Well, We have to run one car a little bit quicker if we can, just to see if there's any failings with the Porsches or whether or not there's going to be any problems, and we have to have somebody sitting there ready to pounce if there is a problem with the opposition.
You've been a bit concerned by the Porsches?
I think that's a bit of an understatement. Yeah, we're very concerned about the Porsches. They're a purposely built car for this type of racing. Not that that's a drama, of course, but you know, we have to compete with them and we have to do the best we can with the vehicle we've got. And our vehicle is exactly as sold. It's a spot-on car, you know, and we can still win this if we play our cards right.
What are your figures? How much harder do you have to run on the track to make up for the amount of time the Porsches aren't going to spend in the pits?
Well, it's hard to say. It's something we can only do as time progresses, but I think we just have to do the best pit stops we can. We have a very good driver lineup. We have a very good pit crew. We've planned to stop every hour, as you can see, with these cars. And any advantage that the Porsche's got will be in its fuel consumption.
And indeed, looking at Mazda number 1 in 5th place, but Ken Douglas, the gap first to second.
Well, at the moment it's not that much, about 5 seconds, but interesting.
Sorry, first to 4th, the Mazda that's pitted.
Well, at the moment it's now at 20 seconds, but I think we'll find that Gary Walden will try and start pulling that back. Mazda are now committed to making this a 5-stop race by pitting it after 63 minutes. It'll be interesting to see how far the Porsches can go, but if they can get it down to a 3-stop race, it's going to be a huge advantage.
Yes, well, they were hoping for a 2-stop race, but I tend to go with Terry Lewis out Mazda. We're starting to talk of fuel consumption there earlier, and as I say, it's the work done. It's the amount of mass you're moving and the rate at which you move it that determines fuel consumption more than engine capacity or number of cylinders.
That's exactly right, and the efficiency of these engines, of course, is great. It's actually quite an interesting background story. Both Porsche and Mazda have been involved for many years in the World Sports Car Prototype programs, and those programs used to be involved in fuel consumption. So the huge amount of knowledge by Mazda and by Porsche, and the computers that are run and control the engines are very important to how the fuel consumption comes up. Now, 2 matters here. One is the best computer in the car is the driver. So that the driver's skill to be able to corner without using throttle, to be able to corner without using heavily his brakes, he's the man who's going to be giving you that best program.
There's 1st, 2nd and 3rd all close together. In fact, there's about 3.4 seconds over the 3 of them, and that's Peter Fitzgerald to John Smith, to here Wayne Gardner in 3rd place, then the Mazda number 7 of Gary Walden and number 1 of Greg Hansford. So a big close gaggle at the front, and it'll be very frantic times indeed when finally it evolves how long the Porsche can go in one pit stop and how long the Honda NSX can go. I'd imagine Wayne Gardner would be finding this a little bit soporific by comparison with the wind buffeting and the body work that went into making a motorbike go fast.
You have to learn the adrenaline kick between the two things. But just coming back to that Porsche problem, the computer control of the fuel economy, in fact, I think they may have a bit of a problem. They've had to over-silence these cars. They've had to come down to the regulation 95 dB decibel rating of noises on all Australian racing circuits. To do that, they've actually had to put on a triple silencing system. Now, that extra back pressure from the engine may in fact upset their plans as to how far they can go on fuel consumption. It will be interesting to see when the first Porsche comes in.
Porsches were noticeably over about 98, 99 dB in testing, and they had to bring them back. But Wayne Gardner, who's recently, of course, signed for the Holden racing team, driving Group A, if that's the correct definition, but anyway, the highly modified touring cars for Holden next weekend to start off the Touring Car Championship at Amaroo Park, but with that speedway meeting at Parramatta City Raceway, Granville Showground, on the preceding Friday night. Now, woven into all that, he'd organised the speedway meeting before he signed for Holden, and suddenly he had the two things on top of each other and said, the Speedway people had got underway with the publicity and everything. He's got a really good car, an X-Max Dumsley sprint car. So they said, well, let's keep going with that. And he asked Holden, and they said, that's all right. And on top of all that, since signing for Holden, Mercedes-Benz in Germany has come back to him and said, we've cleared everything. We have a contract for you to race in Germany this year.
Dear, oh dear.
God, they said, oh my God. So
I wouldn't mind taking over one of his jobs.
Good for you.
well, there, Terry, well spoken.
That's right.
Yes, so Gardner looked as though the Holden job was the one on offer, and it was at the time, so he took it. He said, sod's law, you know, a second one came up. If I hadn't taken it, probably neither of them would have come up.
I understand that in the Holden deal, because Holden's association with Tom Walkinshaw, there are some promises of test drives to be taking place with Tom in the north at some stage.
Well, theoretically too, he still has that test drive to come in the Formula One Lotus through Peter Collins. So he's got both a very active time and a very promising time coming. A guy of enormous talent and a guy who's very much stepped out of the environment just of his motorsport successes and the motorsport enthusiasts to becoming quite an Australian folk hero. And
it's interesting what we're watching now is the Porsche and the NSX. In fact, they're having a fuel economy race now, and it's interesting to see that the Honda's coming up on the Porsches. Does this mean he's got more confidence to stay with them and look after his fuel? That first break into the pits between now the black car and the two white cars ahead of him, another interesting part that you get from these long distance races.
4.3 seconds over those first three cars, 51 laps completed by the first four, and indeed in just a moment the fifth car, Greg Hansford, will come across the start-finish line as he does now. So he's completed 51. In sixth place in car number 50 is the Burton Vorst Gibbs Falcon six-cylinder.
The seatbelts are being loosened. We must expect the Honda quite soon now. He'll have had instructions to loosen the seatbelt so he can get in and out, or I've misread it and he's just uncomfortable and he's redoing the bra strap. No, I was right first time.
So at 1 hour and 16 minutes, Wayne Gardner in the NSX Honda to come into the pits. Two drivers to share this car. And obviously he's getting ready to get out and to hand over to, I think, Ian Palmer, the younger brother of Ross that owns the car and Palmer Tube Mills. Ian Palmer actually in the building business.
And it's actually Ross Palmer you're getting ready to get in at the moment. I believe the arrangement is that Ross will run second, then Ian will get in the car for the final stint to bring it home.
So what you were saying, Terry Lewis, about it being a long, slow changeover we're seeing here.
That's right.
By comparison with the Mazda, just a fuel dump. Tyres, driver change, leading us on to a lot of time in the pits.
Different shaped drivers into a small cockpit, it's not easy.
It's even restricted in headroom when you've got a helmet on, getting in under the lip of the door there.
That's why you have a helmet.
It's a long change.
It sure is. So
relaxed, I think, is the most polite term we can use.
Adding brake fluid at the moment, which is significant, and a brake pad change as well, which is a bit early in the race to be doing that.
Has slipped to fifth place already.
We're back now to what we're talking about. This car has not had sufficient race development, whereas the Mazda and the Porsche have, and here you're finding the problems.
Significant thing that occurred after the start of testing on Friday.
Sorry, but that's of course not the engine area there. That's the brake pad and batteries, or at least brake master cylinder.
One of the other differences in the technical regulations between the Sandown race and the Bathurst race is that at Bathurst there was a freedom of brake discs. Now that wasn't perhaps pointed out fully to the team until after testing had commenced, so they've had to actually revert to the original Honda NSX brake discs instead of the proper racing ones that they were planning on using.
This is a disastrous change, really.
The reason why these brakes aren't coming off is because they've probably undid the coupling while the driver had his foot on the brake still. It happened with the Mazda team once.
And what happens then?
It's very difficult to get the brake disc off the...
These are a quick connector, aren't they, that keeps the brake line at high pressure.
They're a quick release. If the driver's got his foot on the brake and then you disconnect the coupling, there's still pressure in the caliper holding on the disc. So the driver has to come in and have his foot off the brake. Something I might...
That's the sort of thing, of course, Terry, you learn by having done 12 hours last year.
That's right.
And having the sort of bothers that you had at some stages in the Mazda team. But a disastrously long time that's seeing the six-cylinder Falcon number 50 get within a lap of taking 5th place from the Honda NSX.
With the V8 Falcon right behind it.
So they are in fact now on the same number of completed laps. So the Falcon is in effect in ahead. It's completed 51. No, it's not. It's got to come round past the pits to catch the Honda, sorry. So the Honda will retain 5th, but on the same number of laps now is car number 50, the 6-cylinder Falcon. Car number 9, the V8 Falcon, that's being driven currently by Kent Youlden, as we see the Trimble Rowan Cook GSR Mitsubishi Lancer come into the pits, and also car number 17, Dick Johnson.
What's important with this Honda now is that he's got new brakes on. The brake pads hopefully have been pre-run in so that they're bedded to the brakes, but he's got to be very careful about what he's got as a pedal feel. They haven't lost any hydraulic pressure. He's got to feel his way through this first couple of corners, plus he's got some new tyres on the car.
4 odd minutes for that pit stop.
You'd have to really say at this point that the Honda's made it very difficult for itself. It's now on schedule for a 3-stop pit race, but down in the pits at the moment, John Smales.
Wayne Gardner having a coke and a smile after the first stint today in the Dogbone Honda. How did it go out there?
Yeah, it's going very well actually. There was no real problem. We got off to a good start. Leading the race, I thought it was great for our sponsors, for Ross Palmer and the Dogbone. And it was all going very well. I just settled down to a pace and I tried to nurse the brakes a little bit from then on, tried to kick off the ABS. You know, it was possible to continue going quick, but I think we better, it's a 6-hour race and we look after the machinery. So slowed the pace down and then just nursed it along and got it back, and have given it now to Ross. The man himself is out there.
Brake changes and tyres taken on board of fuel naturally. Is this all going to plan so far for the team?
Yeah, you know, we would have liked to have lasted longer, particularly on a set of pads and discs, but you know, the car's not meant for this, so we've got to, I think, just basically keep on changing them. I suggest that probably Ross will be a little bit easier on the brakes than I will. Being a racer, I guess, I'm pretty hard on the things, but as I said, I tried to back the pace off and just tried to nurse it along, and stay with the Porsche is pretty easy. In fact, it's a little stronger and faster than the Porsche down the back straight. I think the only advantage that the Porsches have got on us would be just their close ratio gearbox off the corners. It jumps off the corner a bit better, but then ours, the Honda, starts to wind up and it's got a faster top speed. So it makes it easier. You don't have to drive it as hard as well that way.
It's a different way to start after being absent from the track in, what, 13 years?
Yeah, it's 13 years since I've been here at Sandown, and I'm having a good time. I always did like this track. And, you know, this particular track really launched me into my international career. So, as I said, I've always liked it. I've won bike races here, and you never know, we might even win a car race here. It'd be nice.
Wayne Gardner having a coke and a smile after his first stint today.
Well, in fact, that wasn't John Smales with a bit of stubble and a little bit more weight. We hear from John Smales now.
And amazing scenes, in fact, in the Dogbone Honda team, as on the front right-hand wheel, mechanics were actually using wheel braces and jumping on them to try and free the wheel studs from the wheel. Neil Lowe is the team manager. Neil, what happened?
With the extreme heat build-up, the wheel nuts got jammed on. The wheel expanded and just locked the wheel nuts onto the wheel. But once we got the wheel off, then we found that the brake caliper and pads had welded themselves to the disc. So we've changed the whole thing, discs, calipers and pads.
Neil, you had any anticipation at all that this could happen?
I had a fair idea it was going to, yes. That's why we had the calipers and everything ready to go.
Now, what's going to happen to you in the next 5 hours?
We'll probably do this every second stop. I'll slow the pace down now and do it every second stop.
Now, what can you do for Bathurst to correct that situation?
We'll bring in some different pads. We've had a bit of a hold-up on brake pads, and we're using pads that we weren't all that happy with. And for Bathurst, it's a lot better. We'll have some different pads.
Thanks, Neil.
Thank you.
Gardner referring there to Sandown and 13 years ago being launched on his international career, and the background story to that was that on a wet day here in 1980, Peter Malloy, who was running a superbike for Wayne Gardner, said it's a rotten day and our day is over. And he's standing up roughly where we are now in the commentary box, having a chat and watching the people line up on the grid for the final race of the day, when he sees Wayne Gardner lining up on the superbike that he thought was packed away in the transporter. And he went out, and on a bike that shouldn't have gone anywhere near as fast as it did, he won the race. And Malloy there's the V8 Falcon that Kent Youlden took through its first stop. Have a look at the front wheels. See the drilling on those spokes? That's extra holes. You find that's not there on the rear wheels. The rear wheels are without that, and they say it's providing a real cooling to the front brakes, and it solves to a very large degree a lot of the heat build-up problem and wear in the front brakes. They say it works superbly. They also say they've checked the wheels so that it hasn't had any critical loss of strength.
Yes, there's a lot of strength in those standard wheels, and what they're doing is perfectly safe. They've rounded their edges nicely, and a nice little trick.
Yes. So to go back to the Gardner thing, he's lined up in this race here at Sandown on a wet day, as I say, 1980. Gone out and blasted away in that race, and people started to take notice then of this young guy traipsing around the country in a utility with his, even then, girlfriend and later fiancée and wife, Donna Forbes. And as I say, it all stepped off from there, finally going on to the 1987 World Motorcycle Championship on 500cc machinery. A very elite title indeed. But this V8 car, interesting, Ken Douglas, because we've probably seen the quickest driver in it without being rude to the others.
Well, Ken Youlden is in fact still in the car, but Kent's undoubted experience and speed would make it difficult for the other guys to match, although I think they are doing quite a good job. Kent was running just behind the six-cylinder Falcon in the earlier stint, but it's been able to continue on and won't be due for a pit stop for about another 5 laps, the six-cylinder being, of course, a little bit more efficient on fuel. Significant, though, that it didn't appear as if the V8 Falcon took a brake pad change, so Kent's obviously stroking that along quite nicely.
The interesting thing is that just forward of this, as you say, was car number 50, the six-cylinder car. Now that's gone behind Dick Johnson in the little TX3 Turbo, car number 17, that's come up to 6th place, yet to make its pit stop. And this car number 50 is in 8th place at the moment. Let's have a look there at Falcon XR8 specifications. We were saying earlier, the six-cylinder's got 161 kilowatts, but it's got only, one says, only 360 odd Newton meters of torque, massively flexible engines. But the big difference, Howard Marsden, is in the weight of the cars. This one carrying a lot.
Yes, it is, and carrying that extra weight over the front, as we were saying earlier in the broadcast. This makes a car difficult on brakes, difficult on handling. Ken Youlden's doing a super job of keeping it alive, and as Ken was saying, not hurting the brakes at this stage is the sign of a professional driver.
So the six-cylinder Falcon actually has a better power-to-weight ratio. It's 6th in the field, where the the V8 is 7th, and there is the six-cylinder car in the pits. Now, it doesn't have that wheel drilling.
No, it doesn't.
That the V8 has, that's heavier at the front, that's pushing the front more, and that did a nice quick snappy stop despite being only a couple of seconds slower over the hour odd.
You're back to the best computer in a car as the driver. Kent's just done a super job in holding the V8 into that position, so the six-cylinder engine with its advantage over fuel economy, in fact, has allowed the advantage to go back to the better driven V8.
I was going to say, Ken Douglas, that one of life's great lies, like the checks in the mail and I will do everything that I've set out in front of you if you elect me, is we'll go an hour 40 before we make our first pit stop.
I'm never sure whether it's because of greater expectations or trying to racecraft the commentators, but yeah, people too tend to be a bit optimistic. Interestingly enough, they've had to do a brake pad change on the Falcon, so whether the compound they're using was a bit less suitable or what, we're not sure, but they also seem to have some other problems with fluid leakage.
And the brake pad change on the Falcon is one that perhaps is not as well organised as it could have been, fellas. The brake pad change started on the left-hand side as the car came in. The wheel changer on the right-hand side put the new tyre back on. It was only at 1 minute and 59 seconds into the brake pad change that the front wheel came off again on the right-hand side, and this brake pad change is now occurring. So they probably cost themselves up to a minute in the pits.
Yeah, a lot of time slipping away there for car number 50 that has slipped to 15th place. Dick Johnson, by comparison, in 6th. And the Daily Planet car, Trimble, is now in 10th place. So having made a pit stop, having made 2 pit stops in fact, they're up into 10th place. This should be a battle, and you can see the right side there that copped the walloping yesterday when it went off down in this area. In fact, brought the practice session to a halt. And that was Rowan Cook having a real go in the car. Quite a talent, Rowan. Went out and took pole position in his first ever motor race and won it, and backed it up by doing that in his second race as well. Comes out of HQ Holden's, but in fact his father Gary has been around all sorts of race cars for about 20 odd years. But this is the specifications of the Lancer GSRs, a later addition to this 4-wheel drive turbo car regimen that the Laser started with the TX3, and which is such a good little car. Very similar engine size, very similar price, within $100 odd of each other. A lot more power though, the 117 kilowatts only for the little TX3. This has got 141, a little bit more torque as well. Very similar weight. The TX3 has 60 litres. In fact, I'm told that might also be the case with the GSR. The team says it is, although the brochures and specification say it's only 50. But the interesting thing about this car is that it is the basis for Mitsubishi's World Rally Championship effort this year. A 2-litre engine in that case. You get an Evolution version of the car with 250 horsepower, and 14 of them are coming into Australia for guys to try and win both the Australian Championship, but also to have a crack at Rally Australia over in Perth later in the year. You see there the damaged right side of Rowan Cook's car. And I'm an enormous fan of these little 4-wheel drive turbo cars. Innocuous looking little cars, but Dick Johnson very busy in the car there. And he's got a problem.
He's definitely running low on fuel. Dick's trying to decide to get some fuel to the pickup.
A gigantic problem. He's in 6th place, but he's got to get to the pits, and he's just about out of fuel. And that dreadful time where you don't know to keep the engine running or to clutch it to try and coast. He can't coast up over the top there.
He's going up a hill. He's going up the hill, he's going up the back straight, and at the moment I don't think Dickie's going to make it through.
It's a long way around.
That's very embarrassing, and the clerk of the course yesterday said that you run out of fuel outside of the pit area, and I'm sorry, gentlemen, take your helmets home.
In 6th place, 3rd in the turbo and 4-wheel drive class to the 2 Mazdas, and it looks close to the top of the hill, but in fact it's 150, 200 metres.
This could be a very crucial stop, I think.
Ted Robinson there, the crew chief, obviously not terribly happy. They must have planned to run it a little bit further than they did. In fact, if I was Dick at the moment, I think I'd park it in the middle of the track, lock it and walk away.
That's what he's trying to do.
And get a caution flag brought out.
That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get it over into the track where he creates enough of a hazard to be moved by officials. But this is crazy, because the quick GSR and the quick Laser TX3 have both struck troubles, and nothing to do with mechanical problems.
I think you'll find that Porsche might if the yellow flags do come out and a pace car does come out, I think you might find the Porsches might come in for a top-up, which might be a very crucial part of the race, I think.
Yeah, it's not a very nice game Dick's playing out there. It's putting the other competitors at risk by being that far out on the track with the car hardly moving.
There's a potential he's running it on the starter motor at the moment and trying to get it up and out of the way. So that car is finished for the day, unfortunately.
And a great shame. Well, the whole aim of the exercise, as Dick was emphasising yesterday, was to give the young guys a run. Cameron McConville and his son Stephen.
I wonder if son Stephen is still getting direct telecast from his father at the moment.
It'll be slightly terse.
The camera angle there doesn't quite show it, but he'd still be about 100 yards short of the top of the hill. And the motorcraft batteries would be excellent if he can get it that far.
Yes, do a tremendous job.
The first racing electric car.
That Schweppes Sports Plus sign that he hasn't yet reached isn't quite at the top of the hill either, and there's probably 50 metres from him to that sign. There you get a better idea. And Dick is going to try and push it. and he'll be a damn good lad if he can make much of this.
Watch the heart, Dickie.
He is. Remember Doug Chivers doing it uphill in pit lane at Bathurst, and he's making it. Well, this goes into the heroics of the Rock in 1980, and the stopped race that he won at Bathurst in 81. Yes. And down in the pits, John Smales with Cameron McConville, the man who wants to get into this car.
Hugely disappointed, Cameron McConville. What's Dick saying to you, Cameron?
I can't hear at the moment, John. I'm not sure. It shouldn't be petrol because we thought we were going to be conservative and come in at an hour and a half, and it should last at least an hour and 3/4. So I'm not exactly sure what the problem is at the moment.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling quite good. I was very keen to get in. The car was going really well. We'd made up 2 or 3 positions, so I was feeling really good.
Must be a disappointment to you.
It is a disappointment, but hopefully we can limp back to the pits and fix the problem.
The car was giving problems that they thought were completely solved through most of yesterday and all of Friday, and it was to do with fuel pickup. Now, even when he gets to that sign, and he's virtually there now, he's still not quite to the top of the hill, but he has solved the major part of the problem. And of course, the official there is saying, pull over. Ken Douglas, you say it's not allowed to happen anyway.
No, I think Dick might be taking a little bit of an advantage of the regulations. I'm not really sure what he should know better than this. I'm not really sure what he's trying to achieve. The best he's going to do is get it to the top of the hill and maybe get an extra couple of 100 yards. It's got to be towed back to the pits at best. Pushing it along the track is not a good thing, and having it on the racetrack is not a good thing either. It's been around for long enough to know better.
All of this happening at 1 hour 35 minutes, and the car slipping from that tremendous 6th place now down to 14th and going nowhere. In a race being led by car number 4, Peter Fitzgerald, still to pit, and car number 5, John Smith in behind it, the Quell-sponsored Porsche 968 CS, and pace car is out. And
I think you'll see the Porsches come in quite soon.
Terry Lewis, this doesn't help the Mazdas in the lead that they've built up.
Not at all. I think you'll find when the Porsche car does come out...
I'm sorry, it doesn't help the Porsches. Yes,
that's correct.
That's right. With the Porsches coming in, they'll be able to get a top up, and at least with the minimum amount of cars on the track, there's only 24 cars. So if you do pull to the back of the field, there's only a short sprint to get to the front.
The difficulty with that, of course, is if they call this early by the Porsche pit calculations, then that will throw out the end of the race for the Porsche as well. So the poor old pit manager's really having to do his sums and got all his fingers going at the moment.
In one way, what Porsche gain by being able to do their pit stop under a caution, to some extent they'll lose, some part of it they'll lose in losing the lead that they had, but that's only a few seconds really by comparison with the time in the pits.
Because they truly at the moment don't know how far they can go. As was being said earlier, the calculation prior to the race meeting and the fuel consumption you get during the race meet are always different. So the Porsches wanted to go further to find out how they could run the rest of the race, so really complicated.
Here's a sort of a curious situation, the field and the pace car going by, and Dick Johnson looking at the front of the car and looking at the officials sort of saying, can you find a reason and a way legally of helping me? And at the moment, of course, nobody has said yes.
Another thing that may happen during this pace car, the Mazda of Gary Walden has actually been out for 35 minutes on this tank of fuel. Now, he would have stopped it a bit over an hour in the normal course of events, so they might take an advantage to grab a pit stop as well. You lose very little distance on the road, because the worst that's going to happen is you'll lose your place in the queue, so you don't actually lose that much space. So I think you'd find the 2 Porsches and the 2 Mazdas will be looking at a stop.
And now the tow. But I looked through the sup-regs this morning, and the sup-regs that I got didn't tell me much about things like this and driver times and so on. What do you know of this, Terry Lewis?
As you can see, the Suzuki coming in.
No, the regulations are now, strictly speaking, the request was that any cars that can be rescued would be rescued, brought back to the pits and allowed to re-enter the race. That's really the situation that is on. Now, strictly speaking, if that car has run out of fuel and that's the only problem, they're not allowed to get fuel anywhere else except for the pit. So I think the car will be rescued, will be pulled back in, and here comes the Porsche.
Yeah. And car 51 that we saw earlier in 14th, now slipping to 15th place with its pit stop, but the stop here for John Smith, car 5. Goes straight back to third as he's overtaken by Mazda number 7. But, as you say, Ken Douglas won't lose much place on the track.
The Porsche stop appears to be fuel only and tyres, no brakes. And also a driver change by the looks of it.
They're massive 4-pot calipers, aluminium, gigantic discs both in diameter and thickness, ventilated front and rear. Rear wheels 9 inches wide and two 45 by 40 profile 17-inch tyres, similar to the front wheels on F40 Ferrari and all the wheels on a Falcon GT, Howard Marsden.
And yet this same package can run on the road, which is really quite remarkable. And that's the thing that's changed with tyres and with brakes, that not only are they able to run in the racetrack, but you can put them onto the road as well.
And although we've got car 5 now back out of the pits, we may be on the last lap for the pace car, maybe one to come, I would think, after this.
The lights are still flashing on the pace car. They must do one lap with the lights extinguished on the pace car prior to letting them go again, so we've got at least 1.5 laps.
And car 17 returned to the pits, but gone down to 17th place from 6th. So only heads car number 33, tail end Charlie, Sala, Swain and Zagami in the Toyota Corolla, 22nd and last at the moment.
Interesting, of the leading cars, it's only the one Porsche that's taken advantage of the yellow flags and come in for a quick fuel stop and get back out. So might give them a nice advantage. And catching up onto the back of the field, as we can see now, is the Porsche. He'll lose very little on the road. He's got a quick pit stop out of the way. Good pit management, that.
Now, the interesting thing will be if, as Cameron McConville was contemplating, this is some problem other than just quantity of fuel in the tank, rather fuel pickup or something like that.
The Fitzgerald Porsche just caught a glimpse of that coming into the pits behind the laser, so they're taking advantage of the pace car as well. The lights are extinguished on the pace car now, which means we'll have a restart this time round.
And car 4 has gone to second place. Car 7 now leads the race. The race under pace car conditions at the moment. So it's the Mazda of Gary Walden to be handed over to, at the halfway mark, to John Bowe, and we're at 1 hour 41 minutes at the moment. That leads the race from car 5. John Smith, Porsche 968 CS. Peter Fitzgerald in third place in car 4, there in the pits. Car 17 still in 21st out of 22. It's Cameron McConville, the 19-year-old Formula Ford star, who's at Canberra going to do an arts degree specialising in journalism this year, having finally left school. Remarkable start to motorsport by Cameron McConville, and remarkable successes. Fourth place in the race is being held by car 1, Greg Hansford, the Mazda RX-7. Fifth place to car number 8. And that's Wayne Gardner, now Ross Palmer in the Honda NSX. And sixth place is car 9, the Falcon V8 from car 18. And that's Murray Carter in the Nissan Pulsar Triple S that's in 7th outright over the little Suzuki, I was going to say it's the GSR Lancer of Trimble Cook. Car 41 is 8th. And there they go, racing again, and race leader Mazda number 7 out chasing its rival car 1 that's actually leading the field at the moment.
Mazda's slowed for some reason. The Falcon nearly ran up the back of it. That doesn't quite make sense, I've got to say.
Might have lost a gear or something, Ken.
Quite possible. The other thing that was significant during that pit stop, Brett Peters has taken over from Peter Fitzgerald in the number 4 Porsche that was leading. However, the way the pace car's worked out, he's now dropped about half a lap back behind the other Porsche and the number 7 Mazda RX-7 of Gary Walden. Perhaps they left it 1 lap too long before they used the pit stop.
The trouble with having the two cars running reasonably close together and getting them both in and out of the same pit area together. So, yes, it is a mistake, but a difficult one not to run with.
So, Cameron McConville back on the track, still 21st place out of 22 runners in car number 17, but mobile. So the trouble was no more than that like the Honda NSX, and perhaps like the Porsche, we don't know. They might have been over-optimistic in their calculation of the distance they could go on a full tank. Down in the pits, John Smales.
And Dick Johnson has tried everything to win a long-distance race here at Sandown. And Dick, the duck's still with you. You can't do it.
Well, I don't know what the hell's going on, Will, but sorry, John, but the thing, it sort of fluttered in the worst possible place the moment I went past here, so I had to make a whole lap, and I just wouldn't do it.
Dick, up the back straight. What were you doing to try and get up the back straight?
I was pushing the goddamn thing.
On a starter motor as well, we noticed here that the thing just wouldn't kick over on its battery.
Yeah, I tried everything, you know. The thing wouldn't go. See, with a fuel injection, they need a fair bit of fuel pressure, and you've got to have the starter motor turning to get the fuel pressure.
Dick, you copped a fair bit of criticism from a few people around here for pushing it up the back straight, danger to other competitors, that sort of thing. What's your reaction to that?
Well, mate, I don't care what it takes to get me back here, as long as I get back here. I don't want to sit out there and let the kids sort of have an afternoon sitting in a deck chair. You know, that's not the purpose of the exercise. We were here to sort of give the kids a bit of a run, and that's exactly what they're going to get now.
In a way, it's probably more important to give the lads a run than most motor races you participate in.
Well, more because, you know, going to Bathurst, they need some miles under the belt, and neither of them have had any experience in this type of car. But Stephen's had no miles in anything, basically, so it's just going to be a hell of a learning curve for them. And, you know, we want to go to Bathurst and stroke around all day.
So they've moved forward one place. They've already got the Peter McLeod, Glenn Clark, Peter Jansen, Melbourne's socialite Peter Jansen, Citroën. They've moved it back to 21st. 17's come up to 20th. And the next car it's aiming for is number 21, the Danny Bogut Howard Crombie Suzuki Swift GTI. So this is just as good an exercise in its own way in motor racing terms for them now to go chasing and making time. And a perfect car to do it, to a car that can be driven really hard without much detriment to brakes or tyres.
I think the last thing that car would like to have going for it now is a drop of rain, just to finish off the cocktail. And
wouldn't it be perfect?
It'd be good to see young Cameron do the job, and we'll watch him come up through the crowd over the next couple of hours.
And down in the pits, Ian Campbell.
After just 1 hour and 40 minutes, taking advantage of the pace car being on the circuit, the two Porsches pitted perfectly. In fact, John Smith jumped out the car and was laughing, said he was having a great time. Was that the case?
It was a walk in the park. It was very easy.
Very great. The pit change was very, very smooth. Fitzy was right in behind you. What about your driver, Jeff Morgan? What's he left with out there?
Well, I think Jeff, we might try and get an economy run out of him more than what Fitzy and I did. We went a little bit too hard, I think. I think we aimed to get 2 hours out of the cars, and we got 1:45. So I think if knock the pace back a little bit and get 2 hours out of them.
Peter Fitzgerald, you've hardly raised a sweat. It looks easy.
Yeah, they're a great little car, these 968s, and I just can't believe how easy it was out there. We actually set a pace before we went out in our minds of 28s, and here we are. I think we both did 26s early in the race, and it was really that easy.
The cars are engineered perfectly. What about the brakes?
Brakes are fine. No problem with the brakes so far.
So the game plan going well for the Porsches. Of course, you've got a third driver change coming up before the afternoon's out. Do you feel that they're going to be dominant at what particular part of the race?
Well, I just think we'll just keep the pace up on all the opposition and wait from the break. And we've got a lot of good, very well matched drivers in the crew, so we don't see any problems with drivers. It's only up to the opposition now. They've just got to try and catch us, I believe.
Porsches, smooth driving and a smooth pit change is putting him in good stead at this stage. Back to commentary.
The Falcon that's worked its way well up to 6th place outright, car number 9. But we see here cars 7 and 1, 1 lap apart now. 7 leading the race. In 4th place is car number 1, sandwiched between it the two Porsches, and in reverse order. It was car 4 from car 5. That was Peter Fitzgerald from John Smith. But it's round the other way now. Fitzgerald's car, Brett Peters, and he's to share it with Nicholas Lloyd-Wheeler, the head of Porsche Cars Australia these days, but he's had a family bereavement in Europe and not here, but will be at Bathurst. And so car 5 in 2nd place, that's the John Smith Waldock Morgan car from car 4, Fitzgerald and Peters. And then car 1, the Mazda, 4th, and the Dogbone Honda in 5th place, car number 8. And indeed the gaps, Walden in car number 7 leads Morgan in the Porsche number 5 by 28.5 seconds. The gap back then to third place, the Porsche of Brett Peters, is 36 seconds. And then behind that is virtually a complete lap from first to fourth between car 7, the race leader, and fourth placed car number 1.
The game is now starting to unfold. We now understand how far both the Mazda and the Porsche can go on fuel. We've now got the next part of the game unfolding, because we've now got not as good drivers as second raters into the Porsche, whereas the Mazda can run hard with both the drivers. So it'll now be interesting to see how hard the Mazdas push to get that gap that they do obviously need of the 45 minutes loss on fuel consumption against the Porsche.
Starting off in car 22 was Stephen Richards, son of touring car race Jim. That's Murray Carter's car there, number 18. But Murray had problems at the Winton 6 Hour and finally was beaten by, and all but one car was beaten by, the combination of Stephen Richards and Melinda Price. And they're in car number 22. Now they're lying second in the class. Carter in car 18's done 68 laps. They, and is lying 7th outright. They in car 22, Melinda Price and Stephen Richards, are lying 9th outright and 1 lap down. So Murray Carter's pulled 3.1 kilometres on them, plus perhaps another 50. And this is an interesting exercise, and as they were at Winton, getting the rear wheel right up in the air, Melinda Price, now 22, and in an honours year in immunology. From here, she's faced with a possible 3 years for a PhD. She's a very bright girl and a very charming girl and a very competent race driver too. And young Stephen seems very bound up. Not intense isn't the word, but very committed, very focused on his race driving. A lot less relaxed than Father Jim, who's probably had, well, he's had a lot of years to practice relaxing, and is one of the most relaxed people in motor racing.
And actually always has been. Ever since we first saw him come over from New Zealand, Gentleman Jim has been the right expression for him, with huge talent. The boy's got a lot to live up to in what Jim has achieved, and it'll be interesting to watch him progress in his future.
Sandwiched between them is car number 41. That's the Trimble Cook Mitsubishi Lancer GSR. It's a great credit to Murray Carter in a two-wheel drive 2-litre car to be ahead of an 1.83-litre four-wheel drive and turbo car, albeit that car's had a fair bit of bother. The two Nissan Pulsars there, an interesting comparison. Stephen Richards starting in the car, and fourth placed, car number 1, down a lap. Greg Hansford to share it with Charlie O'Brien, and if needed, Terry Lewis, I note, in the entry list. But Terry, it must be frustrating for you sitting up here when you'd far rather have the driving suit on and be ready to leap in.
It certainly is hard sitting on the other side of the fence watching the other guys have all the fun, but unfortunately that's the way it's got to be. I want to thank Alan Horsley anyway for letting me be a part of the team. There were a lot of other drivers that were actually asking for this drive, and I just feel very privileged that he actually gave me the opportunity to do something.
Keep soldiering on, and I'm sure you'll get a race run in the car. You've spent some time in it already, and looking after it and working as you've been doing in helping prepare the cars and so on. I'm sure that it'll all come good. So be patient, Terry, because you're, what, 33 years old, but in fact you haven't been in motor racing that long.
Hang on.
30?
Hang on, 30.
Sorry, or 10%. What's 10%? You haven't been in motor racing that long, have you?
Actually, I've actually raced for about 10 years. Starting off in street sedans, then I moved into club cars, and I did quite well in club cars, and then I moved to production cars, and that's where I'm sort of known from.
And stirred that up somewhat.
Stirred the mix in the pot.
Hyundai Elantra, car number 11 there. Qualified 17th, running
in 11th position.
In 11th place. Now that's appropriate, isn't it? And running third in Class B, those two Nissan Pulsars of 18, Murray Carter, 22, Stephen Richards, Melinda Price, heading it. They being now in 6th place for Murray Carter, 9th place for the Price-Richards car. And for this car, the Lantra, as I say, in 11th place, third in Class B, the over 1600cc. And an interesting car. It runs very well, the Korean-built car that's based on Mitsubishi's Lancers. And they, of course, are the basis for the GSR four-wheel drive turbo. Now, this is one of the pretty cheap cars of this race, and down on power to weight, not a lot of power, 93 kilowatts, just a 1830cc engine, but without the turbo that you see in both the TX3 Laser and the GSR Lancer, and then very nearly their weight, and in fact slightly less fuel tank capacity, so ranks 17th on a power to weight ratio. In fact, the worst of all the cars, but can do much better than that on the track, as shown by its third in class, 11th outright in a 22 car field.
Great to see Hyundai coming through with a car that is not suitable or as suitable as some of the other product. Heavier vehicle, very strong, solid vehicle. Technology is not quite as modern as the others, and it's very good to see them here and presenting their name. And what you're seeing now is not what you'll see over the next couple of years, because they've got some very exciting product coming down the line. Let's hope they continue to expose their hand in motor racing area.
They not only have exciting product in terms of cars coming down the line, but they're a fascinating company. The world's biggest shipbuilder, the world's biggest maker of shipping containers. They make locomotives, they make computers, they make crockery. Gigantic, and to look over their shipyards at Ulsan in Korea is a mind-boggling experience. A 1 million ton dry dock. An offshore oil drilling rig that was very nearly the height of the Empire State Building above and below the water, and all out of Hyundai in Japan. So in other words, the car division that's come on an enormous amount in recent years and has made a very successful foray as a Group N car into rallying, now getting onto the race track and in no way being disgraced. I mean, it's very much a commuter motor car at commuter car type prices, yet it goes quite well and amazingly competitively on the racetrack. Good team in that car too.
Lou Renato's currently at the wheel at the moment. Lou comes from Shepparton in Victoria. Chris Muscat started the race in that particular car, and they've got it up to the place they have at the moment.
And car number 7, the news?
Car 7's really blitzing the field. He's been pulling out consistently 2.5 to 3 seconds a lap over the second place Porsche number 5 of Jeff Morgan. Currently it's 41.3 seconds ahead. But 10 laps ago it was about 25 seconds ahead.
So there's the situation now. The Mazda's split, now 4th and 1st, with the 2 Porsches in between them, and the Honda NSX still in there in 5th place. A fascinating race as we end the second hour of the Sandown 6 hour. From the MR2, and pretty slippery out there, as the clerk of course said the other day. It'd be faster out there with the brakes on in the grass than it is with the brakes off on the black stuff. So that's the race leader now, car number 5, and it's Kevin Waldock in the Porsche 968. In fact, that's Morgan in that car at the moment, yes. And Morgan's losing time, isn't he? We see there the Honda, the dog-bone car, in 5th place now. It's 3 laps down to car 5. 2 laps down to cars 4, 1 and 7 for the 2nd, 3rd and 4th. That's the Porsche of Fitzgerald and Peters in 2nd place. The Mazda of Charlie O'Brien, Greg Hansford, that's in 3rd. And then the Mazda number 7 that's just made a 2nd pit stop of Bow Walden, that's 4th.
Just saw everyone there almost suffering from terminal politeness. Everyone was trying to do the right thing to get out of everyone's way, but mucked each other up in the process.
And an interesting onlooker to all of this is John Bow.
11 seconds was the excellent pit stop by the Gary Walden John Bow team. But Bowie, even with those front brakes, you put back on the same tyre that came off when you changed the brakes. I've never seen that happen before in a motor race.
That's right, John, the Dunlop tyre, and they are just fantastic. I had a look at them and they're still fine, they're still doing good time. So obviously we're going to get 3 hours out of a set of tyres, which is unbelievable.
But where's the rationale for putting the tyre back on? Wouldn't you at least take the safety precaution of putting a fresh one on?
Well, the tyres are still fine. They've got plenty of meat left in them, in the rubber, and the times are still good. So there's nothing, you know, they're as good as they were when they knew, which is an absolute credit to Dunlop.
You were pleased with the brake change? It happened really quickly.
They did a really good job. The guys had a few problems last year at Bathurst, and they've been practising, I know, and considering the things are red hot, it's a pretty good effort, isn't it?
They do a brake change in something like...
So the brake change, Terry Lewis, you were saying you thought your microphone wasn't on.
Yeah, it's true. Mazda have been practicing their brake changes and pit stops, and the apprentices, they can do a brake change in something like a minute 10. So they've got their air ratchets there, and they're very good at what they do.
And tell us the story of the apprentices, because that is quite a story.
Basically, the apprentices come from basically from all the different dealerships, yeah, and they come over every Wednesday night and they practice for 2 hours, and after they've done their practice, they have a beer and off they go.
Selected for their keenness and interest and their ability to do the job, but very inexperienced in race car pit work and mechanicking.
Yeah, but they have actually kept the same apprentices as what did the work at Bathurst last year, and they will know what times the cars are what times the cars are going to come in, and from that they've had their experience from Bathurst.
So the glib thing about motor racing is usually, gee, look how quickly that was done, and it takes you this long to get it done in your workshop. In this case, it could be done in the workshop by the same people at nearly the same speed, theoretically.
But maybe not for 8 hours a day.
So Mazda number 7 now is in 4th place. It's Porsche's 968 CS, car number 5, being driven by Morgan, to be shared by Waldock and Smith. In 1st place from car number 4, Fitzgerald Peters. In 2nd place, 3rd place is Mazda number 1, O'Brien Hansford, and Mazda number 7 is in 4th place. 85 laps just done by the 2 Porsches, 84 laps done by the Mazdas. Down in the pits is Ian Campbell.
Unfortunately for Kent Youlden, his car is behind the wall. This is the V8 Falcon, but the saga didn't start here in the pits. It started, in fact, at the end of the main straightaway. It must have been a frightening one. Pick it up from there, Kent.
Yeah, well, the car was getting a little bit hot, and I guess towards the end of the main straight, changed down, went to turn the car in, and had a bit of a sideways moment. And I knew that the tyres were getting very slippery at the back. Something special had happened, and I figured that she must have put some coolant under the back tyres. So I just ran around for another lap after that. It was obviously getting hot, so we had to do something. Had a bit of a look, couldn't see any leaks, went out again, and it was getting hotter and hotter, then lost power, and obviously head gaskets failed.
The team at the moment are in the garage. They're going to try and attempt to get the vehicle back onto the circuit, but at this stage it looked like it may be a hopeless case. We'll go back to central commentary.
Another car similarly afflicted. We saw it down there just at the exit to the pit area is car number 16, and that's the McLeod Clark Janssen Citroën BX 16 valve. So unfortunately that car gone by the wayside.
Pace car currently out on the track, so it'll be another opportunity for everyone to bunch up again. It's going to inconvenience the number 7 Mazda, which unfortunately has just done a pit stop, but is the fastest car on the track at the moment. So we presume it's because of the Citroën there needs to be towed back in, and is creating an obstruction to the other competitors. But as with the earlier pace car, we'll give everyone a chance to bunch up behind.
2 hours and 9 minutes of racing gone now. Pace car out for the 2nd time, and there the cause of the first pace car incident, motoring by. Now in 19th place, so in fact it's only the Falcon number 9 that we heard about from Kent Youlden, the Citroën number 16 that we've seen, and car number 33, which is the Sala Swain Zagami Toyota Corolla that the Dick Johnson Cameron McConville Laser TX3 has been able to get by. It's in 19th place. It needs next to catch car number 50, Burton, Vorst and Gibbs, who in their Falcon 6-cylinder have fallen back to 18th place. So the cause of this yellow flag there and to be removed. It's normally run at Bathurst with a fairly good power to weight ratio. This is a fairly light car and a delightful touring car, again like the Hyundai, not in its element at all, yet has gone reasonably well. It's had a bit of a wretched time in one of the James Hardy 12 hours, but through a very silly small problem, it's generally been, in any major sort of way, a fairly reliable car.
I'm sure that'll be the case this time too, just something insignificant caused the car to stop. Be interesting with this particular pace car, having just said that it's going to disadvantage the number 7 Mazda because it just missed out on the advantage to have a pit stop. All the number 1 car's now into the pits, so it's taking advantage of what otherwise would have been a scheduled stop. But the number 7 car will now have the opportunity to catch up behind the pace car queue with the number 4 and number 5 Porsches, which are leading the race at the moment.
So this is a good time, 2 hours and 11 minutes done by this second car, number 1. It's barely 2 hours done for 2 pit stops in the first car, and as I say, they don't want to pull it short again, or they could be into a 6-stop race for that car. And perhaps the wisdom of the Hansford pace being shown here, albeit that the car's in 4th place now.
The Mazda people are going to have to really push these cars quite hard now, because they do have this fuel problem coming to them all the time. They have the advantage of having the professional drivers, whereas the Honda and the Porsches, they do have second-string drivers. So there's going to be a lot of pressure onto the drivers in the Mazdas to really push the cars from now on.
This will be another factor, won't it, Howard? The better fuel consumption, the long gaps between pit stops on the Porsches being offset to some degree by the slower pace of their drivers.
That's exactly.
Could make a very interesting finale.
We'll get there yet from that viewpoint. But yeah, when we saw last time the changeover of the Mazdas, where they were changing the brake pads sooner than they thought, they were hoping they were going to get their distances out further on fuel. So a lot more to unfold on this program yet.
Incidentally, there are cars racing around. Now, are they just catching up the back of the pace car field, or are they released?
No, that's
from pace car. No, the pace car's there. So the field is spread almost all the way around the racetrack, but there's only 1 car behind the pace car at the moment. It's up the back straight under that Schweppes sign. This distance forward on the back straight of the Citroën that's being towed round back to the pits. There's 2 cars now on the back of the pace car.
What's been happening is the pace car will wave through cars until it gets to the leading car. So the leader always forms up behind the pace car, and they just happen to then occur in whatever order they arrive. But the good lead that the Porsche had is now being whittled away at about 60 k's, which is horribly infuriating.
Tit for tat.
Down to the pits, John Smales.
And frustration for Greg Hansford, who's just pitted and out of the car, the first of the Mazda drivers to get out. Greg, you were disadvantaged immensely by the pace car during its first time on the track.
Yeah, I thought the rule was that if the pace car was going to come out on the circuit, it gets out in front of the leader. It didn't. We were half a lap behind, so it got out in front of someone else in the middle of the pack, and the leaders took half a lap off us. So we're just cruising along at our own pace because it's a six-hour race. But we don't need that sort of disadvantage. But so I think maybe we might have just made it up the other way with this time.
So what are you suggesting the pace car should have done for you last time?
Well, they had plenty of time that time. The pace car, the real rules are there for safety and to keep the interest for the spectators. If the pace car is going to come onto the circuit, he should try as hard as he can to get in front of the lead car. Then everyone is in the right order when they bunch up behind the pace car.
Are you going to be having a chat to the officials about it?
No, I think it's already been done.
Mazda team tends to know its rules and tends to communicate them to officials fairly well. And there's nothing wrong with that either, because they abide by the rules, and so they want to make sure that everybody else does too.
We're actually amateurs in this country on the use of the pace car and yellow flags. The Americans are very much more in gear, and they understand and play the game according to the rules as they are writ. And we've got a lot to learn here. Interestingly enough, the same thing may yet be happening in Formula One internationally. So this giving the spectators a race is becoming more important than just the pure enjoyment of the drivers.
When the various people in Formula One work out where they want to go and how they want to get there, they're a bit confused at the moment.
They want to do it for a lot less money, whatever it is.
Yes, when it costs £25,000, more than $50,000 to fill the fuel tank of a car, you have to say, when everybody's using the same fuel, which isn't actually the case, although, no, it is these days. In the last half season it's been the case. But you say, well, the costs are a bit astronomical. Although it's good oil company development, good fuel research. So
interesting to see if this car can get coming back into the race. It's a very interesting car. The type of suspension it's got, in fact, instead of having steel springs, has got steel balls which can be screwed on almost like light bulbs. Inside those bowls have got gas and they've got oil, and they allow the car to be suspended actually on hydraulic oil. So it's quite interesting from that viewpoint. The brakes are also good because the brakes have got ABS, which is a standard sort of equipment that's available for people. But this one's also got hydraulic control on the height of the car as it is going under brakes. The height of the car affects the way the brakes work, so one of the best braking cars in the business. Obviously their troubles on this occasion, from what we can see, is fuel supply.
Grab the bridge piece. Yeah, we've got the bridge piece. Got the bridge. We got it, Derek.
And they're calling there on relays, that's electrical controls, maybe onto the electronic fuel injection. Trouble with the electronic fuel injection, does a great job, is highly complicated. And to sort a problem quickly like this takes a lot of knowledge and skill. So if they do get it back in, I think they will do. Peter McLeod knows his job very well.
The pace car, so at the end of this lap, the pace car will pull off, the field will start again. At the start of the line is the Porsche number 5, which is currently leading, but if you have a look, there's the Porsche number 4, and a few further back from that is the Mazda RX-7 number 7. I think what you'll see happen after the pace car pulls off, number 7 RX-7 will catch the other Porsches within a matter of laps and take the lead. Now it's fully tanked up, it's only been about 10 laps since its pit stop, so it will be able to pull about an hour or so and hopefully for themselves, achieve a reasonable advantage over the other Porsches.
And again, it'll be very difficult for the Porsche drivers, who are not top-notch drivers, to actually hold the car up there against the Mazda, so we may be able to watch the Mazdas come through and move away from the Porsches really quite quickly.
I think it would be fair to say, Howard, that the drivers that did start in the Porsches, John Smith and Peter Fitzgerald, are obviously front-rank drivers, but for whatever reason, it may be car or whatever, but certainly the Porsches are not doing the speeds that they were earlier in the race.
No, and I think it's something to do with this driver control. Remember what was reported, that they were looking to pull the pace off a bit, look after the car a bit further on fuel consumption, because they only got 1 hour and 45 as against the 2 hours that they were hoping for. And they really do feel they are good to see the Citroens out again. They do feel that their advantage is in the pits and getting that fuel consumption. So will they give the instruction to their Porsche drivers to speed up and try and hold the Mazdas, or will they let them go and still stay back on fuel consumption? We'll see in a few minutes when the pace car comes off.
Which it now is, and Porsche number 5 is regaining the lead. The number 7 RX-7 hasn't yet come onto the screen. Oh yes, it is, there at the top of the screen.
That's right.
So Jeff Morgan leads into turn 1, and that's Cameron McConville in the laser following him behind. The car now running again fine after its stoppage on the back straight. The RX,
heavy brake trying to get
There's absolutely no grip out there at the moment, and that is a bit too quick to come back on.
Yes, it is. Even with four-wheel drive, that gave him the confidence to keep it going, and not a very clever move. The steward should have a word with him about that.
I think he was working under the principle that he'd stop sooner or later.
Just the method. So the Mazda's coming out, getting around that little Hyundai, trying to get back into this race, settle down, restructure their plan, and get on.
Gary Walton still at the wheel of that car. Gary's actually deserves overtime at the moment. He's been in there since the start of the race, and one would imagine that he would be out after the next stop and John Bowe would hop in. But he's certainly done an excellent effort so far, everything that could have been asked of him.
Yes, and as we were saying earlier, one of these lads who comes in every so often and does really a super job, as he always has done for Mazda.
Sensible move there by Gary as well. You can see the hand out the window. What that was doing was actually thanking the driver of the Corolla for doing the right thing and getting out of his way. And Gary, by thanking him, was trying to reinforce that good behaviour.
If the Citroen's gone straight back in, I think that was the tail of the Citroen we saw, so obviously they haven't fixed it.
Something dived off into the pits there, as we see car 7 doing the best of them. And a number of times Greg Hansford's really lost out under pace car conditions. Do you remember at Bathurst in the Sierra for Alan Moffat, and the thing cooked? while he was doing pace car laps. Greg is such a thinking, calculating and steady driver. As Alan Horsley says, if you ask him to do 131s, to pick a number, he does 131s. If you say make it 130, up it comes to 130. And the number of times he's been thwarted by things other than his own ability to run the race as he sees it. He's a very heady driver, really is.
Yes, it only takes skill.
Terry Lewis, it's an interesting exercise in the Mazdas because they've grouped the two bigger guys, Greg Hansford, Charlie O'Brien in one car, John Bowe and Gary Walden similarly built and sized in the other car. But John Bowe is a red-hot performer, both obviously in modified touring cars, but in these as well. And Greg Hansford's done very well to be matching his times.
Yeah, they've kept the two people, like Charlie O'Brien and Hansford are basically the same size, and to do a pit change, you want to try and do it as quick as you possibly can. And so therefore they've kept those two together, and Bowe and Walden are basically the same size as well. So yeah, that's the reasoning behind the two people.
So car 7 sees the combination of Tasmanian John Bowe, Mazda BMW dealer, and Gary Walden. And Greg Hansford now with a very successful advanced driver, well, not advanced driver training, defensive driver training. He's not trying to teach people to be aces. He's trying to teach people to develop the good road craft that makes them good road drivers. And doing it very successfely and extensively through Queensland. And look at this, for a close battle. 93 laps completed now by car 5, 4, and 7 in first, second and third place, and 92 laps completed by fourth place car number 1. Fifth place is car number 8, and that's the Palmer, Gardner and Palmer Honda NSX, and sixth place is car number 18, Murray Carter in the Nissan Pulsar Triple S.
It's interesting, the Porsches are really hanging on to the Mazdas. We expected the Mazdas to go away very quickly and very easily, but the Porsches are doing a good job at the moment.
In fact, Gary Walden in the Mazda at the back of that pack is caught from 7 seconds to right on their tail in a lap and a half. So significant performance difference there. And it won't be long before he's up to, when he passes this Porsche, he'll be up to second. Looks like the head gasket problem on the Falcon hasn't improved, unfortunately. Still dropping coolant by the looks of it.
Yes. Going to have a sad lap, and another man that's been having problems, Peter McLeod in car 16 down in the pits with Ian Campbell.
We've got Peter McLeod with us right at the moment. The Citroen, in which he is crew chief for, caused the last pace car to come out. Pete, it's apparently an electrical problem at the end of the day, not a fuel pump as first suspected.
That's right. We've had an unfortunate distributor lead play up on us, and that's been a major problem because by the time it just went past the pit entry gate before it played up, so we had the pace car had to go out, but by the time we were towed around and back into the pits and fix it, that's put us back a long way. We're probably well out of contention now, but it's a long race. You never know, anything can happen at the end of it, a long day.
A couple of dollars has kept them out of it so far. They're back in the event with Peter Jansen behind the wheel.
And indeed, they're a long way out now because they're 6 laps off the next car. And that next car is the 6-cylinder Falcon, number 9 of Baird, Lamour and Kent Youlden, that's had problems that shot it down to 21st. So, in fact, that car obviously will be caught because I suspect it's not mobile, but immediately in front it is 14 laps to car number 33, 82 laps completed to be lying in 20th place at this stage. That's the I saw it, Sala Swain Zagami Toyota Corolla. So while the V8 Falcon limps round and the 2 Nissan Pulsars go strongly on their way, so too to the leading cars at the front of the field. Car 1 leading the pack, but a lap down and in 4th place, so that the race order is 4, now 7 in 2nd place and on the march. So there's the race order, 4th in 1st place on the road, but then 1st, 2nd, 3rd. This car falling back just a little bit in car number 5 at the moment is Morgan. The man on the march, and I suspect heading towards the lead, is car number 7. second place. Look at him out after the Porsche number 4. That's Brett Peters in the car that Peter Fitzgerald had leading the race for a fair while. And the Mazda's in a big hurry. Seen the pit stop story. You know that as he goes in now, that he's got to make up time, because he's going to spend more time off down that laneway in the pits than the car that he's just overtaken, which is gluing itself to his tail if he can manage it, and storming off down the straight. Have a look at this now for a twin-chamber, rotary, Wankel-powered car with twin turbochargers against a 4-cylinder, 3-litre Porsche. Couldn't get two cars more different in concept, mechanical layout, albeit that they're both front-engine, rear-wheel drive. The Porsche has its 6-speed gearbox down on the rear axle. The Mazda has its 5-speed gearbox in the conventional place behind the engine. It, in fact, probably wants a little bit of transmission weight up front because of the very small engine. There is a Mitsubishi Lancer GSR that is cooking. I thought perhaps the engine, that's the Thompson Sala Showers car that qualified 13th fastest and is in 11th at the moment. What are they cooking there? Brakes as well as engine,
yes,
or just brakes?
And brakes, and the airflow's coming up because of the heated engine area, but it'll be mainly brake, I think, at this stage.
And again, Howard Marsden, you were talking of skill is all that's needed in drivers. Experience is what's needed in how to run a car, albeit a good one like this one with a lot of potential, how to run one well over 6 hours.
That's right, and unfortunately it takes money and it takes time. I mean, these people are learning now how hard they can push the car, what type of brake pads they should or should not have chosen, and they haven't got their calculation right because they're having to fix it in the pits. This car, if it runs at Bathurst, will do a much better job.
As we see car number 9 extending and deepening its problems. The car that Baird owns. And talking of Bathurst, it surprises me in some ways that cars like the Nissan GTR, the Falcon Tyres car, didn't come here. It was entered here, had problems with brakes at Bathurst, and just development problem, getting the right pads, driving the car in the right way to make them do the distance and do the work. Sensational road car, absolutely beautiful road car. And when you're allowed to modify it the way you want to modify it, a wonderful Group A car as well. But at the moment, at Friday, with the entries to close tomorrow for the James Hardy 12 hour, so one male yet to come, there are 54 entries for Bathurst, and it amazes me that 30 of those have decided not to get some pre-Bathurst experience by running here at Sandown.
I agree. I mean, obviously economy comes into it, but you cannot replace the experience that's necessary here, so you have to come to this race if you're going to be successful at Bathurst. Going back to the Skyline GTR, mentioning there about the brake problems they have been having and that they're not here because of that. Must be remembered that, in fact, something I was associated with, the GTR in Europe under Group N regulations, which are like these cars, virtually unmodified, one single car ran and won 3 24-hour races against the best of Europe. So it can be done if you do your homework.
So car 7 is now leading the race and going away and lengthening its lead over the Porsche number 4, being driven by Morgan and by Brett Peters, and car number 5 in 3rd place being driven by Morgan, and then in 4th place in car number 1 is Charlie O'Brien now.
I think those Porsches are putting on a very good show of speed at the moment. They're actually holding the Mazdas very well. They're keeping a clean line, and I'm very impressed with Brett Peters.
The 968's an interesting car. I mean, it came really from an exercise which the separate design department at Porsche Design and Engineering did for Volkswagen Audi, and then with the car designed and completed, what became the 924 Porsche, they said they didn't want it. And so Porsche made it one of its own models, and it was, to be quite frank about it, the least loved Porsche at the time within Porsche fraternity, both in the factory and among owners, and became the 944 with a restyle, and now the 968, and it's starting to look really like a Porsche, like the 928. But look at this little Suzuki, number 42, leading Class A and lying 9th outright at the moment. Mark Brame, Henry Draper, and 2 more disparate guys, but 2 harder chargers you'd be very hard-pressed to find. They are real characters. I worked out who Henry Draper looks like, and he looks a little bit like E.T. And Mark Brame is the sort of the fair-haired, short crew-cut, very clean-cut young guy. And as I say, they're an interesting mix, but a very well-matched mix to do the goods in this car. Draper races a Mini. Brame specialises in Suzuki. Tico realised what a damn good job he does and is now helping him more. And I went for a ride around Bathurst in that car, was flabbergasted by the speed, but also by the way it felt like a thoroughbred modified race car. It rode like one, it sounded like one, it was driven like one.
And you can see here the way that they're able to throw that car around all day long. If he is E.T., he couldn't have a better vehicle to phone home in.
It's good stuff. They're a very professional team. And in fact, at Bathurst, they may be blooding my son as a gopher.
Really?
Howard, yes.
Oh,
he's
gosh.
bought himself a Suzuki Swift GTI.
Now
and
I see
he
the
reckons it's
enthusiasm.
wonderful, and he's going to find out a little bit more about it at close
Well, of
quarters.
course, this is the Mini Cooper of the 1920s.
It is the Mini Cooper. So I suppose that's appropriate for my boy Toby. I grew up with the Mini Cooper. He grew up with the Suzuki Swift.
Look what happened to you, Will.
Exactly. So they're running 9th at the moment, and they're immediately behind car 41 Trimble and Cook in a 1.8 litre turbocharged and four-wheel drive car. This car, the Honda NSX of Wayne Gardner, currently being driven by owner Ross Palmer, and to be driven by his younger brother Ian a little bit later, is lying 5th at the moment. And 100 laps have been achieved. That's 310 kilometres around Sandown in 2 hours 31. So in 5 hours they'll have done 600 kilometres, and give me 1/5 of that's another 20 laps is 60 kilometres. It'll be 660 kilometres.
Certainly be tired drivers in car by the end of the day.
So the Dogbone NSX Honda making its World Motor Racing debut here at Sandown, and who more appropriate to drive it than an owner of one of those sorts of cars? Very rarely that the drivers of these cars can actually afford to own them and use them on the road. But in this instance, Wayne Gardner can, of course, and Ross Palmer can and does, because not only does he have the V6 Honda that's $167,000, but I believe he's got a 6-litre V12 Benz, a 750 BMW V12, and he's probably got some pretty fancy stuff in America as well, where he's also in recent times racing a BMW. So he's got the racing bug, has Ross, and he now, as he says, I can afford to do it. He said I was all a bit intense on business in the 30s. And while Ross Palmer does the business out in the Dogbone car and the steel section that he developed, Wayne Gardner watching with great interest back in the pits. My God. Hello.
No, next to you.
What are you doing here? I thought it was...
Well, I just
They
wanted
said something about Wayne and I didn't hear it correctly. Welcome, Wayne. Nice to see you.
Thanks, Will.
How did you enjoy the stint?
Yeah, I actually had a lot of fun. In fact, I kept talking on the radio that much, so told me to shut up.
We were hearing a bit. Do you want me to slow up and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, I was actually having a good time out there. You know, it was... it's nice to get miles. I mean, everyone, and I've been talking a lot about car racing, wanted to do it, but never really got many miles on the racetrack, and particularly in a competitive car, and the car's sensational around here, and I've actually had a great time.
Wayne, come away from this race. Just look out there at the racetrack. 13 years ago, that superbike, the wet day, wheeling it onto the grid. What did you think when you started to wheel that bike up? What did you think about your potential in the race, about Peter Malloy, who owned the bike, who didn't know you were going there?
Well, I mean, I'd raced in the two previous races, in the Swan races, and of course the machine was put away, and that day we were gambling between the weather, what tyres to put on. We took the gamble and rode with wets, but it dried out, so I was slipping aside and the result wasn't very good. We put the bike away. Peter came up and sat up at the stand up here and was talking to Murawaki and was sort of, you know, basically feeling the situation out for next year. And then of course, then I started to throw it down. And one of my friends, we dragged the bike out of the back of the van, and in fact we were not entered in that superbike race. Took the carburetors off the covers off the carburetors, turned the fuel on, and got it going, rode it onto the grid, just pretended like I belonged there. Started the race, and of course it was starting to pour by then, and I was always very good in the rain those times, and I went out and won the race. And in that particular time, Peter's sitting up in the grandstand, and they said to one of the other guys, I think it was Mal Pittman at the time, said, what tyres has Wayne got on this time? He said, no, Wayne's downstairs. He's not racing. He says, well, what's that out there? And you see me go flying past, and I was leading the race. He goes, what? He said, that little bastard. He said, he shouldn't be out there. And he was after me. Sorry if I saw, but fortunately, I won the race. I came in with his big shiny disc and everything, and the trophy and whatnot. And he came up. He says, you little so and so. He said, but he says, I love you. He says, because you won the race.
Did you ever dream, as we've somewhere around the circuit, we've got a car parked, and it's not been a good Falcon day?
That's Mark Gibbs at the wheel at the moment, actually. But the car's not going anywhere, unfortunately.
And everything... No, he didn't have it locked up. The best thing he could have done there was to try and drive it through. Because you're dead once you... Yes, he was. He was trying to drive it through, but didn't want to go. It just dug the front in, and the day is over. It'll probably be a pace car situation again, because theoretically another car could run to that point and create a great problem. Wayne, back then, 1980, did you know where you were heading? That you'd ever one day, did you ever dream or think that one day you'd live in Monaco, you'd be world champion, that you'd own a Honda NSX?
No, you know, I had these dreams, of course, wanting to do that, and always wanted to be, I suppose, a world champion. I used to read covers of magazines and see the pictures of all the greats, and I wanted to be one of them or even beat them one day. And of course, you know, it's good to have dreams, and I think it's very important for a lot of people in Australia. They don't have enough dreams. And I did, and I just kept chasing his dream. Believe me, it didn't come easy. There was a lot of ups and downs, but I achieved it, and I got there. And
ultimately, Wayne, it's the commitment, the hunger, the seeing the goal clearly that decides whether you become world champion or just one of the field, more than your ability. You get into the field by having the ability, but ultimately it's that dream, isn't it? It's the saying, I can do it, I can be the champion.
Well, there's a way of doing it. There's having short-term and long-term goals. And long-term, yes, I wanted to be a world champion. Yes, I wanted to be rich and famous and all the rest of the stuff, the trimmings that go with it. But you had to come up with a result. And you just had to keep fighting. I mean, as I said, there was always ups and downs in it, but you had to keep believing. And I never went around shooting my mouth off saying that I was going to be world champion. I just kept it to myself. I told the people close to me, for example, Donna or my family, I am going to do it one day. I never told the press, because if it didn't happen, it would have been a big laughing stock. But I truly believed it in myself that it would happen, and I just never lost sight of that dream.
Go back further to days of dog bone and steel section and apprentice at tube makers.
Yes.
I mean, that really takes you back even further, doesn't it? You know, in terms of further away from the dream.
Very much. I did do an apprenticeship. I'm a fitter and turner by trade, and in all those years, or 4 years of an apprentice, I was trying to race around in this country, do all the road racing, get as much experience as I could. Come the end of my time, I had a number of days off trying to do that as well, and then at the end of my time, they gave me the sack. And as I said, I am a tradesman, but I haven't had to use that trade since. And of course, that's funny, because I worked at tube makers, and of course now my sponsor and good friend now is Ross Palmer of Palmer Tube Mill. So it's exactly the same company, but in opposition to them.
And it's also dream time again, isn't it? Short and long-term goal time. You've finished one era, you've finished one program, now you're off on another.
That's right.
Let's talk to the press this time and put yourself up with the risk of making a forecast that doesn't come true. Where do you want to go on 4 wheels?
Well, at one stage, I thought just touring car racing is for me. I wanted to go and race in Germany, because it's very competitive over there in the touring cars, or Group A, what they call it over there. And but that never really quite happened. So I then was offered a drive to stay here in Australia and race touring cars here. So I'd like to be able to prove them that, you know, motorcycle riders can race cars as well. And I've got a real big sort of feat to go and prove that the people that we can do it. And you know, I've got a lot of experience in bikes, and I hope that I can apply that same experience now to cars. But it isn't going to happen in the first season. I need time to learn, I need time to appreciate and gain experience off the other guys, and this is why this particular race is fantastic for me and for Ross. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why we're in it. It's a good breakdown for the car, and it's a good breakdown for me in driving experience.
Just in the near future, you've signed with Holden, and you've got the start of the Touring Car Championship next weekend with them. You've got a sprint car meeting on Friday night.
Yes.
You've got a Formula 1 test session coming up with Lotus.
April. That's right.
And you've discovered that you could have had a drive in Germany this year with Benz.
Very much. That came 2 days ago. I'd been hoping that there was a possibility there, and it didn't really happen until 2 days ago. They phoned me up and they says, okay, we've now got a factory drive for you in Germany. I said, unlucky, but I said, I've taken the Holden drive in Australia, and so I've said to them that I would love to come and do the races that doesn't clash with ones in Australia. So they're now trying to work out that whether it's possible or not. They're going to get back to me in a week or so.
We know you own a Honda NSX and you keep it garage in Monaco. What else have you got hidden away there? Start telling us about the garden of toys.
Well, I've had a number of toys out here. I've had Mercedeses and Porsches and so on, but at the moment I've got a Ferrari Testarossa and I've got a red Honda NSX, so I'm very familiar to the car. In fact, I think it's a sensational car and it's working so good on the racetrack. I think I might give mine a bit of a thrasher.
Bikes?
In Australia, I drive around a Honda Legend, CRX. I've got a number of different Hondas over the years. Bikes, I've got 3 Harley Davidsons, I've got a couple of Hondas, an RC30, a 500 motocross bike, a 250 motocross bike, a couple of scooters, 3 vintage bikes.
What vintage bikes have you got?
I've got a 1925, Waratah, an Australian-made motorcycle, and I think they only built sort of 1 or 2 seasons of it, so it's a very rare bike, and I'm very pleased to have that because it's all Australian, and that's what I consider sort of nice. Oh, I've got also my Grand Prix bike I won the World Championship with.
Have you?
Yes.
Have you indeed? Because Honda doesn't keep many of those. They crush them, don't they?
Very much. Well, yeah, they dismantle them and destroy them, and it's quite rare that they do give one away, and as a present from '87, I was given one.
Don't want to place a security risk on that, but where do you keep it? Is it here or overseas?
No, I keep it in Australia here.
You do?
Yes.
Good. Wayne, good luck. The car's had a bit of bother. You've fallen back now, 104 laps completed, where the lead car's done 106. Yes. Keep soldiering, eh? You'll be back in it later?
Oh, yeah. Ross is out there. He owns the car. He's a little bit slow. He doesn't have a lot of experience. But he's out there trying. He's out gaining experience, and that's what the whole project's about. The whole project's about, us, the drivers, getting experience before both us, and see what's going to go right and wrong with the car. And yeah, we just finished the day and we'll be happy. Keep it in one piece.
See you at the Speedway on Friday night and Amaroo Park next weekend. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks, Phil.
And into the pits, the Lancer of Trimble and Cook. That's 100 laps completed at the moment, and up into 6th place, Ken Douglas, going nicely. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm reading wrongly, 8th place, but still a good recovery.
Well, yes, because they made an early pit stop, which was obviously unscheduled, and they've recovered well from that. Interesting to see, whilst you were chatting with... Oh, a bit of a field leak there. Whilst you were chatting with Wayne, the long-suffering marshals were trying to drag Mark Gibbs's Falcon out of the kiddie litter with no success. Takes a lot of effort to drag a big old Falcon out of a rather unmovable medium.
When you're pulling it sideways as well as they're having to.
Well, yes,
slightly sideways.
Front wheel was turned on sideways, and that was making it even harder. So looks like they've accepted that it's a bit of a lost task, and might just be leaving it there for the duration. It's a bit of a pity for that team, but I guess the alternative, if it wasn't there, would have been a very large accident.
Well, keeping a flow of people into here, and when we find a headset for him, I don't know where it's gone. What's happened? Wayne Gardner, take it with him. John Smith, welcome to our commentary box, and tell us the Porsche situation. How's it going? As we see the fuel leaking there from that overflow, presumably it'll stop soon. How are things going in Porsche camp?
Yeah, good, actually. We're pretty happy with it. I think we were a little bit unlucky under the pace car thing to see the Mazda back in front, because they had managed to have a very good stop and get out again while the pace car was still out. So I think we anticipated we should be further in front, except for the pace car.
How low were your cars on fuel when you stopped under that first caution?
Well, I think Fitzy seemed a bit more economical than I did. I don't know how that worked, but I think he could have got to the full 2 hours. We started to pull the pace back a little bit and go a bit taller in the gears and stuff like that, because I think the pace early in the piece was a lot faster than we anticipated.
All right, rash predictions. Who's going to win it? Which Porsche, which Mazda, or is the Honda still in with a chance?
I think the Mazdas have got a big chance too. I think out of the 5 cars, if you look at that, I don't know, you could throw a blanket over it at this stage. The lead Mazda is a little bit of a worry, but then again, they've got to keep stopping every hour or so for fuel.
John, is fuel consumption really the answer to this race still?
Yes, Howard, I think it is. We know that we can run hard now and get an hour and 3/4 out of a tank, and we can run easy and get the full 2 hours. So I think we're going to try and pace our laps now. If you see Brett and Jeff are in the cars now, and they're sort of running one gear up, and we're trying to get... If we can stretch it to 2 hours, then I think we'll win the race.
Right.
Well, John, if you'd like to stick with us, we'll be back shortly. 2 3/4 hours into this Sandown 6R, so less than half distance, and around this 3.1 kilometre outside circuit at Sandown, the fast-flowing track that everybody loves so much. We see Mazda number 7 of John Bower, Gary Walden, leading the race, 109 laps completed, same number of laps as Porsche number 4, Peter Fitzgerald, Brett Peters in second place. Car number 5 in third, that's the John Smith, Kevin Waldock car, and John's with us to talk about the race a little bit more a little bit later on. And that also now has completed 109 laps, and in fourth place, second of the Mazdas, Charlie O'Brien, Greg Hansford. And then, as you can see, bringing up fifth place in car number 8, the Dogbone Honda, the man that owns it, the man who's built up a big business in Australia, Ross Palmer of Palmer Tube Mills, the Honda NSX that Wayne Gardner took to the lead in the early part of this 6-hour race at Sandown. Handing over to younger brother Ian. Older brother Ross handing over to younger brother Ian in the Honda that's now in fifth place. Led the race early on with Wayne Gardner and had that disastrous 4-odd-minute pit stop, but trying to do it rather more quickly. Similar sort of work as they check under that mid-engine, the engine behind the driver there at the rear, ahead of the rear axle. Ross Palmer helping brother Ian into the car. Ian, the more experienced of the two Palmer brothers. And of course, neither of them matching the times, which are pretty impressive, that were set up by Wayne Gardner both in qualifying, but also during the early part of this race.
I hope they have a plentiful supply of brakes. That's their second full front brake change in 3 hours, so they need a fair supply at the back.
Don't they ever? Well, they were wondering about putting bonnet pins in the car as required by CAMS, and there are other ways of locking it down. And, you know, thousands of dollars for the bonnet if they ever wanted to return it to the road. But then Ross Palmer said, oh, no, this car will never go back on the road, you know. Just wreck it, start to brutalise it.
Interestingly enough, they're changing rear pads as well, which was the same as the in the first stop. One of the prerequisites for a pit crew, of course, is to have inflammable fingers, because the brakes are running at about 400 degrees C.
How about non-inflammable fingers?
One of the things you were seeing there, when you look under the car, just have a look at the artistry. It's all aluminium fabrication. It's an all aluminium body. We saw it there more strongly on the front suspension. It is just a work of sculptural art. It's glorious. You could take it back to the bare aluminium and polish it and make it look glorious. Funnily, it doesn't really save any weight. It weighs 1,370 kilograms. But as a work of art, as a work of high-tech motoring by Honda in its venture up into the top end of the European sports supercar market, it's just fantastic. Beautiful motor. Gloriously set up car, and pretty exotic looking one as well. And now Ian Palmer out in it. John Smith, very different car to the more normally, oh dear. Now, you were saying you saw a few Hyundais when you were circulating earlier in the Porsche number 5. You lap them a few times?
Well, actually, I thought there was about 15 Hyundais out there, but they all look the same, and I don't think they're going to see any more somehow. I think that's about it.
Gee whiz, I tell you, that's a pretty top-level cooking.
Yeah, I'd say it's the end of his race. I don't think I'll even worry about putting the pace car out for that one.
No, just turn it round back behind the fences, and that one's all over. So let's have a look at what's gone on in the previous 2 hours after the first hour, when Wayne Gardner, after leading the race early on, handed over the Honda NSX to the car's owner. And the first pit stop, we've just seen the second, the first pit stop didn't go so smoothly. That brake's no good, get rid of it. And then Ross Palmer got out in the car to do his stint. By that stage it had dropped to 5th, dropped some 3 laps, and hasn't recovered from that situation since, going past the similarly mid-engine Toyota MR2, but that's a 4-cylinder 2-litre car. And Dickie Johnson went in 6th place outright, running out of fuel on the back straight in this little TX3 Laser 4-wheel drive turbo, towed back to the pits ultimately, refueled and back out in the race, and now up to 17th place outright. Then the trouble started for Falcon. The V8 won here with those specially drilled front wheels, having a quick stop moving up ahead of the 6-cylinder that didn't have nearly as happy a time with its front brakes. The MR2 number 2 spinning off and one of a number of cars to get involved in spins through the race, and now in 11th place outright, while Dickie Johnson continued the trauma of trying to get that car back to the pits on a restart after a caution. It was no caution for some of the drivers, particularly the John Trimble Rowan Cook Daily Planet GSR Mazda that had already been slammed into a fence yesterday, had problems early in the race with fuel in the cabin, and then they pitched it out into the greenery. Then the Mazdas started to get busy. One of them, very unlucky, Greg Hansford in 1, lost about half a lap and what became a full lap down on everybody else due to the use of the pace car and the way it happened. And so it now remains a lap down on the other 3 leading contenders, the 2 Porsches. Here another unhappy Mitsubishi Lancer GSR, and then another unhappy Falcon. This the 6-cylinder 1X Ken Douglas sitting on my left in the commentary box. But out into the kitty litter, race very much over, and in fact even took a 4-wheel drive a fair while to get it out of there, and a fair deal of effort. Now this is Ian Palmer live in the Dogbone Honda, car number 8, and in 5th place at this stage. They've completed 115 laps. The leading car number 7, has completed 120. So it's really out of major contention at this stage, but a big learning curve for it on their lead up to Bathurst. And as ever, there's action in the pits.
And the man with the widest smile of all in the pits at the moment is Ross Palmer, who's just got out of the car. Ross, congratulations, that was a good stint.
Yeah, thanks, John. My job was to go out there and be safe. I'm not a professional race driver. I've done a bit of club racing in the US over the last 12 months. I'm 43 years of age. I feel like Paul Newman, you know, that midlife crisis, taking up middle age, but I absolutely enjoyed the time that I was out there.
Well, you were doing 1 minute and 30-second laps, which is only, what, 3 seconds off Wayne?
Yeah, that's right. And as I said, my job was to be safe and just settle the car into a pattern, and I think we did that, and the car didn't skip a beat. It was a beautiful car.
Well, you put your money right on the line today to give yourself the opportunity to be, and you enjoyed what you put the Honda here, you sponsored it. Where do you go from here with the car?
Actually, the car will be running at Bathurst, and today is a bit of a shakedown. We've done nothing whatsoever to the exhaust system, and you're allowed to fiddle with the exhaust system under the regs. So really all we've done is shocks, and you know, we're delighted with the car. I mean, Wayne led the race for the first 8 or 9 laps, and but you know, being a one-car team, you've got to be very careful. So we're just settling back there into a pace, and we hope to be there at the end of the day.
Ross, I normally wouldn't do this, but I reckon you've earned the right to do it. Tell me, what's a dog bone?
What's a dog bone, John? Well, a dog bone, I feel like Victor Kiam in the Remington commercial. I like the product so much I drive the car that I sponsored, but Palmer Tube Mills has spent over $10 million 5 years in the development of this basic, what's a high-tech steel beam. And you know, there's something like 50 million tonne of steel beams sold in the world every year. And our engineers, as I say, have been working on it for 5 years, and we finally had the development and breakthrough at our Sunshine plant last week. So we were almost ready to strip the dog bone advertising off, and but the product will be coming to market in April, and it's an Australian invention like the stump jump plough. Has hollow ends, birds can't nest in it, we can run services through the flanges, and it's up to half the weight of a regular RSJ or U-beam, and we think that this will make Palmer's, this is our future. We're still tube makers, but this is our future, and we're at the cutting edge of technology in the steel business.
Ross, congratulations. That's 1 minute and 30 seconds from Ross Palmer on dog bone, but he earned every bit of it. Ross, congratulations.
Thanks, John. Thanks for the opportunity.
pretty smart businessman and a pretty smart product. And they're in 5th place, leading on the track the car that in fact is in 4th place outright, the Mazda, that's 4 laps in front. Car number 1. So 122 laps completed by the leading Mazda car 7 over the Porsches numbers 4 and 5. And then they've also now completed 122 laps, 121 completed by car number 1. But car number 7, Ken Douglas, due to come in and visit the pit crew?
I think so. They've been a bit lucky on one of the... Well, no, sorry, they were unlucky on one of the stops beforehand where they just missed out on a pace car, but it's coming up to about their 44 lap mark when they'll need to pit. So, and on this occasion, I think we'll find John Bowe hopping into the car. Well, in fact, they're into the pits now.
So, the race leader into the pits, 3 hours and 4 minutes. So they've got that part of the deal over. They'd gone short the last time, less than an hour. They've got an hour and 2 on this stint out there, made it a little bit safer towards a 5-stop race. And this, the long stop for them, the one that sees the driver change, and John Bowe from Tasmania. Such a good support driver for Dick Johnson in the Touring Car Championship, get into the car. And albeit that Gary Walden's done a tremendous job in that car, I think we're going to see some fireworks shortly.
One thing that interests me there is that they haven't changed the brake pads on the car.
And Ken, they didn't even look at them.
No,
they're quite confident.
Very significant. I was of the opinion that that might have been the Achilles heel of the car, but obviously they've been able to drive the car at a pace, and even remembering that that was the fastest of the 2 Mazdas, but still drive it at a pace where they've looked after the brakes.
That's a sensational effort. Last year we saw them at Bathurst, brakes locking on in the pits, cars being wheeled back on trolley jacks. They've done a 40-second stop to change drivers, do all that they needed at the halfway mark to fettle the car. Okay, no pads, but pads weren't needed. Bit of rag hanging off the car or out of the door.
It looks like the end of the seatbelt, actually.
Other than that, an immaculate and very quick stop indeed. For car number 7 that's now gone to 3rd place, Porsches are 1 and 2. That's Porsche number 4, Peter Fitzgerald and Brett Peters from, Porsche number 4. Brett Peters, Peter Fitzgerald from number 5, John Smith, Kevin Waldock. How do you see it shaping now, John Smith?
We're still in the money, mate. At halfway, we're in front. The Mazda is obviously still in contention, but they'll have to stop. It looks like they're doing every 2 stops for brakes, and so they've got to put brakes on it at their next stop.
And there's the other Mazda just in front of the Dogbone Honda, as it's been for a little while now, albeit 4 laps between them in terms of the race situation. But Ken Douglas, the Mazda number 7, race leader when it pitted, 3rd place when it went out. There's still not much of a gap between it and the lead.
10.5 seconds behind the 1st place Porsche at the moment, but I expect to find that John will be able to pull that gap back reasonably quickly.
And talking of Johns, in the pits, John Smales.
And a marathon effort from Gary Walden. Gary, congratulations. You've been congratulated by Alan Horsley, Barry Jones, everyone else. What a sensational drive.
Thanks, John. Thanks very much. I've been driving the wheels off the little Mazda and hasn't missed a beat. The temperature's running at 105. We're not using brakes.
Your pulse rate's been running higher than that.
My pulse rate, I'd say, be around about 200.
Gary, you say you're not using brakes. I was amazed. You didn't even see, your pit crew didn't even seem to look at the brakes. That stopped 3 hours into the race.
Yeah, I'm trying to be gentle on the brakes, John. We're not using them very hard, but we're revving the engine. We're making the engine do all the work. We're making the car do all the work.
What sort of challenge is being thrown out by the Porsches? How hard was it for you to get back in the lead just now?
Oh, fairly hard. I think probably fortunately for us, Fitzy's got a co-driver. It looks like it's not as quick as him. So, that's fortunate for us. But, as far as I'm concerned, the Porsches are a one-off factory racing car, and really they shouldn't be allowed in this event.
Fighting words, where's the Porsche got an advantage out there?
The Porsche's got an advantage, I think, probably because it was built in the factory to go motor racing.
But where
the RX-7 is built to run on the road, everyday road car that sells for virtually half the price of the Porsche.
You're telling me you're concerned about the future of this sort of racing?
Well, I am. Mazda have got a car that can do the job a lot quicker than the RX-7. Another R1, though, I believe. And, do they want us to bring that out here, or do they want us to run road cars?
Where's the Porsche's advantage on this track today?
The Porsche's advantage is probably with its big brakes. The factory have made huge brakes for the car to go motor racing. and I'd say that's probably where advantage lies.
Well, you've been in a couple of braking duels with them now, today so far. Just what's the reaction of the Mazda to the Porsche?
Look, we can probably outstop them, John, for one lap, but you know, like a 6-hour race, it's a bit hard.
Thank you.
Well, before we turn that into Barney and Porsche owners ring up, we'll even all that out, and that's Gary Walden's opinion, and he's entitled to it, and we'll discuss it. John Smith's bursting off his chair here to present the other side of the story. It's been contentious, certainly, as we look at the Citroën picking another place to park the car. Let's have a look how it got there. Oh dear. Well, he turned it into the kitty litter there and made it a little bit hard. But the situation in the race is a fascinating one. Before we turn to matters Porsche and specialty cars and all that sort of business, Car 4 leads the race, and that's the race situation. There's the race leader. Same number of laps, 125 completed, as Car 5, 1.6 seconds behind it, and was 5 seconds when they passed the start-finish line to car number 7 in 3rd place, but it's now less than that as it catches. So you're watching the race situation, and indeed on the same number of laps now is car number 1 too. Car number 1 also, I mean, in that case. So car 7's chasing and probably about to change the race situation. So looking inside the car there, those immaculate driving suits that Peter Fitzgerald has organised for the Porsche crew. But here you see the Mazda number 7 now looking for second place as it tucks in, gets a slipstream up the fast back straight here at Sandown. We were inside car number 4 there looking at Brett Peters, but this is car 5 losing second place to the Mazda that's just done its halfway pit stop and gone back into second place, and very much in contention, albeit that it's got more stops to do than you. It's just done a stop, John Smith, and going to lead again, I would say, very shortly. So it's quite a battle, and you're going to have to start stretching these cars a little bit.
I think we'll stick to our game plan, Will. The Porsches aren't as fast in a straight line, which is quite obvious. They're only a 4-cylinder car.
Only a 4-cylinder car. They've got 176 kilowatts out of 3 litres. 3 litres is a big lump of engine.
Well, it's only a humble little 4. Poor little thing. It's a shock.
Sounding like a politician.
Well, see, I listen to what Gary has to say, and that's terrific from a Mazda guy. I can understand that.
There's 2.4 seconds over the leading 3 cars.
You know, I'm just a humble Toyota dealer as well, but I can understand what goes into the regulations for these cars. They bring in a set of regulations. That car in the lead is a Porsche car that's for sale in Australia, and that's what's available. Whether Porsche bring out a nice little, what they call CS, a club sport, but it is for sale like anything else that's in the race.
Yeah.
So
it's a specialised, what it says, a club sport. It is a semi-race car. It is for sale in this country. It will sell in very small volume. Mazda's not interested in that end of the market in such small volume. As we see the race lead changing, clear track in front of car number 7. The race lead regained for John Bowe, now in a hell of a rush, and I'd say going to clap on a lot of pace and start to make life very difficult for these poor little 4-cylinder cars. No, Mazda and Porsche are out there doing different things in the market. Porsche last year made less than 20,000 cars. They will make only a small number of these and sell only a very small number in Australia. Mazda, I don't know how many they make of the RX-7, but they'd make more or as many RX-7s in a year as Porsche make of all models in a year. Porsche has 3 models to its range. So they're out there doing different things, offering different things to different people. And the other side of the equation is, of course, that the specialty that you get in the Porsche comes at a fairly high price. It's $120,000 for a very bare-bones motor car, a beautifully balanced motor car. I'm not saying that critically, I'm just saying it in terms of what's there. The Mazda's a $73,000 car. that isn't as comfortable, to be fair to both cars, but is electrically fast for the money that's asked for it, and as I say, is racing with its electric sunroof and its central locking system. The most sensational sound system I've ever heard in a car, the Bose speaker system in it. Fantastic, and CD player.
It's a problem that the Confederation of Australian Motorsport are going to have to come to grips with. The advantage of us running with production vehicles is that you can buy a car and go racing. That's great. But the competition level gets to the extent that the manufacturers then start to produce vehicles that are moving towards the top end of acceptability on the road to get a race advantage. And of course we all went through this more than 20 years ago when we had supercars on the road.
We go through it all the time, Howard. It's a cyclical thing.
And as a result, it's not a matter of Mazda and Porsche having a go at one another verbally. They're having a go at one another on the racetrack. That's where it should stay. The rules are there, and either one of them takes an advantage. That's great.
Yeah,
that's what
it's great to have them in
all
there.
About.
Yeah, lovely to have Porsche back here, and lovely to have Honda in there as well. I think, frankly, it'd be nice to see what you might call a low volume, a supercar, an exotic car class, where you put that collection of cars, the Honda, the Porsche, the Nissan Skyline GTR and so on, high volume or less special cars, to race against each other in a different area, in a different class.
Right. Anything that has the Australian design regulation clarification, which is an expensive thing to do for any manufacturer, if he's prepared to do that, he should be allowed to go racing.
And Jumpy John Smith?
Makes me laugh. I think, I just listened to what Gary's statement. He says the car's unfair, its brakes are too good. Now, for God's sake, what are we talking about here? Here's a car that's got great brakes. It's a great road car. It's not as fast in a straight line as a Mazda, but its brakes are better.
Yeah.
So that's a safety thing, for God's sake.
And it is a beautifully balanced chassis, a very drivable, torquey engine. And the thing I like most about the Porsche is that it's, as I say, it's reminding people when manufacturers sometimes go into technology for technology's own sake. And Porsche said, let's stick with this four-cylinder relative simplicity and make it work well. And by gee, it does work well too.
It is the best race car that's been apart from a road car that I've ever driven.
And now, car number 23, 16th place outright for Ray Ryan, Dutton and Runciman from Western Australia, one of the Mitsubishi Lancer GSRs that's kept well out of trouble in this race. They qualified 12th, and at the moment they're running in 16th place, so they've gone back on their race performance, which they should have come forward on, really, because you virtually as quick as we see car number 1, 4th place, come round into the pits. That would have been completing its 130th lap, as the leading 3 cars have done, so it's lagging behind them just a touch, a bit of brake fluid. And down in the bowels of that engine is that very small Felix Wankel designed rotary engine, just 2 cylinders, 2 chambers to it. Boy, it's under a pile of plumbing and 2 sequential turbochargers. Very smart styling on this latest RX-7. I like the first one and I like this, the third. The second one didn't do much for me, which frankly was a bit of a copy of the Porsche 924 944 concept that's now the 968, and another red-hot pit stop by Mazda. And in that sense, John Smith, they are doing nothing wrong, are they? They're doing it in the pits superbly well.
Oh, it's very, very good. Even the pit stop, when they did put brakes on, I think it was only 1 minute 40. It's a great effort to put brakes on and do something like that. So still a way to go yet, and I think Fitzy, who's done a damn good job with these cars, they are fantastic and it's well organised, and if he sticks to his game plan, I still can see the Porsche.
What's his game plan then? Spell it out to us.
We just keep plugging around doing 27s, 28s, which we've been doing all day, and I reckon I don't think the Mazdas can keep it up and keep their brakes under.
So you don't want to get pulled into chasing, for instance, John Bauer?
No, because he's going to have to stop again, and they have to stop round about every hour to put fuel in the car. We can just keep going. If we can get 2 hours, we're halving the pit stop.
Do you think John Bauer will be a little bit harder on the brakes and the car generally than and fuel, for instance, than Gary Walden?
Well, this particular car, they use a phenomenal amount of fuel. 2 turbos and a rotary is nothing worse than if you're thinking about fuel consumption, a turbo rotary. So if he drives it hard and has to rev it, he's going to use a lot of fuel. I thought Gary Walden did a fantastic job in that car to get it where he did, the way he did it. So just see how Bowie goes in this one now.
So car number 7 leading the race, and car 1 here, its teammate lying in 4th place. It's 7 seconds back to the first of the Porsches, 2nd place car, and it's 4.5 seconds back to the 3rd Porsche, and then to car number 1 in 4th place. Now a clear lap down, it's a further 11.7 seconds, but that's for the car 1 Mazda to complete 131 laps, where car numbers 7, 4 and 5 in front of it have all completed 132. So this car 2 is really on the chase. It needs to go for it.
But the Porsches are actually putting the pressure on the Mazda the whole time. They have to go hard to stay up there because of the pit stop situation. It's a classic hare and tortoise thing.
An interesting one from a driver's point of view, isn't it? Because, John, that's what takes most control of all, is to run to your game plan instead of to what you see out either in your rear vision mirror or through the windscreen.
Oh, yeah. I think Fitzy and I both got sucked in a little bit early in the piece, and we were doing sort of 26 or something.
Did you?
Yeah. And we went out first of all this morning and said, OK, listen, no matter what we're doing, we can let them get away, but we've got to stick to a game plan.
Talking of game plans, let's have a look at car number 51, lying second in Class A, the up to 1600cc class, being led and second place being held by Suzuki Swift GTI. And Ken Douglas, remarkable jobs being done again, and up against hot competition. There's no hotter competition really in your class than people like Mark Brame and Henry Draper.
In fact, they got a Christmas present. That car is nice, fresh and new from Atico.
Yeah.
The one they had previously, of course, had won the James Hardy 12-hour class twice. The Winton 300 third outright and then outright last year. So the poor old thing had really done a lot of work.
And the new one is 2 laps in front of this car.
Yes. Which is an excellent effort, obviously.
Very nicely presented car, and looks to be just lolloping about a little bit more than the Brame Draper car.
There seems to be 2 significantly different schools of thought on how to set the cars up. A lot of people use basically rock-hard springs, and if you look very closely at them, you'll see them just jittering and jumping across the track in a series of bounces, whereas the ones that decide they want to allow a bit more roll, a bit more compliance, set them up softly, and they get that nice sort of gentle, wallowing, moving sort of look about them. That car's moving around just nicely at the moment. It looks about right. Although you'd have to say that probably the advantage the Brame and Draper car would have would be the drivers.
They're good guys to drive against too. I like them to lap them a few times, and they give you plenty of room. They don't lose speed with themselves. That's one of the biggest things, to let big fast cars through and still keep your own speed up, and they do that really well.
You had a bit of problems beforehand, you were mentioning before.
Yeah, I managed to snot the little white Lancer in front there down at one of the tight corners. I think he was looking at me more than where he was going. And it's a very easy thing to fall into. You're looking in the mirrors of the faster cars coming up, and he tended to run out of road, stepped out, and I whacked him fair in the back. But no damage
to the...
No, none for either of us, I think. I just swapped a bit of paint. I was pretty lucky.
And while we look at car number 17, up into 13th place. In fact, it just jumped a place as I looked at the lap scoring beam. It's completed 120 laps as the 6-cylinder Falcon wheels out of the way. We go down to the pits.
Stephen Johnson is having his very first professional motor race, and look at the faces of the 2 people who mean most to Stephen in the pits. Here's Dick, there's Jill, Stephen's mother, on the 2-way, listening to him at the moment. Dick, how do you feel?
Well, I now know how my parents felt, but obviously they weren't in the same deal. But it's sort of a bit nerve-wracking for a while, but it's getting better.
Jill, Betty Brabham had to put up with 3 sons going motor racing. How do you feel about Stephen?
I'm glad I've only got one, John. But it is different, and I'm sure Dick now feels what I used to go through with him.
What did you feel when they strapped Stephen in the car just now?
I'm I'm sort of really proud for both of them to be together. So, you know, it's just maybe a little start of something that's to come.
Dick, you've had the ability to be able to talk him around. How's he going in the car, and has he settled down?
Well, when he settles down, he'll go very well indeed. You know, he was running around yesterday quite comfortably in around about the same times as Cameron, which is what we would have hoped it had happened. And today, I think this is just a bit of a learning curve. And hopefully at Bathurst, they'll be able to get together and we'll be able to teach him a little bit more.
Have you got any plans for Stephen?
We'll just have to wait and see how things unfold. But if he wants to do it, I'll help him. If he doesn't want to do it, well, I'll just help someone else.
Mr. and Mrs. Johnson, we leave you to your concerns.
Thanks.
So there's the situation. Tremendous effort by this laser. I'm so pleased it's back out and going again, because these really are sensible performance cars, extremely safe, quick in a very efficient way, in that they're superb in corners. If it rains, it doesn't make a great deal of difference. They're not hard on their tyres or their brakes. They've done some remarkable things at Mount Panorama in the Easter 12-hour, the James Hardy there, over the last couple of years. But there's some remarkable things happening out in the race as well. Mazda number 7, as we see the Porsche coming into the pits. This is Brett Peters, and in fact he was about to be threatened for third place, I think, by Mazda number 1. So Ken Douglas, the Porsche's due for 2 more pit stops, the Mazda's due for 2 more pit stops. Situation becoming interesting. This is the third place car, number 4.
Peter Fitzgerald's just getting back into the car now. The advantage that the Porsche had in terms of doing less pit stops evaporated to some extent by one of the pace cars. Porsche were trying to run 2-hour sessions in the car, which would have made the race a 2 pit stop race. Because they took advantage of the pace car, which came out just before the 2-hour mark, they need to do this stop and 1 more stop, which might only be to throw a bit of fuel in it. But it comes down now to Porsche's got 2 more stops to make. This is one of them, and Mazda have 2 more stops to make.
And indeed, the first-placed Mazda and the fourth-placed Mazda were making ground in that last stint as Peter Fitzgerald comes back out. Nearly 3 seconds made by car number 7 in 1 lap over car number 4. That was Brett Peters. And similarly, 3.2 seconds made by car 1 on car 5 in a catching mode. So it's rather interesting, and it is a classic hare and tortoise situation, as you said, John Smith.
Yes, actually, I seem really impressed with that pit stop too. They've done 4 times. I think it was under 40 seconds.
And he's out and going again.
Very well drilled crew and a lot of good guys in the team. I'm really pleased to be associated with them.
Fitzy looks like he's got his race face on at the moment. He's come out on the track not that far ahead of on the road of the Mazda RX-7 driven by John Bowe. In fact, there seems to be about 200 yards in it. Now, the trick in the next few laps will be to see whether Peter has more pace or less than the RX-7, and I think that's going to be highly significant.
I honestly think they'll probably run about the same pace all the time, but the Mazda's going to have longer stops coming up. They're going to have a look at their brakes again, and
you hope.
I hope. And I honestly hope again that the pit stops for the Porsche are going to be a lot shorter.
The Mazda went straight through on the car ahead of him without any trouble at all, coming up onto the Porsche, which is having to settle in those new tyres.
Developing into a good race. I think with the hours to go, they're still going to go all the way down to the wire between both teams, I think.
The incentive that John Bowe will have here is to try and catch Peter Fitzgerald, get him just behind, so that if a pace car does happen to come out, then there's no way that Fitzy can catch up that whole lap. Now, that's a very tangible benefit if he can achieve that. We've had 2 pace cars already, and you wouldn't want to predict that there wouldn't be a third.
No, I tend to agree. Whoever's in front, just they've got to make sure that they stay there. Have to make sure.
In fact, the RX does appear to be catching.
Car number 1 is now ahead of car 5, so Mazda's are first and second. Is that right?
No. There's a lap in it.
Sorry, a lap in it. Okay. So car 7, though, with a very nice lead. at this stage, and John Bowe working the car as he can do so well, so confidently.
Gee, well, he's going to have to be pretty good to nail Fitzy, because on the early laps that we did, I honestly believe that the Porsches can do it a lot more comfortably than the Mazda can.
I think that's as much as anything, John, just the difference between a turbo and a non-turbo car. Turbos are wonderful when you light them up and get them in a straight line, but to balance a car on part throttle in a corner, coming out of a corner, to get the engine response exactly as you want it's easier in a non-turbo car, isn't it?
Oh, that's right. And when they have to run these cars, all of a sudden the temperatures start to go up. And the brakes get worked harder because they're definitely smaller. The normally aspirated car just seems to do it a lot easier and a lot better. The other thing too, of course, that Gary didn't mention under the regulations, that the RX-7 benefits a hell of a lot more with exhaust freedoms than the Porsche
turbo cars do.
Oh yeah. Because that's the turbo boost that much easier. You can see the difference in a straight line here. Bowie should be able to nail him up the hill.
All right, well, tell us about the difference in driving the two cars around the track, John.
See, the Porsche pulls 5th gear. We don't get to 6th up the back. They're around about 220 k's at about this spot here. As you just go underneath, we just dab the brakes. You'll see Bowie just go through. Back to 4th gear we go, and then nail it down through the hill here, flat out down the hill. I'll grab 3rd about there, then back to 2nd.
Some pretty swish-sounding brake pads starting to squeal there.
Well, that's the carbon metallic pads that they run in the Mazda. They're a very hard pad. They're quite hard on disc, but they give fantastic bite. Hello, we're in.
Well, you going to be wanted for this car again? You're starting to wonder? I'm starting to think that, your time might come, John. You thought you were going to do the first 2 hours.
And go on.
You were finished for the day, but I don't think you are.
Well, it may not be. We'll probably have a splash at the finish to keep going, but it's Kevin Waldorf's in the car now, who's not only a bit of a character, but he's a very, very good steerer, and he'll probably do the job for us. I'd say that's how the Porsche's just gone through on us. Would that be about right?
Yes.
And you talk about, we've talked about the Porsche being lowered and so on. Have a look at where the spoiler is on the front of the Mazda when they jump on the brakes.
Yeah.
It's very close to the ground.
Yeah.
Very, highly developed aerodynamic package on that car.
Good car and quite good value for money. It's only a 2-seater, but it's quite a good car.
It really does. If people do nothing else, they ought to go and listen to the bass that comes through the Bose sound system in that car. Have you heard it?
No.
Oh my goodness. It's sort of about half a kilometre of tubing through the back of the car. You've got to take it out to get the spare wheel out, and gee whiz, you can actually vibrate the car without hurting your ears. It's incredible. And as we see one of the Nissan Pulsars pulling up on the front straight near the grandstand, we go to John Smales down in the pits. That was in fact the Stephen Richards car, number 22. John.
The last 2 Mazda pit stops took 41 seconds and 42 seconds respectively. The last 2 Porsche pit stops took 41 seconds and 42 seconds respectively. Crew chief for Porsche, Gerard Murphy, it's coming right down to the wire, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and as we said at the start of the race, this race will be won and lost in the pits, and I think it's a fantastic tussle, and our Porsches are going excellently, our Goodyears are going very, very well, and everything else is going well for us. It's going to plan, but as I said before the start of the race, this here will be a race with the Mazdas, and they're our best competition, and we love it.
Well, will it come down now to who has to take front brakes? The Mazdas have already done it once. Maybe they can get through without another brake change. You haven't done it yet. Do you need one?
None at all. We have excellent pad wear, we have excellent disc wear. It was as per our tests. We're very, very happy, and I think that is going to be the Achilles heel of the Mazdas, is the brakes or our plus, whichever way you want to put it.
Well, can I come and play those words back to you at 5.5 hours into the race?
Please don't.
Thanks, Jerry.
Checks in the mail. Up the back straight comes car 22, a bit slowly, and that's the Melinda Price cousin of Drew Price, Toyota team driver and kart manufacturer, designer and kart racer, and also Stephen Richards. And
it's actually Paul Fordham at the wheel at the moment, who has the unenviable task of trying to get the car back to the pits.
He's trying to do a Dick Johnson, is he? He's further short of the Schweppes Sports Plus sign than Dick Johnson was. In the pits, well, unhappy times for Falcon. Ken Douglas when you run into problems, they very seldom get less.
Well, that's right. They obviously had a problem with either the speed they were driving the car at or the compound of brakes that they chose, or both. I know we ran the car here in the Sandown 500 last year, and the brakes were very marginal. They certainly stopped the car quick smart, but to do it for a long time, the pads just don't have enough thickness in it to keep going for many laps. So you've got to drive them very carefully, and for whatever reason, there is a problem. Judging by the look of the car, it's been off a few times as well.
Will, there's going to be another pace car out. The car is actually stationary there on the back.
Yeah, Paul Fordham.
So this again will put another spanner into everybody's calculations.
In the Pulsar that's fallen already to 9th place, and very much up against it is this car number 7 that's going to lose now some valuably and hard-earned time. That sees again that Mazda sandwich with the Porsche filling. Mazda number 7 of John Bowe, Gary Waldenbow now driving the Tasmanian from car 4, the Porsche of Peter Fitzgerald, Brett Peters, the Porsche number 5 of John Smith if he stops commentating, and Kevin Waldock and Morgan, and then Mazda number 1 of Greg Hansford, Charlie O'Brien. The Honda NSX has fallen a long way behind now in car number 8. They're 5 laps down, 137 completed to the leading car number 7's 142. In fact, it's just ticked up 143. This is the Sandown 6 Hour. Stop this one at 3 3/4 hours in the motor race. Mazda number 7 in with John Bowe at the wheel to do its major stop, to do the brake change at the front. It's just happened. It's now actually whistling around the back on what is the last of the pace car laps to get onto the back of the field. It won't quite make it. Not quite. Probably going to leave it with a deficit of 20 or 20 seconds. But this was a well-planned ploy. It was completed finally in 1 minute and 20 seconds, and it was only about a minute or so ago. Brilliantly done at the front end of the car here. You see the mechanic after he's done the 5-stud wheels, and the field is broken now, so that Porsche 4 leads Porsche 5, leads Mazda number 1, and as the Melinda Price, Stephen Richards and Paul Fordham Nissan Pulsar, the cause of that pace car lap, comes back to the pits, looking as though it was running out of fuel, as Dick Johnson did. Then the Mazda, with a deficit of 30 seconds, crosses the start-finish line, a deficit of that to the leader. So didn't quite pull it off, John Smith, but nevertheless much less expensive in time than would be the stop under full race conditions.
I think they've saved themselves a good minute, Will. If they had to pit under normal race conditions, the other cars were too close, they would have lost at least a minute, so a minute extra. So it was a good move from the Mazda camp to do that. But then again, now Bowie has to go and chase, and he's going to have to run the car a lot harder than what he was earlier to catch the two Porsches.
In fact, they've put themselves in an extremely good position. They're still in the lead in car number 7, with a lead of about 40-odd seconds, 30 seconds behind on the road. But like the Porsches now, they only need a splash of fuel to get them to the end. So they used that pace car extremely well. John Bowe was also clever enough to get in front of Peter Fitzgerald as quick as he could to get him behind him on the road, so the advantage of the pace car couldn't be used by the Porsche.
Over the first 3 cars, there's just 2.35 seconds, 149 laps completed. In fact, that's the number of laps completed by all the cars. So that John Bowe, chasing around, remains 1 lap up, except for this 30-second deficit.
No, about 40 seconds ahead.
Yes, he's 40 seconds. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yep. So, in fact, car 7 was chasing the back end of the field there, remains the race leader by, instead of a deficit of 20-odd seconds to the other 3, a margin of 40-odd seconds to them. Yeah. Car 4 in 2nd place, car 5 in 3rd, car 1 in 4th place, and car 51 is in 8th place outright. where leading the class is still the Brame Draper Suzuki number 42, and this one, Ferrier, Parsons and Robson, 51, is second place in class and remarkably 8th outright. Tremendous effort by Mark Ferrier, Philip Parsons, Neil Robson.
Looks as though they've got a suspension problem. They're looking for obviously noises and clonks in that car. Coming back to that, the front running cars, that's the position as it is at the moment. We must expect at least one more yellow flag and pace car into this car. So again, for the team managers to calculate how to run the cars and make sure that they do stay in touch with that pace car is yet to unfold.
So we saw 7 grab that stop, 3 3/4 hours in. It's got another stop and a splash.
No, it's just got one more splash. Might be.
Yeah, it's got to have. It's got to have. Yeah, it can only go an hour odd.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's 1+.
1+. But the number 1 RX-7 didn't make a stop under the pace car, so it's on its schedule.
So it's 7 leading by more than half a lap, but this then is the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place, and you just saw it change for 3rd as in car number 1, Charlie O'Brien came surging through. The winner at the James Hardy 12-hour last Easter at Bathurst, and what an absolute little boomer it'll be this year. I think you'd agree, John Smith. This field of 23 cars, minus the Nissan Skyline GTRs, added in with all the race development, the experience that's going into the Porsches and on top of the Mazdas here, will make Easter a beauty, do you reckon?
Yeah, it's going to be also over 12 hours rather than 6, which just throws another part of the equation in. I think it's going to be a great race. We're looking forward to it. I honestly believe at Bathurst too, the Porsches will have a bit more of an advantage again with the brakes.
So the race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th is spread over 2.2 seconds. The 3 cars, and car 51 travelling slowly, the 2nd placed Suzuki Swift GTI in 9th place outright, back out of the pits. So trying to work it out, 2 hours and 10 minutes remaining, 2 pit stops even for car number 7 now, which has completed 152 laps. Are the others in 2nd, 3rd and 4th, Ken Douglas, still only scheduled for 2 stops each?
The Porsches will only need 1 more stop to get to the end. The Mazda number 1, I believe, will need 2 at this stage.
So he's got to rush. The Porsches have got to stick to the plan, and we don't know the answer, John Smith.
Yes, it's a game of chess, isn't it? Well, I think it's great. I still think the Porsches have the upper hand, but then again, I'm very biased.
The Mazdas always thought that these were going to be damned hard cars to catch. I mean, let's look at the specification. It's lowered 20 millimetres, 2 centimetres over the standard car. It's got 7.5-inch wide front rims, 9-inch wide rears. That's as wide as a Sierra, isn't it?
Yep.
In Group A.
Yep.
And the Mazda's got 8-inch all-round. Well, that's fine. That's a pretty good spec. But it's a pretty purposeful thing. What's the diameter of those discs?
12.3 or something like that, which is fantastic. That's Group A size.
Centimetres?
Yeah, inches.
Inches, 12 inches.
Yeah, fantastic size brakes, and the calipers are enormous. And that's the best thing about it. It can dissipate so much heat. You can run bigger pads, and the car just doesn't suffer.
Because they came up importantly too to 17-inch rims, didn't they? And
That's
very
right.
low profile tires. 45 profile front, 40 on the rear. That's a big difference in the spec on the Mazda.
Yeah, I think it is. And also the car isn't very heavy. It's 1,200 and something odd kilos, which is not very heavy. So it does pull its weight quite well.
The Mazda spec, you see, is 225.50 as we see car 1 go through there. It's in now 2nd place. So it's Mazda's 1-2, Porsche's 3-4. The Mazda has on those 8-inch rims, 16-inch diameter, has 225 by 50 tyres, where the Porsche has 245 by 40. Both the width and the profile are both advantages for the Porsche.
This is an ideal form of motor racing, you know, because we're talking about the technology of these cars, and it is a battle. Mazda have decided to challenge Porsche as to their position as king of the road-going sports cars. And Porsche have come back and said, no, this is our game, we'll play it this way.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see Mazda's next move.
Yes,
They want to play the game, that's the way it is.
Well-made point, and indeed, it happened at Le Mans. Howard, Mazda soldiered on there for years and years and years. Porsche winning Le Mans, having stacks of cars in the field. I don't know how many times they've won Le Mans. Then finally, 1991, the first Japanese car in the history of the race started in 1923 to win there, Mazda, with a little triple-chamber Wankel rotary.
That's right, and again, Mazda stayed in that form of racing for many years, stayed faithful. They got a break in that year in the regulations, suited them well. They've always had great reliability out of their vehicles, and they won the premium event for sports cars in the world, and great for them. And it's because of that sort of win, it gives them the confidence to stay with the Wankel engine and to show us what they can do here today. But why should Porsche just stand to one side and let them through?
Well, that's what we're talking about earlier on as well. With these cars, there's always development. Development always goes on. The Mazda was released last year, and it was a very controversial car. And everybody complained. Here's a specialist car coming out to win the James Hardy 12-hour. This year, Ford...
That's true enough, too.
Yeah, Porsche has replied, and they've come back and said, well, OK, you know, we've got this car, and this is a road-going car that we sell like everybody else.
And in some ways, I think, sorry, Howard, that Porsche's risking more, because at the higher price, if it hurts its reputation, then it's done more damage than Mazda has.
And aren't we lucky to have all of this happening in front of us here at Sandown in Australia?
That's right. This is the first shot for the 968 CS, and obviously Porsche Germany is looking at it very, very hard. And it is a big punt for Porsche Australia as well, because, as you say, everything to lose, nothing really to gain as far as credibility goes.
Ian Palmer in that Dogbone Honda NSX soldiering around. John, do you think that by the time of Bathurst, Neil Lowe, the Holden Racing Team manager for some while, will have sorted out a more efficient pit strategy and sort of race pace thing for Bathurst?
Yes and no. It's very hard to say unless they come up with a better brake combination on the car, and I can't see it happening immediately. They're going to have strike problems at Bathurst as well. The car is fast, there's no doubt in the wide world about that, particularly with Wayne Gardner at the wheel. It was very, very fast early in the piece, but you just can't drive a car at sprint pace for 6 hours. It's just, it's like 4 into 2, it doesn't go.
Luckily for them, though, of course, the regulations are a bit more free in the braking area at Bathurst, so they might be able to hang in there a bit longer just to queer your pitch.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think they've maybe developed a better quality brake pad for the car, maybe have a look at the discs, see what they can do with them to get them right.
And make them quicker change. And,
yeah.
It's good to see it. Good to see it. And of course, Honda back in Japan do have a lightweight variant of their own. So if Honda wished to play this particular game, which we don't think they do, they in turn could come out with one of their lightweight special vehicles for this program.
It's a delightful car, this Honda, though. I was following it yesterday, particularly in practice. It's by far the fastest car over the top of the hill at the high-speed corners. It is really very, very fast and well balanced.
It's a very impressive motor car. As I said earlier, I was lucky enough to be involved in the European release of the car, drove it in Germany on autobahns and saw within a whisker of 270 indicated, and they just run so smoothly as well, so tractable.
One thing that's interesting, we're talking about the Japanese sports cars coming up against the German Porsches, and a lot of their development, in fact, is taking place at the Nürburgring in Germany, so that they're actually taking their vehicles outside of Japan, going to the mecca of sports cars and doing their development on racetracks such as the Grand Nürburgring of Germany. So they're really taking the fight up to the Germans.
And if you look at the car, you would swear it was a damn Ferrari from the front. So obviously that's where they're trying to sell, market the car in that area.
Yes, this is an expression of what Honda can achieve. Right, we've got a bit of a gaggle coming up here. Cars, Porsche, Mazda's number one, again having to push on. We've spoken a number of times now about the fact they're going to have to try to press the Porsche as hard as they can. They have still got that fuel consumption problem of theirs.
It's very very hard too. Like some of these cars, the little cars have to press on and get on with their own job. And when you come up with, in this particular circumstance, with a whole lot of cars and the faster cars trying to lap them, it is very, very difficult to get through. And also in the little cars to let the faster cars through and still keep your own pace up.
That's right, it's great. Almost these little Suzuki Swifts are the heroes of the race as far as I'm concerned. That car number 21 running up in 10th place outright, and a car with Crombie, Howard and Bogart in the car. It's really fabulous to see cars like this. It'd be lovely to find out how much money they are paying, in fact, to go racing today. What have been their costs of buying that car, preparing it, having a wonderful day and being in the top 10. Value for money, there can't be anything better out there.
Oh no, very cheap economical motoring, and as I said before, those little four-wheel drive turbos, if you want to, it goes one stage up from these Suzukis, which raised their prices on Friday. They've gone to 18,250 list price on the Suzuki Swift, as you say, the Cooper S of today. And let's go back to relating inflation to all of this. This Cooper S was about £2,700. No, dollars. Dollars, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, and at one stage it was whispered that you should have to get a CAMS license to be able to buy one of these 75 horsepower rockets. It's about 50 kilowatts.
I first came to Australia in 1969, and to see the sight of two large Sydney policemen getting into Mini Coopers was quite a sight.
It was wonderful. You could almost escape in the time that it took them to get out of the car, couldn't you? In fact, John, didn't you tell me you did that once?
No, never say those things, Will. Not a word, not a word. I think I'll better depart the scene. I don't know whether I'm required. Nervous.
You go down and talk to your employer, John. Okay. Look, thanks for joining us, and good luck for the rest of the race. If you get back out there and have a steer, give it a big rev and keep it interesting.
Yeah, we'll endeavour to keep it up there, and I hope we're at the pointy end of the field at the end of the day. That's the main thing.
You'll be there somewhere round about. They're obviously running reliably. It's a matter of whether you're 1, 2, 3 or 4. I don't think you'll be any worse than that.
No, I'd like to think that anyway.
John, just as a parting comment, what do you think will happen if in the last hour we've got people like Greg Hansford and Peter Fitzgerald and John Bowe all fighting for the lead or a major placing? How hard can they go?
Well, that's when it all turns into a sprint racing, and we're back to a sort of a 1 hour sprint towards the finish. And I think Fitzy can more than handle it, and I honestly believe that Kevin Waldock and the other car can do it as well, going on our times previous to this. So it's going to be very interesting. All I know is if you start running a Mazda in 26s and 25s, the brake wear just goes berserk, and that's what the Mazda guys have to watch. Whereas the Porsches, you can run them like that all day. You just wring its neck and there's no problem. But the Mazdas will have a major problem if they have to run in those sort of paces.
All right, we'll try and push them, make a good race for us.
I hope so.
Thank you, John Smith. John sharing the Porsche number 5 that's currently lying 4th in the race, and Hyundai lives again, the one that we saw extensively covered in Steam and others.
Running in 12th place outright.
Steve Hardman and David Stone. John Target car. John Target, one of Australia's top kart racers. Not driving the car here, actually entered as a reserve driver, but will be driving it at Bathurst, and that guy really does travel fast. Oh yes. So Steve Hardman's been involved with karting on a team manager basis. He works with Hyundai, as does David Stone, who's the dealer development manager, and they are very interested in the kart racing scene and have some good talent to pull on there.
And it's good to see the city dealer there supporting that car, a little bit like the old days where the dealers could have a car, go out racing, put it on the forecourt, helps direct sales and helps the overall image of the company. Good thing.
Throw a hard question. Ken Douglas, how many pit stops has car 41 had, Ken?
2 more than it should have had.
And a lot of excitement. There's John Trimble, the proprietor of the Daily Planet, a place in Melbourne where gentlemen go to relax.
Yes, and in fact someone kindly suggested that that side of the car looked like it had been to the Daily Planet.
Apparently the receptionist there is not called the receptionist, she's Lois Lane. They have the editorial office and all this sort of business. They're real characters, and they're lying 7th, in the race, believe it or not. But they are headed by that remarkable Draper Suzuki Swift, car 42, leading Class A and 6th outright. Down in the pits, Kyle Patterson, welcome.
Well, I work out at the budget end of pit lane, and a mate of mine, David Saylor, used to go to school with him. I remember many years ago, David, watching you go around in go-karts. Today, you're going around with the likes of Wayne Gardner and Dick Johnson. How does it feel?
Well, it's pretty difficult, Kyle. You spend most of your time washing the mirrors with these faster cars. You know, it's hard enough to keep these little cars going quick without having to wash your mirrors all the time.
Now, you're going around in a Toyota Corolla. How's it been going today?
Not too bad. We've had a few problems with brakes. We didn't anticipate the sort of brake wear that we're having. It's just a case now of whether we've got enough brake pads on board.
What does that mean for the last hour?
Well, probably means I'll be in the car for the last hour. Probably means I'm not going to have much race.
A parachute
16 seconds. Well, perhaps, or, you know, thicker soled shoes.
What does it mean to you, low-budget teams, to be up here against cars worth 167,000 grand, for example?
Well, all we're really concerned about is keeping up with the Suzukis. Now, we're flying the flag for Toyota. Our main aim is just to beat the Suzukis.
Well, you've made it through those first grueling 3 hours. David, we wish you well for the second 3 hours of the race. We hope you're going round at the end.
Thanks very much, Kyle.
Okay, Will, back to you.
Car 33 is 15th outright at the moment. He's lying 3rd in Class A. Behind him in Class A is car number 51, the Ferrier Parsons Robson Suzuki Swift GTI. We saw in the pits a little bit earlier, but for some very spectacular cornering previously, and there again, little four-door Corolla SX, which is now one of the few cars in the field that's actually not available on sale. It's been superseded by a 1.8 litre Corolla Toyota Supra that we'll see at Bathurst. Not on sale. VR4 Galant we'll see at Bathurst in the James Hardy 12-hour. No longer on sale, replaced by the Lancer GSR. Nissan Pintara entered for Bathurst, and then the SX Corollas. And at Bathurst there's something like 26 different makes and models of cars. An enormous variety. Fantastic. More makes and models than we actually have cars in this field. So it will be an oversubscribed entry almost certainly when the entries close tomorrow after the mail. Dick Johnson, for instance, still to lodge his entry. Greg Siddle, who at one stage was talking with Nissan about entering a Nissan Skyline GTR. There we go again. That's mini cornering, so it's the way they used to do it and the way the Toyota Corolla still does it. Yeah, Greg Siddle was talking of doing a GTR. That's thought not to be on now. It was even talked of with some fancy Grand Prix drivers like possibly Nelson Piquet and so on. But apparently with a Pulsar Triple S to come, a hard effort. And so a few entries still to be expected. I counted about 3 cars that are in this race that haven't yet entered for Bathurst. Now, surely all of them will.
Having come this far, almost certainly they would proceed.
And Ken Douglas, good progress being made by the race leader as we look at 15th place, 3rd in class, number 33, the David Saylor Corolla. Some good progress being made by the Mazda number 7.
John Bauer's been pulling back a second a lap on the Porsches. He is in fact leading them at the moment, but if he can pull back about another 12.5 seconds, he will in fact lap them, and that will give him that buffer he needs if in case another pace car comes out, and for the last couple of pit stops they'll need to make. If they've gotten through the first 4 hours, which they did on one set of brakes, then they'll be certainly able to make the last couple of laps with the brakes they've got.
Yeah, this is a very interesting exercise, isn't it? Because as you say, if he makes that lap, then he's got a real safety buffer.
Oh, it really adds a lot, and John knows the rules, he knows the game, and if he can just get in front of those Porsches, then that's a massive advantage. Peter Fitzgerald, on the other hand, knows the same thing, and he'll be trying to stay ahead.
Have a look at this, though. Ian Palmer in the Honda just had a dab of the brakes there, and Bau didn't. Yet Bau obviously will pass the Honda, but he is in 5th place still, but 5 laps down to Bauer in car number 7, the race leader. Yet he's not whistling past it, is he, Howard?
No, he isn't. And obviously that dab on the brakes you saw was just sort of a confidence booster. I would say that the pedal's down a bit on the Honda, and he very politely moved over and let the Mazda through.
But there, he actually had to pull up a tad to let the Mazda through. He was, if he'd claimed his line, the Mazda wouldn't have got through there. It was polite driving by Ian Palmer in 8.
I would say that, as I say, he possibly got a brake problem and doesn't really want to push himself any harder than necessary, but does not want to hold up the outcome of the outright positions.
Up the straight, have a look at the comparison. Twin turbo, 2.2 litre it's rated. Wankel rotary engine with 2 turbochargers in car 7. 3 litre V6, 4 valves per cylinder. Totally different type of engine. Reciprocating engine in car number 8.
Different ends of the car as well, of course.
Yes, yeah, totally different mechanical setup too. The Honda very much the, all right, let's build the ideal car and see what it costs, and the Mazda saying, this is what it's got to cost, what can we do within that budget and within that retail price. Not sure if Honda will go again on something like that, Howard Marsden. A very adventurous exercise. It cost them a fortune, and in truth, although it created an enormous amount of interest all around the world and acclaim, it hasn't sort of done gigantic sales.
No, it hasn't, and that's a vehicle that's been produced, obviously designed and produced through the late 1980s, at the time when the world was going through boom times. The Japanese called it the bubble economy, and then suddenly we come into the more austere 1990s, and there's not a lot of room for vehicles like the Honda NSX. So financially it's not been successful for them, image-wise yes, but they're not prepared to chase that image into motorsport. So I don't think we'll see the lightweight version of that ever get onto the racetracks.
The chase of those Porsches by John Bauer. There you see him coming. Great camera work there in direction. 11 seconds between the two of them, and this is the race, this is the chase of the day, and it's a most critical one too. There you see them again. Now wait for the man who's trying to put a lap on them, John Bauer in 7. And look at the way Palmer is hanging on to him. Now here is a Group E driver, 41 years old, a non-professional, very much an amateur race driver, who's got a good enough piece of machinery there and enough experience in himself too. He's not a dope at the wheel by any means, but he's far less experienced and not as quick as John Bauer, yet he's losing very little to him. It says a lot about the Honda.
It's always very good for people like Ian Palmer to watch somebody like John Bauer, watch his lines, watch his system, and just hang on to the back. I mean, we all do that a little bit even on the road sometimes, and you just see somebody who's a very good driver, and you just see, how can we do it?
I bet you see more times on the road drivers you try and get clear of and leave some gap to, Mr. Marsden. Don't you see some horrific things?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
And the funny thing is that a lot of the really worrying driving that you see on the road, it strikes me, doesn't seem to draw a lot of official attention.
No, well, of course, the number of officials per kilometre length of road in this country is very difficult for them to keep an eye on what is going on out there.
A hard-won half-second there by John Bauer, 10.5 seconds now to 1 lap lead.
John's certainly working it hard enough. I go back to my earlier comment about the Porsches running in formation. Whilst it looks impressive, I still think it's a fundamentally flawed premise. You've got a lot of investment in 2 race cars, and just for the sake of an extra 100 yards, if you're going to be running a similar pace, I'd really would separate them a bit further than what they are.
In terms of them running into each other or cooling on the second car, or what?
Well, more an incident occurring that maybe neither of their manufacturer, but whilst to lose one would be disappointing, 2 would be considered to be careless.
Like Lady Bracknell leading a baby on the doorstep. Look at Palmer.
Doing an excellent job. I think somebody has possibly told him that we may be following the lead Mazda, and he's getting another opportunity to get onto the television camera, as well as take a driving lesson.
Or just that he recovers. No, it doesn't matter much him recovering a lap to the others. Yes, it does, because he'd be tucked in behind them. If the pace car came out, it would be in front of... Oh, no, but they'd still be immediately behind.
That's the whole point. And no, I don't think that's it. I think he's enjoying himself. I would guess over the phones they've said, have a go. And he certainly is having a go.
He sure is
Good
having
stuff.
a go.
The other possibility, of course, is that the Mazda might have lost a touch of pace all of a sudden, because it doesn't seem reasonable to me to suggest that the Mazda would have caught and passed the Honda and then suddenly lost some pace, or the Honda's found pace.
How's the gap going, in fact, to the Porsche?
Well,
because that's the mark.
Just about to check. Porsches are split up to the extent, actually, of about 2 seconds between them. 1.7 on the watch.
Must be listening to the commentary.
And to Mazda number 7, it was 10.5 seconds. It's 10.6. So the Porsches have gone out by a tenth. The Honda's off and rocketing away. So I'm confused.
Well, it's interesting because the Mazda was 1 second a lap faster than the Porsches, and all of a sudden it's dropped back to the same speed, and the Honda has maintained its speed and pulled past it now.
Well, surely the potential solution is Alan Horsley saying you've won half a second and you're driving the car very hard, making that lapse too expensive?
No, I doubt that very much indeed. As Ken was saying earlier, if a pace car comes out now, then the
lost all these leads.
Exactly right. So he will be trying to go through if he could.
And down in the pits, John Smales.
And with me is John Davidson, the man who's the promoter of the meeting. And John, congratulations on bringing a new look to motor racing in Australia.
Thanks, John. Well, it's a great pleasure really to work with SBS and yourself and Ian Campbell, Will and Howard Marsden and Dominic Galati and everyone associated with it. It's been a risk putting a meeting on like this because no one's really sure where production car racing's going in terms of the crowds. But if you look at the development that this event has aided production car racing and the amount of exposure that the manufacturers are receiving and their respective sponsors, and I think coupled with the overall quality of the television coverage, and I would have to say the general presentation of the venue, it's done an enormous amount for production car racing, but it's difficult for a promoter to justify running the races unless they're fully sponsored. And that's the decision I'm going to have to make after this event. But I do obviously want to continue to support the category because I really do believe that Sandown and Bathurst have got a lot to offer this category.
So, John, what is the future of production car racing, as you said now, especially with the Europeans coming into it, the Porsches today and the Lotus potentially sometime in the future?
Well, I think the potential's there for the James Hardy 12-hour race because it's got a very strong number of entries, I believe over 50. As long as they're prepared to support Sandown, then the future's for Sandown. But there's really two divisions in production car racing at the moment, John. There's the Group E category that has been running for the sprint races in time gone past, and there's the long distance races and regulations, and they need to combine both of them and stabilise the rules very, very quickly, and then they'll have something very, very worthwhile.
Well, John, you've put your money on the line and your faith in the category. We thank you very much for that. We hope that today's been at least satisfactory for you.
Well, it's been a great television coverage, a great venue, and I think the start of a great future, and that's really all you can ask for.
John Davison, son of Lex, who was killed here racing in 1965, February, and also who raced himself here in Formula 5000s and so on, and who, along with at least 30 or 40,000 people, gosh only knows how many, there was no way of checking, people came back to a reenactment of Albert Park to celebrate the Confederation of Australian Motorsport's 40th anniversary last weekend, but also the 40th anniversary of the first race around the lake, not far from the centre of the heart of Melbourne, and then the Olympic Grand Prix in '56, which saw the biggest crowd ever at a motor race in Australia. But looking now at this battle where this car, Ken Douglas, Howard Marsden, all watching and all saying the same thing. It's losing ground.
Yes, it has.
Does it have a problem?
Well, it would seem to. I mean, there would be no sense in it running at a pace which was clearly faster than the Porsches and then all of a sudden to drop off a second a lap. The other issue, of course, is that the Honda passed it down the straights. So if it is deficient in some area, then perhaps it's in straight line performance, engine power. Maybe it has to back off a little bit because it's overheating. It's hard to tell from here, but there is a problem.
Ian Palmer's looking very confident in that car. He's using it hard.
And he's using all the edges, all the roads, and a little bit of somebody else's as well. So it's great to see him having a real go. But they held John Bowe back to the second half of this race meeting deliberately to use his experience and his speed, and they're not letting him run. So at the moment, it's either game plan or they really are having to protect.
Yeah, certainly if they had any more performance in the car that they could exploit to get that lap up on the Porsches would be very comforting.
Very handy for them. We'd better start doing some lap times on car number 7, which I'm about to do when it gets back round here. Car 1 in second place, the second of the two Mazdas, had a 12.5 second lead over, and that's Charlie O'Brien in the Greg Hansford car from the first stint. Over car number 4, that's become 15.3, and its lead over car 5, its sister Porsche Cars Australian entry, is 2.35. So the Honda, as I say, doing a very good job, looking very good in the hands of Ian Palmer. Just at a guess, in terms of the condition the car's in, he doesn't look to me as though he's going very much slower than Wayne Gardner was using the car earlier today.
He's getting it sliding a bit there, and he's obviously been told, get out and enjoy yourself, as I said before. So it'll be interesting to see. They must have some confidence about their brakes. Either that, sorry, or they haven't got any left, so they might as well run them hard anyway. So sorry, back to you.
2.3 seconds between the two Porsches in 3rd and 4th place, and in car number 4 at the moment is Peter Fitzgerald, and in car number 5 at the moment is Kevin Waldock. Now Waldock was quick in the early racing or early qualifying practicing Friday, early Saturday.
Yeah, Kevin, or Gunsmoke as they call him, as a reasonable man to speed.
Explain the Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke's because one of his businesses, of which he has a number, is Blast Dynamics, which involves blowing things up.
Took over from Jack Murray. Let's get aboard and do 200 odd Ks down the straight. The front straight not as fast as the longer back straight. In fact, the back straight's 910 metres, including the kink. The front straight is 899, I suppose. It's 11 metres. I'm being a bit pedantic when I say one's longer than the other. They're very similar. But the run on to the, well, I was going to say the run on to the back straight's quick. It's not. It's a slow corner. What other excuse can I use for this misinformation?
Back straight's slightly uphill. So it takes you longer. So just going up the back straight now past the kink. At this point in time, they're sort of contemplating their future because the next corner is the fastest and hairiest on the track.
And really difficult.
Very much so. They're in 4th gear here, and they'll just have a little dab on the brakes, settle it down, turn it in. There's a bit of a bump just there, and clip the arm car, and then it's a high-speed roller coaster down into Dandenong Road. You're going back to 2nd or maybe 3rd. Just clip the curbing there, run it out to the edge, 2nd, 3rd, and probably grab 4th down to the S's, leading back onto the front straight. Just hold it in tight here, run it over, clip the curbing, turn it in, run it out to the outside, hit the dirt, get blamed by the officials for doing it, and back down the main straight.
Interesting place, Ken Douglas?
Yes, it is. It's very fast, and it requires a lot of discipline. There's not that many corners, and they're all pretty slow, but because you hit them at a reasonably high speed, to place the car at the right point, at the right speed, at the right angle, is a discipline.
So car number 1 in the pits now. The Mazda that was 2nd that now is 4th. Porsche's coming up to 2 and 3. Again, a Mazda bred, Mazda outside coating the sandwich, and the imperfect situation. Both cars in the pits together. Disaster for Mazda.
Well, that suggests that there was something wrong with car 7, because there's no way in normal circumstances they'd bring that car into the pits whilst the other one was there.
They've got a problem. And they don't have the crew to do the proper stop, nor is that what they're trying to do. And in fact, Barry Jones is tending to say, Chris Dowd there used to fettle Honda bikes for Dennis Neal and other people years ago.
They could probably do with him now. Now, they're looking under the car there. The only thing that seems to be there, I think, is the oil cooler, water radiator, and very little else.
So from 1st and 2nd to first and fourth, and a moment to become third and fourth, and suddenly, possibly with the Honda in contention for one of the top 4 placings. Absolutely disastrous for a race that so far, on the track and in the pits, has been run almost perfectly by the Mazdas.
Well,
down in the pits, John Smales.
And it appears to be a steering problem of some sort. Suspension at the front end is the drama with the leading car 7 Mazda. John Bow working at the wheel. The wheel's turning on the right-hand side, apparently not doing so well on the left-hand side. Gary Walden's moved in for a chat with Bow. They've been in the pits now for almost a minute 30 seconds. The first Mazda goes out at 2:05. The second Mazda moves up to be fettled, and Gary Walden, what is the problem?
Oh, John, there's something broken in the suspension, I think, at this stage. So we're just going to have a look now, unfortunately.
Did you feel any hint of it at all in your 3-hour stint?
No, not at all, John. I think it's one of those things, I'm afraid.
How do you feel, Gary?
Disappointed.
I reckon you would. Thanks, Gary. Now we move up to the car. Let's have a look around the front end. Wheels coming off. Barry Jones working around the front right-hand side of the car. Howard Marsden, you're looking at the pictures. What can you see?
No, you're right. It's definitely the front end of the car. They don't know themselves, so obviously I can't call it. It's very unusual for steerings to go on a product like this. Could be a joint. Quite right, they don't know what it is. John's done the right thing to come in and say, look, this is dangerous. It's what we call a life and limb part in the industry, and we'll just have to wait through you, John, to find out what it is.
2 minutes and 40 seconds have now gone by in the pits for this car, and this is a disaster. There's almost 2 laps on the track. Meantime, the Porsches are sprinting to the lead. Chris Dowd now underneath the front end of the motor car.
What size is it?
When things go wrong, they do go wrong all the way. Now they're looking for the right spanner for the... Of course, Barry Jones has had to sprint into the garage to try and find it. Comes back with a selection. John Bow just stares out into space. He's not a happy man.
And between first placed car number 4, Peter Fitzgerald, the car that he shares with Brett Peters, and second place Porsche, car number 5, that has Kevin Waldock at the wheel of the car that he shares with John Smith, is 3 seconds. That's between first and second place. Back to third place is 34.6 seconds. That's Mazda number 1. So Mazda number 1 coming round now to complete 174 laps as we look in under the rear, and they're wondering, although it's the front that's giving the problem, whether it's getting some steering from the rear, possibly through something loose.
Yes, that's possible, because they do have that rear-end steering mechanism on these cars, but what they're doing is just, I think, tightening everything up. They had a fair amount of movement in those spanners, and I think they may send him back out again and see if they've fixed it.
Between the leading Porsches now, 3.2 seconds. The Honda of Ian Palmer, the wisdom of him going back out after car 7, is now within 1 lap of Mazda number 7. So at the completion of this lap, the Honda will come forward 1 place. But they're out again. So let's see if problem is solved. No better man in the game to try and sort it all out as he comes out just 1.9 seconds ahead of the car that's now lying third in the race. So there's third and fourth placed cars in the reverse order. Fourth place leads third place on the track together and fending off the Honda NSX for 5th.
This goes to show the amount of trust that you've got to have in your mechanics. John's obviously brought the car into the pits because of a steering problem. Yet when he gets to the first corner, he's got to trust that they've done the job right.
And let's hear from down in the workshop.
4 minutes and 40 seconds, that unscheduled pit stop took. And Barry Jones, what was the problem?
We've had a suspension bolt work loose. Not something we've experienced before, but these cars are not raced a lot. It's not something that would be normally a problem, but they've got a camber adjustment hole in them, and it came loose, and which has cocked the steering wheel over. Unfortunately, John was on the case and informed us on the radio. The only problem we had really was the other car was in the pits being fueled at the time, which sort of knocked us around a little. But we'll see how fast John Bow can drive now, won't we?
We will. What's your concern for the second car? Is there any suggestion that this might be chronic?
I don't think so. We work very hard at checking these cars, checking all nuts and bolts, making sure that nothing is going to fall off. But they are road cars, they're production cars, and things can happen. Now we have to make sure it doesn't happen again.
In tightening it, are you sure it's tightened forever? In other words, can Bowie trust you?
Of course he can trust us. Yes, we're very trustworthy people.
Thanks, Barry.
He's just done a 1:28.94. And that's 125.5 kilometres an hour. He's trusting someone.
Yes, I mean, it is conceivable that with the grip that the race tyres that the car's running generate, that it might have, it's forces that they wouldn't normally accept on a road. But nevertheless, it is a bit strange for one bolt on one car to work loose. I'd have to ask a question if I was running the team.
Well, interesting. We've got Terry Lewis to talk to again about the ins and outs of Mazdas, but also down in the pits, Henry Draper with Ian Campbell.
Henry Draper and Mark Brain have made a formidable team at many events, including Bathurst with many class wins, and also winning the 6 hour at Winton for Yokohama. Their car's a Suzuki Swift, probably one of the low-cost cars here today, at around $17,000 off the retail floor. But let me tell you, not only is it cheap to buy, it's also cheap to run.
It certainly is. We'll manage with this Action Suzuki of ours, we'll manage to get through the entire race by just putting fuel in it, and we'll replace 5 tyres. The 2 fronts twice and the rear once. We've already done all this. All we've got to do now is get to the finish. We'll come in about half an hour from the finish and splash some fuel in and keep going. Will might be pleased to know that I've already done my 2 hours in 3 minutes. I don't have to get back in the car, so Mark will stay there right to the finish.
There's one last question I'd like to ask you with everything happening around us at the moment. What's the hardest, sitting in the car and doing your 2 hour stint, or sitting here watching the car for 2 hours over the fence?
Well, I'm getting a bit nervous now, standing there watching, what can go wrong. We believe we're in 6th place, and I don't think we can be passed for that 6th place by anyone behind us, so it's got to keep going till the finish. It always has in the past, so who knows.
Mark Brain out in the car at the moment, running 6th outright on the circuit. Back to commentary.
Mark doing a tremendous job. Henry Draper's reference there that I might be pleased that he's done 2 hours 2 minutes. The Winton 6 hour, it looked as though they were going to run Mark over more than 2/3 of the race distance. He had to make a pit stop and get Henry into the car to finish the race legally. And that race, of course, they won. It was remarkable against 4-wheel drive and turbo Ford Laser TX3 and Mitsubishi Galant Lancer, at least GSR, against Toyota MR2 and some fairly exotic, expensive machinery. They came out on top. It was a tremendous performance, a real giant killing job. And they are a very professional team indeed. As we see now, the Honda that was within part of a lap of overtaking Mazda number 7 for 4th place, now with Wayne Gardner aboard, having one of its extended pit stops and then a real neck wringing when it gets out onto the track. It's got a comfortable number of laps over the car immediately behind us. That, like Henry Draper was saying, we can't be caught in our place. Well, they have a 3-lap margin over 7th place car. They have a 7-lap deficit to 5th placed Honda. So the Honda would have to be in the pits for a very long time for the Suzuki to get into overtaking this V6. And that's the situation now at the end of 4.5 hours in the Sandown 6 hour. The complexion really changing. Porsche in command, Mazda chasing and having to absolutely fly in what will be a very hard-pressed, very tortuous final hour and a half with the Honda NSX still in the pits, but in a fairly secure 5th place. All of that. Kevin Waldock in behind, challenging in car number 5. Waldock came into touring car racing a little while ago and finally got the handle on his Ford Sierra and made a very good job of it. And now in these lesser powered cars is proving to be a very dab hand indeed. And while Peter Fitzgerald gives a hard time to Cameron McConville in car 17, that's currently lying in 9th place. Fitzgerald goes through and Waldock follows. Great battle for the lead. They've both completed 184 laps. In third place, in car number 1, is Charlie O'Brien, who's completed 182 laps, and also now, just having completed 182, is fourth placed Mazda car number 7. That's John Bow in the car that Gary Walden took into the lead earlier in the race. So car 7's completed 182. It's dropped 2 laps to the lead cars, 1 lap to its teammate, car number 1. And these two Porsches are now looking hard to toss, Howard Marsden.
Yes, they are. But what's interesting is that they are having a bit of a go at one another. We'll just put a clock on them and to see what times they're actually doing. But they're now confident. They're away from the Mazdas. Their fuel stop looks as though it's going to be 1, and that a little bit of fuel might get them through now. And they are feeling this is the way forward to the checkered flag. Terry
Lewis, how common is that problem, or how easy is it for that camber adjustment to come undone on the Mazda?
We have struck it before with the camber pin can come loose, and if you don't do them up very, very, very tight, they obviously can come loose. As Ken was saying before, with the traction that you do get out of these latest model Dunlop tyres, they can cause quite a stress on these components. And it's something that Mazda will definitely be looking at in the near future. And nobody likes to see this type of a race where the Mazdas and the Porsches are far apart, and it's unfortunate.
Yes, so with the Mazdas falling back a little bit now, being in the position where they really do have to chase. Wayne Gardner on the front straight is busy with one of the other Mazdas, but these two Porsches really now able to pretty much stroke along as suits them. Ken Douglas, would you say?
Yeah, very much so. I think I'd rather have a bit of a toss of a coin here to figure out who's going to win it out of these two Porsches than to slug it out and have the potential of something going wrong. Kevin Waldock on a few occasions has made overtures to get past Peter Fitzgerald, but Peter has resisted. So I'm not quite sure what their game is really. They should decide who's going to run in front, just keep a nice steady pace and try and just keep things sensible and not do anything wrong.
Terry Lewis, pit stops remaining for the Mazdas, cars 1 and 7.
I believe they've got 1 dump of fuel. There's no more brakes needed, I believe, for our cars, and that's all we have to do.
Fairly simple stop. Ken Douglas for the Porsches.
Well, 1 more dump of fuel for the Porsche, but I think there'll be, and just 1 more stop for the Mazdas as well.
Yeah. So, similar servicing requirements, but unlikely to do driver changes, obviously.
Yeah, they'll just leave who's in there at the moment in there. It's about 1.5 laps to the Porsche's advantage over the number 1 Mazda RX-7 at the moment. And even though I think the Mazda will be quicker, perhaps about a second a lap, I can't see it catching it in the time remaining. Could be wrong, but I think the Porsches are reasonably comfortable at this stage.
Do you think the difference in the pace between the two cars, the two Mazdas, Terry, was just enough to put that extra strain that loosened that adjustment bolt?
It's hard to say, Will. I really do think that that the extra strain has caused the bolt to come loose. It's just one of those things that happen, I suppose.
So, Porsche's in command.
I'm pretty sure Peter Fitzgerald's got his smiling face on.
Yeah, well, Fitzy doesn't like losing races, and he enjoys life a lot. In other words, he wins plenty of races.
Yes. Although it ain't over till it's over, and Peter is aware of that more than anyone else.
Oh, yes. But just as Mazda recently won Le Mans in '91, Porsche knows more probably than most car manufacturers out there about making cars that can be driven hard in races, even road cars. And, plenty of people have raced this type of car, Le Mans, for instance.
Porsche only builds sports cars. It's their pure job in life, and the whole heritage of the company from the first time that they decided to squash a Volkswagen Beetle and call it a Porsche, they've got themselves to this particular position. And when Porsche come after you in motor racing, you've really got a problem. How many times have regulations been actually written around the world and in this country to actually ban Porsches from racing?
The 91730 that Alan Hamilton had a while ago, that Can-Am car that had a top speed of more than 400 kilometres an hour, it just, it was a phenomenal motor car. It had a top speed in first gear of about 160 kilometres an hour. That was first gear.
Yes, I wonder how many people have been booked for speeding at first.
So, their most notable recent thing was their total lack of success at building an IndyCar engine. And you know, by any maker's standards, it was a flop, and by Porsche's standards, it was amazing because they couldn't match it. So, in there, in car number 4, Peter Fitzgerald doing the work. Have a look at the ace of Australian Group E series production car races.
Actually, just talking about the Porsche IndyCar, they also had a little bit of a headache with their recent Formula 1 effort with the Arrows team, which is a little bit comforting to know that we're all human.
Yes, indeed, indeed. So here's Peter Fitzgerald, and look at that. Now, there you can see that 3-litre engine just strokes it back into 4th gear, up into 5th now. He's still got a gear left, but can't use it here, but will at Bathurst. And then just watch, back to 4th over the top. Then watch the sort of corners he can stroke out of in 3rd gear. Oh, 2nd. So he's working it hard. If he's using 2nd, 3rd. Now you watch how much he can use 3rd. Oh, well. 4th quickly. You rotter, Fitzgerald. 2nd gear here. But it really is a very flexible engine. Revs to well over 6. In fact, an ignition cut out at about 6.7. Now into 4th. Front straight. Winding up to probably about 170, 180 before he goes for 5th gear, which he's got now. And then off and back to 3rd, straight 5th to 3rd. Now push it through here in 3rd. That's a reasonably quick corner. Now let's see what happens here. Can he push through? No, 2nd.
He actually goes to 1st somewhere through here too. That's a bit of a
Well, it must be this one then. No.
No, he must be trying to economise.
2nd gear. They say that's a good corner for them in the gearing that they have, where it's a bit better than the Mazda, isn't it, Terry?
That's right, yeah.
4th gear already.
Nice gentle gear changes, looking after everything.
And he's the man leading the race. Peter Fitzgerald, car number 4. Winton 6 hours, or as it was last year, but Winton 300s before that. Ken Douglas, how many is he one of those?
Peter's won 3 of those, so it's certainly an achievement in itself, dating back to about 1986, I think. But Peter's primary success has been in the shorter sprint races, twice Australian champion, and of course Terry Lewis who's sitting here with us at the moment, like the current Australian champion, and the most successful Group E driver to date. He's had more race wins, more top 3 finishes, than anyone else. So if you're going to put your money on someone, he'd be the guy.
He's an enormous proportion of top 3 finishes. And very high proportion, something like 30% of wins in his career, I think. But Terry Lewis, what happens to the Australian production car champion? Why isn't he in overalls and driving gloves?
Motor racing costs a lot of money.
Hang on, we haven't got you switched on, but we'll organise that in a moment, no doubt. And Terry Lewis.
Motor racing costs an enormous amount of money, and if you don't have a lot of that, you don't race, basically.
Succinct.
Well, yes, yeah. So Mazda's sort of really got you in there as an apprentice, is that what you'd call it?
Yeah, Mazda have got me there at the apprentice role, and basically I just want to keep popping my head up there, keep being sort of useful. I've been helping Mazda with their effort for the last 3 and 4 weeks, and just basically offering my time, and it's sort of the only thing I can really do at the moment, because motor racing is expensive. The prize money isn't as great as it could be. Whereas if you're in golf, you can win $1 million just for one hole, whereas we might spend $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 in a race to earn maybe $4,000 and $5,000. I honestly think that maybe tennis or golf is a lot more the lifestyle that I should have gotten into.
I think you might be right. Looking at car number 2 in 7th place at the moment. This is the MR2 Toyota. Natty little thing, rather interesting, Howard Marsden. The Japanese watch each other very closely. 86mm bore and stroke for the 2-litre MR2 engine, 86mm bore and stroke for the 2-litre engine in the Nissan Pulsar Nissan NX. It's a lovely coincidence, isn't it, between two manufacturers?
Sheer coincidence, of course. I'm sure it was Nissan that did it first.
And Wayne Gardner coming into the pits. No, out of the pits, sorry. Gosh, it's been so long.
In.
That's right, he's been out. Why is he back in?
Hazard a guess it'd be brake problems. On their last stop, they changed the brake pads, but they spent a lot of time with Wayne pumping up the brakes, trying to bleed the fluid out of it, adding fluid to it, and it really does beg the question. That'd be my bet.
Yes, and I think that last run by Ian Palmer might have given things a reasonably hard time, although Wayne did call up too much grip at the back end for the front end of the car. There may be a tyre changing this as well.
He said it was pushing at the front, actually, didn't he?
Yes,
and it looked as though they might have been not new tyres that went on in the rear. I don't know.
Which might be the way just to get a compound. So they haven't looked at the brakes, they haven't got the front end of the car up. So maybe it was that tyre grip and change of tyres, and they'll only have done that, A, because he was unhappy, and B, because they want him to put on a show.
37 seconds for that stop. And now wary eye on the rear vision mirror, which is an innovation.
Well, it is.
Motorcycle racing, he didn't have many mirrors.
He will learn not to do that as long as when he gets into touring car racing properly.
So it'll be interesting next weekend. Debut in Group A touring cars as a lead driver. Of course, he drove at Bathurst with Graham Moore, but suddenly moving up to with Thomas Mazira, equal lead, let's say, in the Holden Racing team. Life will be very different indeed, and that'll be after a stirring Friday night at the Speedway in Sydney with 650 horsepower methanol burning sprint car.
Yes, an ideal training ground.
It is, but I'm not sure what for. It's a hell of a way to have fun. So there, Wayne Gardner not going down into the underground car park in his Monaco apartment, but in fact wending his way around Sandown in a car that he also keeps in Monaco, Honda NSX.
And not pushing very hard either at the moment. That's the MR2 he's just going past. Mid-engine against mid-engine.
Yes. And the V6 in this car brings it up to 3 litres over the 4-cylinder of the Toyota. Looks very relaxed in the car, doesn't he? Sits back, seems to be slumped a little bit almost.
Definitely driving to a pace. He's not trying to drive the wheels off it, just keeping it flowing along at a nice speed that the car will handle without any dramas, which begs the question as to why he needed to change tyres. But anyway, just doing it comfortably at the moment.
Yes, and 4 hours 52 minutes past. So still probably another pit stop for that Honda. In fact, it might have been smart to have topped the fuel. They might have been able to avoid another stop.
Well, the car's not running quickly.
If they did top it up, then they wouldn't need another stop. But yeah, sorry, Howard.
I'm just saying the car's not running quickly. They've obviously got something in there that is just letting them cruise the car home at this stage, unfortunately.
I think some of the other competitors would like to cruise at that speed.
Yes.
Judging by the speed it went past the Hyundai up the back straight.
You could do that on your bicycle, Ken.
Not my bicycle. Maybe Wayne's.
So, the race being led at this stage with 193 laps covered by the two Porsches. Cars 4 and 5 in that order. 1 lap ahead of car number 1, the leading Mazda. It's done 192 laps, and it's 1 lap ahead of car number 7. It's done 191. Then it's 5 laps back to the Honda car number 8, Dogbone, that's done 186 laps. So they're well out of the picture at this stage and not helped by that pit stop just a little while ago. You can see that Peter Fitzgerald has got his Citroen going again, but he's about to lose the exhaust pipe, I suspect. It's dangling on the ground. There, oh, it's a bit of
bodywork,
rear bumper hanging off, and perhaps some insight as to what's going on with the Honda down in the pits with John Smales.
And the answer, Will, is that the dog bone is shaking its rear leg somewhat, that is to say both rear legs. It's got a vibration in the rear end. He'll know the crew chief what's wrong.
Shortly after we did that pit stop, Wayne reported in that it was vibrating. So we changed the rear tyres again just for a safety measure, and it's fixed the problem. So I'd say we may have knocked the balance weight off when we changed the wheels.
Can Wayne now get through to the end of the race without having to stop, or do you need a security dab of fuel?
No, he'll be okay from here on. The car's going great, so it won't worry us at all.
Neil, have you learned a lot from today?
Sure I have. Sandown 500 is a little bit harder on fuel and tyres and brakes than what I thought it was.
So what does that say to you for Bathurst upcoming?
Well, I guess we're probably a year behind Mazda and other people that have been doing this for a long time, but we've now got our third different brake compound in, and it's working. So I know what to use for Bathurst from now on.
You'll know. Best of luck up at the mountain.
Thank you very much.
Look forward to them coming there. This car will be beautiful, thundering off down Conrod Straight. The nice thing is that we have just 1.2 seconds between first and second place after 4 hours and 55 minutes of racing. And looking at car 7 there, which is in fourth place at the moment, we've got Gary Walden sitting beside us, so the man that took it into the lead and then saw that all fall apart not so very long ago. Welcome, Gary.
Thank you.
And commiserations.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, it must be a really empty feeling.
Yeah, apparently a caster bolt came loose, and yeah, that's all that was a problem. We've lost 2 laps now. We've, I'd say at this stage, lost the race.
No point in what is the strategy at this stage? Do you go and chase and race, or do you say fourth is where we?
Well, I'd say John's probably chasing. John's a bit of a charge. He's a good driver. I'd say probably charge ahead and see what happens, Will. But you know, I think realistically, the race is over for us. I don't think we can catch the Porsches now.
No.
Unfortunately, because you know, we had a 3/4 lap lead on them when the little problem occurred.
He was so close to making a full lap, wasn't he?
Exactly. John was catching him about 1 to 1.5 seconds every lap.
And then it just suddenly, within 10.5 seconds of them and a full lap lead, suddenly it was the pit stop. And were you down there when he was radioing in?
Yes, I was there, John.
What was he saying?
Apparently he was on one of the straights, and the steering wheel made a bit of a clunk to the left, and he said, we better find out what's wrong.
He was a bit alarmed, was he?
The cars, you know, might look like they're going very quick here, but they're doing 230 kilometres now down the front straight, 220 over the hill, so they're not hanging about.
You'd have a big accident at that speed, can't you?
You could have a very big accident.
Yeah, and it actually just sort of went clunk, so it had one big move. It didn't just gradually go out.
Apparently, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what a shame. We'll come back to that in just a moment. In the meantime, let's go and visit with the Queensland Johnsons with John Smales.
And the good news is that Steve Johnson has passed the Johnson driving test. Dick, how did he go?
Well, he did quite well, really, you know, considering that it's his first run at it, and he needs to find half a second to be competitive with the rest of us. So I think it's a damn good learning curve, and Bathurst will be another 6 hours of hard work for him.
Steve, do you understand now how hard it is for your old man out there?
Yeah, it's not as easy as it looks, I can tell you.
How hard is it? I mean, where do you is the great difficulty?
Well, you just got to concentrate so hard because you're out there for so long. You just got to concentrate all the time. Make sure you don't make a mistake, otherwise that you just lose valuable seconds.
Is it a help to have your father's voice in your ear?
Yeah, well, he helped me a lot when I was out there then, and I'm sure I wouldn't have been able to go as quick as if he wasn't on the radio to me.
What does it do? Does it take concentration away from you, however, to have you?
Well, wherever he tells me to go quicker, I try harder there, and obviously it paid off.
That's well done. So what have you got to say to your dad?
Oh, he's a great teacher.
Mum, in the meantime, is way at the back of us taking every photograph she can. It's a proud day for the Johnson family today. Well done, Steve.
Thanks very much.
John Smales, thank you very much indeed for that. We were talking before that with Gary Walden, who's just stepped out of doing such a super job on the RX-7. Gary, you've managed to get the car as far as it has. You've had a small problem with the front suspension. You've got to go to Bathurst. What are the team's plans between now and Bathurst?
I'd say Hal will be spending quite a bit of time at Oran Park testing, probably trying new brake pads. The rest of the car seems quite strong. You know, it's quite amazing really, because you can rev the things to 772 and all day and they hang together. So as far as the engine department goes, there's not a problem, but I think probably brakes will probably be our weak point at Bathurst, I think, but you know, we just got to play with combinations.
You've got more freedom at the regulations at Bathurst for brakes. What will you be doing to get into that?
Well, I believe Barry's got some floating discs for it, Barry Jones. We'll be going down that road. And I think probably that's about the only thing we'll be doing up there at the moment. Probably only thing different from what we're doing here, except probably trying different compounds.
Right, and the Porsches obviously have given you a shake this time. Getting to Bathurst, you'll have the greater top-end speed that you've got over the Porsche up and down the mountain. Do you think there's going to be enough over the 12 hours?
Yeah, I think where we'll have it at Bathurst, Howard, is probably up the hill. I've noticed here at the slight grade here, the cars seem to have a few, the RX-7 seem to have a few car-links on the Porsches. So I would think up the hill at Bathurst is where we'll make the gains.
Right. Well, Gary, thank you very much indeed for that. Ken, were you going to ask a question there?
Yeah, Gary, I was just a bit curious. At the start of the race, at the start of the race, you made an excellent first 10 feet. Then it seemed to fall apart a little bit. What happened?
Yeah, I got a great start, Ken, but it was only for about 10 feet, as you said. I think I didn't give the car enough revs. I think with a full tank of gas, I've got to use more revs. But you know, I think if I had done that, we would have been first into the corner, no risk.
Yeah, because the first stint in the race was excellent. Kept up a really good pace, and I was surprised to see that the brakes were in as good a condition as they were when you finished.
Yeah, actually, probably we could have gone close to an hour on the pads.
Yeah, no, that impressed me because I didn't think they would have gone that far, but obviously you got the speed without murdering the car.
Yeah.
So it was good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary, thank you very much indeed. Well, we're entering the last hour of this race. We have a position where we're reasonably set at the front of the vehicle with the Porsches, cars 4 and 5, doing it quite easily. We're showing you now number 53, position 12th outright, look first in his class. And the Lantra's really doing a super job from that viewpoint, because that's a car that in fact is heavier and it's slightly underpowered against the opposition, and they've done it as it is done so many times in long distance racing. It's done through durability and reliability, drivers keeping it on the island, staying with their plan. Good to see.
It's a great effort actually by the Hyundai. They've and their agency, you can see them there on the boot, 12th outright now and 177 laps completed, and Murray Carter running into problems as he did at Winton, leading the class early on, then running into some sort of problem, and his faithful long-term pit crew Warren were quickly into action. But here of course the pit stop for the car leading the class, 177 laps completed. Just one lap behind it is Murray Carter in car number 18. So as the Korean Hyundai crew whip into action and sharing the Citroën, in fact, with Peter McLeod. We'll have a talk in a moment to Ian Campbell with Peter Jansen, one of the more colourful identities in Melbourne. You can see Steve Hardman over there on the right, just looking anxiously at the car. He's the man who's been involved with John Targett and his kart racing overseas that saw him win the Hong Kong Kart Prix a couple of years ago. But let's go down now to Ian Campbell.
For EPA reasons, 95 dBA is the level acceptable for noise emission here at Sandown. We've just had problems with the Valvoline Citroën who's come into the pits. Peter Jansen is the co-driver of that car. Peter, what was the problem?
The trouble is the back muffler fell off, that was all, so we had to get it back on again and get it away again as quickly as possible.
So Pete McLeod has come back into the pits and it's been hammered on. How did he discover there was a problem?
Well, it's one hell of a rattle out the back of it, still dragging behind you. So that's how he found out.
Okay, well, the problem's been, of course, today with the electrical earlier on. What's the other disadvantage with the Citroën here?
Well, here from Bathurst we did very well, won the class 8th outright. Corners are big sweepers there. Here we got very sharp corners and we don't have a limited slip dip. Citroëns don't have it, the other cars do, so all these tight corners we lose out on it. So we just got to go for the car with the reliability.
Reliability not on their side at the moment, but the Citroen's still circulating.
Tell you what.
And third place car 1 in the pits for the final time, and out like a rocket ship, about 42 seconds. And Charlie O'Brien to Greg Hansford. Greg Hansford, the man who not only put it onto pole position, led very early on in the race, but then gave it away to settle into his own fourth place pace and to run to his own particular strategy. And still doing that, but a tantalising couple of laps away from the Porsches. But the Porsches, of course, still with some pit stops to come, but no reason to suggest they'd be anything but a very quick pit stop. No brake check or work needed. And you can see there car 1 and 7 in close company now, and that pit stop takes car 1 back to the same number of laps as car 7. Both of them on 199 laps in the order of 1 leads 7, 3rd and 4th in the race, 2 laps down on the Porsches 4 and 5 in that order, with 201 laps completed.
In fact, we'd expect to see the Porsches coming into the pits for their final stop in about the next 5 laps. Cars 1 and 7 on the screen at the moment are both running together. They're on the same number of laps, but of course car 7 has got one more stop to make. So car 1's in a better situation there, but it's hard to see either of them overhauling the Porsches. We'd expect that the final Porsche stop would be just a splash of fuel, no driver, perhaps a minor stop. They don't need to run at a super pace to get to the finish now and stay ahead of the Mazdas.
Well, we're going to fall a little bit short of the race distance that I was calculating earlier in that first hour, 40 laps. It'll come out to closer to 220, 223 laps. It was looking like in the first hour a 240 lap race, but gee whiz, Howard Marsden, it's close stuff, isn't it?
It really
How do you
is.
feel as a team manager with your 2 drivers having this sort of little bit of door patting?
Into the headmaster's room tomorrow morning.
I think you'd be a very severe headmaster too, Howard.
Yeah, the boys have been around too long to do that sort of thing. From what happened there to just having a bit of a touch was one of those things they said, well, we didn't need to do it. Need to get a little bit smarter in those areas.
Interesting, incidentally, the headmaster in this case, is Alan Horsley. And 50 years old Horsley, H as he's known to all his friends, started off a long time ago. He was promoting Hume Weir Circuit when he was secretary of the local car club, 16, 17 years old.
Okay.
Now, he did that for 3.5 years, so by the time he was 20, he had 3 odd years under his belt as a professional racing promoter. Brought up to Oran Park. They'd seen what he was doing down there on a little club circuit. Ran there for 16 years. Married a Miss Australia, Rhonda Ifland, and then moved over to Mazda, ran the Moffat team, moved into that as a promotion originally for the launch of the Stuyvesant Mazda with Moffat in the early 80s, and then ran that team, won an Australian Manufacturers Championship, Touring Car Championship, second at Bathurst in 1981, and we were going to beat Dick. Dick wasn't going to last the full distance if the race had gone the full distance. You've heard that before. And has been there ever since, and now runs their race effort, special promotions and so on, but raced F.J. Holden's, and of all things, Howard, imagine this, he raced a special that he called Puff. It had a 7-cylinder, air-cooled, radial tank engine of 9 litres.
Where did he run this thing?
Oh, Tarrawinji and Hume Weir and places like that. So, to managing a team of high-tech machines out of Japan, Mazdas, RX-7s, is a big move from Puff.
He's come
with the tank engine.
Come a long way. Come a long way. It was interesting for them. They've just gone past car 18, Murray Carter, and the Nissan Pulsar.
And here comes the last stop for car number 5 that's lying second in the race. And at the wheel of that at the moment is Kevin Waldock, and remaining at the wheel. Quick check round the front. This is cheeky, isn't it, when you don't even take the tyres off?
Confidence.
And you look at the brakes.
But professional, because you're looking anyway.
No tyres. There's John Smith that was commentating with us, and he says it's all under control. Terrific. Fuel is all they need. Now that's a pretty good ad for Porsche.
And they're going the whole way, so it's not a splash. They're filling them up. No reason why they shouldn't.
It took a while to get the second fuel share in there, I've got to say. Could have been a bit quicker than what it finally was. Did you get a time on that?
No, I didn't. My thumb was lazy. But in the meantime, the team lead car, well, both of them have now completed 204 laps, still 2 laps ahead of Mazda 7 and 1 in that order. And down in the pits, let's hear from it's not Ian Campbell with John Smith, it's John Smales.
And the answer, Will, is that it was a 35.7 second stop, which, Smithy, was just a bit long for 2 churns of fuel.
Yeah, I was a little bit disappointed. I thought we'd get away in sort of under 20 seconds, so because we've got to change drivers in the next car, and that really gets down to the bottom line. If the next car in changes the driver and gets out in under that, then I reckon the car 4 wins. If they don't, then car 5 wins.
Well, you gave up the opportunity to get in the car on the idea that if Waldock stayed in, you'd save time and you'd be the winners of the race.
Yeah, that's right. And you never know. We've still got a chance, haven't we?
But you'd like to be out there driving now if it was going to take 35.7.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about that.
It's a good day, Smithy, and we'll wait to see now what happens with car 4 when it pits.
Very hard charge at John Smith. He's had 2 very big motor racing accidents as well. He had a monumental one in a single-seater at Adelaide. He had a very big one in a borrowed car at Winton Raceway. But in the meantime, he's had an enormous amount of success and driven a lot of cars very quickly indeed. This is the car that he shared early on in the race well, he had it early in the race, started the race with it. But this car never led, did it?
No. Oh, it did for a few laps, I think, but not for long. Certainly the number 4 Porsche, Peter Fitzgerald. And
that's right, he was leading Fitzgerald for a while.
But number 4's led the bulk of it, and they've been running in formation for most of the time. As John Smith was pointing out, how the pit stop on car 4 is really going to determine who wins the race out of these 2 Porsches now. It's going to come down to whether it was a little bit quicker with the churn. Of course, the car 4 is the boss's car, so no one's going to want to muck that up if they want to go to Bathurst.
So interesting, and certainly a nice high-quality addition to the ranks in Australian motor racing. But the point that the Mazda people are making, and I think they're being specific on this car, but the general point is a wise one, and that is that if you let it become too specialised, if you let the cars become too low volume and too irrelevant to the market, then it will kill this category of racing. And I think that's a true point, if that was the point they were making.
Completely agree with that, Will, and the regulations are there. They are to be policed, and they can only be policed nowadays by negotiation. I don't think that CAMS can come down with a very big hammer and tell people what has to be done. They want Porsche, they want Mazda. That's what's created this race meeting today. Let's not have dissension, let's have discussion.
Well, in fact, the race meeting today very much created by the James Hardy 12-hour Force Field Marketing and Vincent Tesoriero, and that event has given a logicality to this, and Vince retains control of that by putting out the list of cars that are eligible, and he was the guy that wrote into regulations once, anything not in the spirit of these regulations won't be allowed. So I think he's got a good handle on how it ought to be done. As we look at car number 42, 6th place outright, leader in Class A, 191 laps completed. So it's only 15 laps down on the leader for an $18,000 Suzuki, and to look at it another way, it's only 8 laps in arrears as we see the lead Porsche come in to the car immediately in front of it, that Honda NSX in 5th place. But this is Peter Fitzgerald unbuckling and perhaps letting car 5 go through to the lead. Brett Peters getting in. Bit of smoke, the brakes have had some work on this car.
Haven't they?
In fact, it looks like they might be doing a brake pad change here.
And
no, just very hot brakes. They want to keep that car moving a little bit. Yeah. Fuel, and they're gone.
Good.
25 seconds.
Must have been quicker than the last one.
Gee, that was a quick driver change, wasn't it? Boy, oh boy, what a quick driver change.
So there's car.
I'm glad I didn't make the forecast I was about to make as they were driver changing and smoke was coming up, that car 5 was the car that was now in the hot seat. But Car 5 trails.
8.2 seconds.
By 8 seconds. That's the gap between first and second in the Sandown 6 hour.
Of course, Kevin Waldock's been in the car for a while. He's already into the rhythm. The car's got the temperature into the tyres and the brakes. And he'll be going to a time. It's now up to Brett Peters to get down to a time and try and propel all boarders, as it were.
Wasn't Brett Peters a little bit slower earlier on, or it was...
no, it wasn't.
It was Morgan, wasn't it?
That's right. No, Brett Peters was doing a good job in that middle session when the Mazdas were really mixing with them still here. So I don't know. I think Fitzgerald possibly has done a wise thing. He's got out, he's taken the pressure out. And in fact, in talking about Fitzgerald, let's go down to John Smales. I think he's got John with him.
Peter Fitzgerald's pit stop 9 seconds faster than the John Smith pit stop in car 5, Peter. So it looks like you may well have won the Sandown 6 hour today.
Well, mate, we've still got 45 minutes to go, and Brett's got to keep Kevin behind me, Kevin was keeping me on my toes. I tell you, at one stage there I thought we were going to collide, which I wasn't real happy about, but he gave way, and then I thought, well, I better step up the pace a bit and show him, where we want to go, But
Fitzy, you've been running 1-2 nose to tail most of the day. Is it a wise idea to run the two team cars so close to each other when something could go wrong?
Well, basically, the first time I felt pressure all day was from Kevin then. Other than that, when John and I were running earlier, we knew what we were doing. We just said whoever's in front stays in front. And the only reason I took over the lead early in the race was because he missed a gear. And he said, it's your turn.
It's a bit early yet to say congratulations, well done, but you must be pleased with the debut of the Porsches here at Sandown.
Most certainly, and I've got to give thanks to all the sponsors that make it possible for us to get here, and the crew that have worked so hard, and Bob Hiscock who's prepared the cars, and Jared Murphy. They've done a great job, but I don't want to preempt anything at this stage.
Exactly. Fitzy, I've got to ask, going to Bathurst, that big climb up the hill, can a 3-litre, naturally aspirated 4-cylinder car get up the hill fast enough to win the James Hardy 12 hour?
Well, we're about to find out. I think we've proved today that our strength is our brakes. We haven't even done a brake change, and the brakes are still very good. I'm still doing 27s, which is amazing me. And I think it's that sort of... We've had some bad luck with yellow flags and pace cars today, and I think it remains to be seen. I think it's good and it's competitive.
I'll leave you to cross your fingers for the next 40 minutes. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
And the gap between first and second had diminished from 8 odd seconds to 5 seconds, one lap later. And so the argument isn't necessarily over as they come past the start-finish line this time. 10.3.
No, I've got it at 4.5 seconds, so there might have been a cumulative there. Certainly, the big gap was made up in the first lap whilst Brett Peters was getting some temperature into the car, into himself. It's stabilised a lot more now, but it'd be interesting to see what sort of team orders apply. I don't think there are any real strong orders, but I think one of them would be that they shouldn't drive into each other. How they sort out the...
That'd be smart.
How they sort out the result between them without doing that might be difficult.
Incidentally, the Falcon revived there, the 6-cylinder car, the ex-Ken Douglas car.
Well, they must have taken a few spades down and dug it out, I think.
Yes.
It's buried pretty deeply.
Interesting little race going on here between car 17, which is the Laser, the four-wheel drive Laser, and right behind it on the same lap is the mid-rear engined Toyota MR2. Two more different vehicles you couldn't expect to see on the same lap, within sight of one another, and being interesting to see how they are getting on.
Just looking at Cameron McConville, who's driving the Laser at the moment as he went up over the hill that time, tapped up the brakes about 5 or 6 times to get a reasonably firm pedal, and what that suggests is that the pads that they're running in the car, which are the very old 1103s, might still have some meat on them, but they've probably bent the backing plate to a point where it's lost the pedal substantially. And Cameron's obviously doing it a bit tough at the moment.
1103 brake material is quite historic. We developed that for the Falcons in the year of 1971. So that stuff's still around, shouldn't be around, it's full of asbestos apart from anything else.
But it was an Australian development, it wasn't a sensational brake pad.
It was.
Well, you did an excellent job on it because it's still about the best you can get. I think with the asbestos thing, you're correct, but the choice of dying quickly or slowly, you'd rather have a decent pad.
Well said, that driver.
3.3 seconds, the gap between these two cars. Car 17 in 8th place, car 2 in 9th place. And coming up to the Hyundai, DDB Needham and Hyundai and others involved with car 53 that's leading Class B, that's 12th outright. So, great little car, these lasers, and it's interesting that neither the four-wheel drive concept nor that the turbo has really caught on to be other than a small part of the market in this country. Fantastic in icy, slippery, snowy conditions in Europe, but even on bitumen here or a wet day, it really is fantastic.
Yes, the safety margin is definitely there, but you have to pay for it, and it's really something that is quite expensive. It's difficult to service. Parts are not easy to get hold of. Quite interesting looking back through the corners off the top straight before. We were talking very early on in the commentary about the dirt and the tyre rolling rubbish that comes off these racing tyres and gives you a straight racing line with dirt off the line. And next time we come off the top straight, it'll be very interesting for you to have a good look at the road.
It really does define the racing line over the top. And it makes it very difficult for a driver to get a bit entrepreneurial and go elsewhere. Because the first thing that will happen, as you point out, is they'll hit the rubbish. And the next thing that will happen is hit something harder.
4.6 seconds between these two cars in 8th and 9th place. The Laser, TX3 that's 8th, the Toyota MR2 that's 9th. Came home 3rd in the Winton 6 Hour. And this car that's lying 12th outright, leading Class B, Steve Hardman, David Stone, both employees at the Hyundai importers and distributors, and down in the pits at the moment, I think, the driver who's currently not working.
Thanks, Will, and we've certainly got a happy... Thanks, Will, and we've certainly got a happy group of campers in garage number 21. The 53 car, of course, has just taken over the lead from Murray Carter. And Steve Hardman joining us now. Steve, it's been a big effort today. Is it going to plan?
Yeah, we decided not to go too crazy with qualifying, and in fact we're racing quicker than what we're qualifying, with what we qualified in. And the car hasn't missed a beat. We fired some tyres on it at around half race distance, but really didn't need to. Brakes are fine. Fuel's fine. It's going really great. It's tough as nails, the little Hyundai.
In this stint with David Stone, you've said you've been picking Murray up and now are going away from him at 5 seconds a lap. Is that the plan as well?
Well, Murray's got a few problems, but I'm just actually looking behind your cameraman here and see Murray sort of start slowly reeling us in. So we've got about half a lap on him, so it's going to be close towards the end there.
Hyundai ruling in Group B at the moment. Anything's a possibility.
Yeah, lovely to see Korea joining Japan and Germany and Australia and the other countries that have made cars competing in Group E, and that we'll see at the James Hardy 12 Hour at Easter at Bathurst, coming up to a very busy time in Australian motor racing with reenactment of that London to Sydney Marathon to finish at the Sydney Opera House in May, Touring Car Championship starting next week, Motorcycle Grand Prix test weekend in, what, a month's time at Eastern Creek, IndyCar exactly the same weekend, 1 week later, World Championship Motorcycle Racing at Eastern Creek, so that's late March, then into the 12 Hour at Bathurst in Easter in April, and of course the Touring Car Championship will be doing regular rounds then too, so plenty happening, and all being led away by this Sandown 6 Hour. It's a nice warm-up to other races. Great venue down here at Sandown, and a race that has an appropriate place in terms of preceding that grueling 12 hours at Bathurst at Easter by way of warming up competitors and so on. This one announced a little bit late, that's why it wasn't so strongly supported by competitors. But like the 12 Hour at Bathurst, I think we'll see it grow in its 2nd and 3rd year.
Well, always the long distance race at Sandown was based around supporting the Bathurst race, and as this form of racing goes on, then I think, as you said, Sandown will improve, and it'll be great to see.
And one of the ways that you get up high and see what's going on is either by watching at home on your television, or if you're here, you get on one of K&R Services scissor lifts, and it's through them that we've done it again, and we're very grateful. Look at that, how delightfully, elegantly easy to get up high, although I must say, I'm very glad it's the cameraman up there, not me. I'm not good with heights.
No, I agree, and wind and rain and those boys go up, and brave stuff.
Yeah, and they do wander about in the air, but K&R really do know how to do it and make life, as I say, elegantly easy to give us that sort of perspective on the race. Terrific stuff. Much cheaper than a helicopter too.
Yes.
Oh dear, I could probably afford a couple of minutes in a helicopter. And there's John Bow, hard at work in car number 7. The man who was coming from behind, who went to 45th place at Bathurst last Easter, came from behind, set the lap record for the race at about a 35.8, 2:35.8, around Mount Panorama, that long circuit in the outskirts of Bathurst. If you haven't been there, you should go. Fabulous place, Mecca of motor racing. Tremendous atmosphere, always a sort of pilgrimage feel about it to me when I head west from Sydney. And the roads to it becoming increasingly better and the drive becoming increasingly boring, I must say. And the gap between first and second place here, between car 4, the race leader, and car 5, the chaser, is 2.8 seconds. Was 3.8, but the chase is on and the race is not over. And Paul Fordham, Melinda Price, Stephen Richards. Melinda, naughty girl doing your honours in immunology. And just slipping off, 22 years old, and as I said earlier.
Might have got out into those marbles we were talking about previously.
Yes, indeed.
One of the troubles for the Mac markers is doing the right thing and moving over for the quick cars. They get into the rubbish and they can have a slide and make a mistake.
Absolutely. So most of the things like the Paul Fordham car that ran out of fuel and caused one of the yellow car periods, the Citroën, Dick Johnson's little TX3 laser, most of the cars that have had that sort of problem have got going again.
Could we do car 18, David? There's got Busy Board on it, and they're quite a good supporter here.
Car 18, second in class, please. Car 18.
What's the anti-aircraft gun that they're pointing down there? All right. Right. Yes, I've seen it. Yes. Right. Right.
are probably more critical of this Class B when we come back. There it is.
They will come
They
out,
had
yes.
said, yeah.
They will come out. One of the reasons I think why Fitzgerald got out of the car was to shout at the others. He wasn't happy when he got out as well.
Understandably. It's Murray Carter's driving car 18 at the moment, is he? Yeah. Walcott.
Yes.
It's car 18. Actually, that's the battle for the class lead.
That's right.
Okay.
Murray's back in the lead, right? Very quick stop here for Mazda. That's in third place. Car number 7. Fourth place now. As car 1, its teammate comes by and then rips out of the pits with 30 minutes remaining. And in fourth place. So just that quick churn to keep everything in order for John Bowe in car number 7. Nothing they can do about it of trying to catch the leader. And look at them and look at the battle between the two of them. In car number 4 is Brett Peters, and in car number 5 is Kevin Waldock, and the gap now is down to about 1.6 seconds, and suddenly it's steadied at that. It was 2.5, then it was 2, then it was 1.6, and that's where it's remained for a little while. Do we see instructions coming into place, do you think, Ken Douglas?
It appeared to be unfolding. During the break, Howard made an excellent suggestion, which was Peter Fitzgerald is now out of the car, and maybe that may be to instill a little bit of discipline in his minions. It's not as willing as it was beforehand, and I think they now realise that they've got a race to be won, but if they're not careful, they've got a race to be lost as well.
Reminds one of elections. 219 laps completed by these two cars, and indeed they've had the equal second fastest lap in the race at a 26.84. And that was a big suck of the breath, Ken Douglas.
Yes, car 5, Kevin Waldock had to go bush slightly to miss Murray Carter in car 18. It was obviously something that Kevin wasn't expecting to do, bang the Porsche left front wheel up over the curb. I don't think there was any damage, but it's also not the sort of thing you'd really want to do at this stage in the race.
Yes, Murray's pushing on well. His car handles very well indeed, and I think he's just taken Class B again and leading that. He was behind the Lantra, but now has come through. So Murray's in the car. Murray's pushing on even at his age, which is great to see. Another thing that's great to see is the support they're getting, in fact, from Visiboard. The two drivers that are in there with Murray, the Morris boys, in fact, work with Visiboard. Visiboard, in fact, Will, I don't know if you know, is nearly $1 billion company in this country. It does recycling of cardboard, makes cardboard packings, exporting from this country in a big, big way. It's really great to see this company and Ross Palmer's Dogbone projects now creating this opportunity of the clever country doing export as Mr. Keating wanted.
As we see Murray Carter there in 18 going back into the lead in Class B, you see the the situation up there in the Super. Just behind is the Hyundai Elantra, 4.9 seconds, the gap between the lead and second place in this class. You can see it there in the distance. There it comes over the crest. That's the David Stone Steve Hartman car number 53. Then, believe it or not, the BX16 Citroën that spent that time parked outside the access lane out of the pits, the Peter McLeod car number 16, and then in fourth place in the class, 16's there, is car number 22. We saw Steve Hardman say earlier we didn't try too hard in qualifying. Well, he certainly didn't. He was the slowest qualifier in the race, but he's got up as high as about 11th or 12th in the class, and also to be leading it at one stage. The Steve Johnson and Cameron McConville Laser TX3 car number 17, 9th place outright after stopping on the back straight. And what a shame that is. And for all that Bathurst, Howard, is a much more difficult track in terms of the climb up. We'll come to that in a moment, but problem here, the drive shaft or something?
Well, the gentleman you see there, Ted Robinson, he's hacking away at the back of the car. The only thing I could think of is he might be trying to blank off one of the brake lines because there might be a problem there. Certainly there's oil all around that tyre.
Look at the inside of that tyre. So he's got some wheel alignment problems and the tyre running into the bodywork. So they give the car, I would say, a bit of a biff.
Yes. And if the Class B lead and second place is close, how about the race outright with car 4, Brett Peters, leading but being challenged and successfully caught by Kevin Waldock in car number 5. As I said earlier, Kevin's got enough money to be independent. If he decides he wants to do it, I suppose he can do it. Challenging Brett Peters. And, well, adding some remarkable, if inadvertent, spice to this game at this stage.
I'm glad we have colour monitors. I'd like to see Fitzy's face turning from red to purple at the moment.
Well, I thought I'd better find out what sort of lap time they're doing, because they're looking fairly serious. You couldn't do it in two lovelier cars.
Maybe we could go down to John Smales and find out if he can ask Peter Fitzgerald.
Do you remember the JPS BMW result at Bathurst? When they both landed in the sand together? One went in, and then 20 seconds later, in came the next. And it does tend to not to look too good, doesn't it?
Bit embarrassing, as I say.
Up the back straight, bit of a gap between them. Not much of a gap, really, because as they go faster, the physical gap between them increases. But the actual time gap, which is what counts, remains pretty much the same. A 10-metre gap becomes a 20-metre gap when you double the speed.
Car 4 got an easier run through traffic then. But all that means is the car 5's got to do a bit more work to catch it, but it does seem to be trying to catch it and faster.
23 minutes remaining. In a race which has had 10 different leaders at different times. By gee. Fascinating, the cars that at some stage that have led this race.
The lap or so ago, but it's got back.
In fact, we're not talking of 10 leaders, 10 changes of lead.
I think each of the supercars would have led it at some point in time, wouldn't they? Each of the Mazdas, each of the Porsches, and of course the Honda.
Well, come to think of it, we asked that earlier, you and I. I'm not sure that car 5 has ever done it.
It's a rear brake pad change on the Laser. Looks as if the rear pads might have worn down to the point where the piston caliper has come out and let the fluid out, which might have been that discoloration on the inside of the tyre. Whichever way, poor old Ted's having to work pretty hard to get the car back in the race.
Car 5 has led the race. It went into the lead on lap 82 and led up until lap 93. So, yeah, brief lead, but it's done it before, and it's trying to do it again. It's trying to do it at the time when it really counts.
And seriously, it's starting to bang a few wheels off curbs. Car's starting to get a little bit more untidy than what we've seen it earlier on in the day, so Kevin's obviously having a go, and Brett Peters is trying to maintain the advantage. there's neither car is scheduled for another pit stop, so it's a straight fight to the finish now.
The gap between them only about half a second as I got it there. And as they slow down, they'll move closer together, about 8/10 of a second now. Hard under brakes and just tending to walk around a little bit. Car number 4, the leader. Brett Peters. It's a car that you can be enormously confident in. It tells the driver a lot about what it's doing. It's very nicely balanced. It's very easy just to push it out a little bit, to juggle it on the throttle, to feel when you should squeeze it open. And the engine helps you too, because it comes in very progressively, strongly, but without any sort of sudden jump. And up the back straight, it goes out to 1.3. So the lead car, in fact, is quicker out there. As he goes over the top, 1.1, so he drops 2/10. He's not as brave down to here. That's where Waldock picks up some time. And then out of there, it goes out to nearly 1.5 seconds by, it was a bit, timing might have been a little bit inaccurate, but 1.25, 1.25.
Holding station like this is what you'd expect. Anything closer needs a reprimand.
1.2 seconds between them, and their young man concentrating, Brett Peters. And Mark Brame and Henry Draper's Suzuki, number 42, out, and Stephen Johnson, Dick Johnson, and Cameron McConville. Down in the pits, John Smales.
And Ted Robertson, Will Hagan in the commentary seem to have become very worried about your health. What happened to the back of the car?
High stress levels. Well, we ran out of brakes. It simply just wore the pad right out and popped the piston out.
Well, I've never seen you work so hard in your life.
I'm getting into the habit this weekend.
Well, yeah, the car's okay though. I noticed it was like dropping a fair bit of fluid over the back of the back tyres as well.
Yeah, that was the right-hand rear wheel cylinder. It blew out when the ran out of pad.
Jed, you can work on Will Hagan's car anytime.
Thanks, Will.
I'd be happy to own one of those too. I reckon, as I've said many times, they're great little cars. Great value, great primary safety, ability to avoid the accident. Pity it hasn't run quite the potential I was about to discuss earlier, Howard, that for all the big hill to climb at Bathurst, 170 metres up and down every lap, every 6.2 kilometres, that those cars rush round there surprisingly well.
The Laser? Yeah, the thing is that the Laser to some extent had its day at Bathurst because the boys ahead of them, the Porsches and the Mazdas, are progressing, technically getting better, fighting amongst themselves, and they're starting to leave the Laser behind, which, 3 years ago did so very well at Bathurst. So the car hasn't progressed. It does the same job it did last time extremely well, but those more expensive cars are really now showing that it needs to upgrade.
Down in the pits is a man watching this very intently. He's the boss of the Porsche Cars Australian team, Peter Fitzgerald. He's with John Smales.
Oh, at Marsden you were right. Peter Fitzgerald very much was watching how his two team drivers were going. And boss, what did you tell him?
Well, I told Kevin to back off a bit. We're trying to conserve the brakes to the end of the race, and with the two cars dicing with each other, they're going to be going in a lot harder. With the times that Kevin's doing, he's got to be punishing the brakes a lot more, and I want him to back off. We will finish 1-2 the way we are.
I gather this has upset you ever so slightly, Peter.
Yes, it has a bit, but we'll sort that out after the race. I mean, other than that, he's driven a very good race. He's very quick, and all the drivers have done a good job. I think maybe the adrenaline's got a bit to the head, and he's got a bit excited about it.
Thanks very much.
See racing drivers still race, and that's much appreciated by the crowd here, and I'm sure on television as well, because they're taking absolutely no notice of the boss's instructions. Actually, the fastest car out there, regularly doing in the 26s, is car number 7, the car that's trying to come back from 4th place, with John Bowe at the wheel of the car that Gary Walden had for the major part of the race in the lead. Car 1 is doing its mid-28s, so too is Car 4 that's leading the race. In fact, they've had Waldock as doing a slower time. Our timekeeper's averaging in the 29s, but this shows that they're both pretty much on the same time. And in the pits, Ian Campbell's been finding bits and pieces.
Certainly have, Will. At the moment, there's problems for the leading Suzuki of Henry Draper and Mark Brain. It's the shock of the left rear. They believe it's the action of the shock has come down and it will not retract. They've got one standing by. They're hoping to be able to fit it and remain in the lead till the end of the race today.
The only reason that could have occurred is that they've either banged it into a curve or the shock has bottomed out and bent the shaft. Otherwise, it would be moving up and down quite freely. The shocker that he just showed was a Bilstein unit, and they are quite good in that respect. Don't normally damage unless there's a very good reason. Just listening to Peter Fitzgerald's comments before, I don't know that his drivers are listening to his wise and learned counsel. They still seem to be reasonably serious about it.
I was just wondering before, actually, I wonder if SBS will get the filming rights to the meeting after the end of the race meeting, or maybe we're not into blood sports.
Best two falls out of 3.
Peter Fitzgerald tends to know what he wants and the way it ought to be run. And at the moment he's looking at two cars that are about a quarter of a second apart, and that's at 230 kilometres an hour. They break down now, come to this infield area through where once the pit area was at Sandown track. Many a shoe has felt the stones in there. Clamber out to what was the original elongated back straight that just hooked up with the front straight, so it was quite a fast rush up to this corner. They made that kink in it to slow it down because of the limited runoff area down the back there to meet international regulations. Here's Brett Peters, who's trying desperately to comply with team leader Peter Fitzgerald's instructions, except for the attacks coming constantly from behind. And they're coming very close too now as they come up over the top. Brett Peters has Kevin Waldock very close to him indeed as they throttle back from about 220 kilometres an hour. As you see, they're keeping close company with the Falcon 6-cylinder.
Of course, Peter's instructions are all a matter of perspective. Brett would be thinking they're great instructions and Kevin would be thinking they suck.
Straight.
Do you think they'll be able to trust one another for a formation finish?
I don't think it's a Callum Moffat, Colin Bond situation looming.
14 minutes remaining and 0.6 of a second between them. Down the end of the straight now, third gear. In behind the Hyundai Lantra, the car 53 lies second in Class B, 13th outright. Past that. Car run right out up to the curb, hook it in fairly late here onto the back straight and just flat whack now all the way. Just line it up so you can get comfortably through this kink on the back straight past the lake there where Lex Davison had a big 7-litre Galaxy of Sir Gawain Bailey hanging out over that lake and came back to the pits and said to the English knight, "That bloody big thing of yours tried to kill me." Because it totally ran out of brakes. If you thought you could ever have a braking problem, there's nothing by comparison with what you could have in a 7-litre Ford Galaxy. I don't remember, did it have all drum brakes or just drum rears?
No, drum brakes at that stage with metallic linings, and the thing was an American monster.
Gosh, what a shocker to try and stop.
At one stage, in fact, with those drum brakes and the metallic linings, in fact, they used to run tubes inside the tyres. They had to put an asbestos lining inside the steel wheel because heat transfer of the brakes was coming up through the steel wheel and bursting the inner tube.
Inner tubes, goodness me, talk
Real
about go back to history.
Exactly right.
Inner tubes, what do you remember inner tubes? Tubeless tyres, you can only do this and you can only do that with them. No, everything's tubeless. 1 3/4 seconds. The message has got through. And 12 1/4 minutes remain. And still people get into trouble. There's myriad ways for car 23, 10th place outright, running 1, 2, 3, 4 in the turbo and 4-wheel drive class. Does that consist of running off the track and then doing a late pit stop?
There's a certain lack of urgency in that pit stop. Tends to suggest they had some serious problems.
That's the Ray Ryan car, Dutton and Runciman from Western Australia, the people that had the Nissan NX earlier on. Last year they started off a Bathurst campaign with that rather poorly by crashing it just a few weeks before the race. So, Brett Peters, the man in command, by dint of a hard-fought argument, but also finally of some instructions from the crew saying, "Oi, you're in the same team, and why are you fighting?" And in third place, car 1. And there's the ex-Ray Ryan Nissan NX. And up onto the curb, the Mazda that hasn't struck trouble today. But unlike Bathurst, where they came home for first and fifth, here, coming home third and fourth by the looks of it. What an outstanding effort that was at Bathurst, the way they came back from falling into the 20s, the number of times they regained the lead and gave it away and had to regain it. It was an enthralling race last year. It was one of the best long-distance races I've seen at Mount Panorama, Easter or October, for a very long time. It was absolute beauty, a real thriller.
It's interesting the two Mazdas are getting themselves into the same position, albeit in third and fourth, as are the Porsches in first and second.
Yeah,
same lap and close to one another.
Yeah, just one lap down. It's just a tantalising lap, isn't it, between a lap and a bit between them and the Porsches. So you can say there's not much between them, but it all pans out. Very different formulae, cars from very different manufacturers, very different places and marketing aspirations in the car market, from Japan and from Germany. But where a few years ago the emergence of some Porsches like this against some Japanese cars would have been a lay-down misère for the German cars, in this instance it's... And as the Porsches come down the straight, there are the Mazdas on the end of the front straight, and it's 3.5 minutes remaining in this inaugural Sandown 6 Hour. Here come the Mazdas.
Yes, they're picking up approximately 2 seconds a lap. Not enough to get back to the Porsches, but a super effort at the end of 6 hours for all 4 cars to be going like this is just wonderful.
What a frustrating thing for them, so close in terms of getting into the frame with them. Wouldn't it look sensational? The 4 place getters all finishing in a packed bunch together. Wouldn't it look sensational if the leader got crossed up and took out every one of them? Oh dear, you can dream too much.
I think the humour might be lost on them if that was to happen, though.
The modern car, and indeed the modern race version of them, and these are really road cars doing a racing job. Ah, there we are! Well, somebody went.
That's
yes, it was the
Ray Ryan car.
Yeah, 23 that's lying 14th outright. And that was quite a solid little slap, actually. And it was close to the Porsches. Oh, dear.
Made it so far and dents it 2 laps from the end.
Yes.
Bit sad.
The adrenaline does run hard, and the gap between first and second is 0.72 of a second. And again, down the end of the front straight go the Mazdas. And Mazda number 7, 13.6 seconds in arrears, and with a minute 40 remaining.
I must say that the Porsches do thoroughly deserve the result that they are undoubtedly going to get. They've done the best job all day, faultless pit work. The driver discipline could have been a bit better, but no driving mistakes on the track, and they deserve what they've got.
Yeah, with the exception that there was only that one problem with either of the Mazdas that stopped them getting first place. They wouldn't have come 1-2, I don't think. But just that camber adjustment on the front suspension that dropped them from, well, they had virtually a lap lead, and that's what they're losing by.
Yeah, I guess
what a thrilling finish it would have been.
Exactly.
To look at it another way. Boy, what a battle to the finish. If they hadn't dropped that, this could be a three-way battle for the finish, and then there'd be no team orders with Porsche.
Exactly right.
So all looks well, really, for Bathurst next Easter. The James Hardy 12 Hour has their should be 1 lap remaining after this if they want to be really technical. They've been racing for 5 hours, 59 minutes and 26.7 seconds. So off they go on another lap. And 1 lap remaining, they're signalled. So they're on their last 3 kilometres of Sandown. Up the back straight towards the reservoir, and then off towards Dandenong Road, where you saw from the helicopter shot earlier, they're surprisingly close to the road cars going by on Dandenong Road outside. And it's certainly, Ken, to look at it another way, it's been a race where, as you say, they made no mistakes, Mazda made one, I suppose. It was pretty flawless stuff in pit stops, in driver discipline, in race strategy, between 2 very different cars.
It was interesting also on the Mazdas that the car that went out hard is the car that was going to win and has survived, which means that for Bathurst they can again start to push the Mazdas harder as a duo than they have today.
Yep. So, Kevin Waldock, the amateur driver, there in car 5, the young, ambitious Brett Peters in car number 4, bringing it home on behalf of team boss and leader, the man that put it all together, who's raced most of his racing career in Porsches as well as in other cars. And it's that car that'll do the job, the Porsche 968 CS. Brett Peters at the wheel, car number 4 heading for the finishing line, 238 laps completed, 239 about to be completed. Coming up right to him was Kevin Waldock in car number 5, so it's a stunning victory for the Porsche 968 CS. Also though, for Brett Peters in car number 4 and his team leader, Peter Fitzgerald, and backed up so strongly and evenly by John Smith, Kevin Waldock and Morgan in the car. And the way the teams turned out in their driving suits, but in the way that the crews turned out in the pits gives an indication of the professionalism and the full commitment to this race from the Porsche team. Tremendous effort, a payoff for Germany, a payoff for Porsche Cars Australia, and in no way a disgrace for Mazda with their RX-7s that missed by just a lap 3 kilometres and a minute odd in repeating their Bathurst victory of last year, coming home in the order of car 7 into 3rd place. Gary Walden and John Bow at the wheel at the time, and car 1, Charlie O'Brien driving the car that Greg Hansford led away from the starting line after taking pole position. A fascinating Sandown 6-hour. And a very happy Brett Peters.
Mazda mightn't think so, but it's probably a good.
Great finish and a tremendous result for both Porsche and Mazda. And let's hear now from them down on the dais.
Thank you, Will Hagan. And to make the presentation to Peter Fitzgerald, team boss and lead driver for Porsche Australia, we have John Davidson, promoter of the Sandown International Motor Raceway.
Thank you very much, Kyle. On behalf of Sandown International Motor Raceway, Peter, and to your team, the fabulously reliable 968 CS, you must be absolutely delighted on the inaugural performance. You've won a lot of awards, and I hope that this is the start of another success at Bathurst in 6 weeks' time.
Thank you very much. Yes, the cars ran fantastically for the first time out, considering we only got them about 3 weeks ago. I'd like to thank Porsche for giving me such a fantastic car, and of course all our sponsors, Hardy Ducks, Quell, Goodyear, and the list goes on, GIO and AGFA, and my crew that have worked day and night to get us here. Thank you very much.
Now, Peter, we heard from you in the pits that the team orders weren't exactly being swallowed the way you would like it.
Oh no, there weren't any team orders to the drivers prior to going out. It's just that we had noticed with one of the last pit stops that car 5 was suffering excessive brake pad wear, and we wanted to make sure both cars got to the end of the track. So, and not only that, you know, our car was in front, the cars were comfortable, we had a lap on the other cars, and I didn't want to risk any pressure on Brett or anything like that going off. That was not what we wanted.
Now, is there money left in the budget from Porsche to celebrate properly tonight?
Oh, I don't know about Porsche's budget, but I bought a couple of dozen cans, so we should all celebrate.
Congratulations, Peter, once again, and all your team. A fantastic victory in the inaugural Sandown 6 Hour. Let's now go back to Will Hagan.
Well, 239 laps covered by the winning car, and that was Brett Peters' Peter Fitzgerald, of course. That's 740.9 kilometres, an average speed of 123.9 kilometres an hour, and that replicated very much by the car that came home into second place, John Smith, Kevin Waldock, Jeff Morgan. Into third place, John Bauer, Gary Walden for Mazda Cars Australia, Mazda Motors, and into fourth place, Greg Hansford. And into the lead and the victory in Class A, seventh place outright, Mark Brame, Henry Draper, the Suzuki Swift GTI, and winning Class B finally in a very close run with Murray Carter in the Nissan Pulsar Triple S was Steve Hardman, David Stone, who came home 11th outright in their Korean Hyundai Elantra. So an enthralling race, Howard Marsden. I think you'll agree, with lots of great prospects for the coming James Hardy 12 Hour at Mount Panorama Bathurst.
I don't think anybody lost here today. And
No.
for me, if I had to have a hero vehicle, it's that little Suzuki Swift, because you can put up Mazdas, you can put up Porsches, you can put up Hondas, and then the first car home after them was that car.
Yeah, great effort, tremendous entertainment here. Look forward to you joining us here again at Sandown for Motorsport on SBS.